Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Tommy John and their end-of-year sale. Shop Tommy John's end-of-year sale right now for up to 70% off at TommyJohn.com/sacred. That's TommyJohn.com/SACRED. Save up to 70% for a limited time at TommyJohn.com/sacred. Again, that's TommyJohn.com/sacred for comfortable underwear, sweatpants, PJs, and more. See site for details. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. As the world's largest therapy service, BetterHelp has matched 3 million people with professionally licensed and vetted therapists available 100% online. Plus, it's affordable. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a therapist. If things aren't clicking, you can easily switch to a new therapist anytime. It couldn't be simpler. No waiting rooms, no traffic, no endless searching for the right therapist. Learn more and save 10% off your first month of sessions at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS. That's betterhelp.com/symbols for effective, online, affordable therapy that can help you right now. Remember to advocate for yourself always. Act in your own best interest. Take care of your mind with therapy at BetterHelp. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 233. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my Spider-Man shirt-wearing son, Chris Reagan. Chris, very timely today. How are you, my friend?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I figured I'd dress appropriate.
Yeah. It's very exciting.
Yeah, it's an exciting time.
I don't want to get that far ahead of myself and say it's an exciting time. I'm just very excited in the moment.
Yeah.
Because we're doing an episode here of Sacred Symbols, and it's actually our last recording of the year. Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you feeling, my friend?
Indeed, it is the last recording of the year. I think for anyone on the team, because the Dukes are all done, and this is kind of it. And then just a couple things to wrap up, and then we are closing shop. So I was trying to. I thought it would be funny. Could we just shut down the Discord for 2 weeks and see what happens? What will people do in our community without the Discord? It felt like, maybe it could be some relief, and maybe it could be relief for them as well that they don't realize that they could need. But we're not going to do that. We won't actually shut it down. But it was maybe we will. Who knows?
A little social experiment.
Yeah, social experiment.
It's exciting because I really think we're actually going to get the time this year, which I wasn't really able to get last year, as I noted, and so I'm looking forward to that. It should be about 3 solid weeks. To let everyone know out there, just to reiterate, nothing's going to be interrupted for you. Everything, as we said, is pre-recorded, so everything's going to go live and you'll have all your shows, so don't even worry about it. We recorded, as we do each year, episode 234, I think, is our favorite moments of 2022, and then I think episode 235 is our most anticipated games of 2023, and then we will be back for 236. So everything will be going swimmingly. Thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support, by the way, and for being here. We couldn't do it without you. You can get the show 3 days early and ad-free, as well as a slew of other perks, including getting your name in the credits and submitting your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, and access to Sacred Symbols Plus over at patreon.com/laststandmedia, where more than 12,000 of you support us financially, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much for that. And I have a few other notes here I want to get through quickly, but we did just do the God of War Ragnarok spoiler cast and review discussion, which is an episode of Sacred Symbols Plus that you can get right now on Patreon. And Armando wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, I just listened to the God of War Ragnarok spoiler cast. We went about 2.5 hours, by the way. You did my boy Dustin wrong. He barely put an input. That's what it said. I know you were for of you podcasting, and it's difficult, but he loved the game, and I would like to hear from him. Love all your work. Much love from Portugal." Armando, I'm not making fun of your English because you are from Portugal. It's not like I'm speaking Portuguese, so appreciate you writing in. Do you feel that way, Dustin? I feel like I did the best I could to kind of get everyone in. Do you feel like you had more to say?
I don't feel like I had more to say. No, if I have something to say, it'll most likely squeak out there. Now, it felt a little extra that I had to remind you that I was up to talk. I think it happened twice that episode, and that's okay. It feels a little bit like on Arrested Development. There's the guy's girlfriend that they never realize he's there, and she's like, "I've been here the whole time." You know, so sometimes that happens. It's okay. It's all right.
Well, I have to say this. First of all, we had Rick Hogue, our legal analyst, on, but Rick is a firecracker, right? So like you and we I think, try to stay out of each other's way. And it's more of a, you just go until you're done. And then I'll go until I'm done. And then Chris will go until he's done. And then maybe we'll cross over. But Rick, being a lawyer and doing his live feed or live streams and all those kinds of things, he kind of jumps in, right? And he wants to get his point in or whatever. That creates whole new cycles of conversation. I have a really hard time keeping up with it. You know, as a host, I have to be better about being organized in that way. So I wanted to apologize if that was the case. We're really putting you down lately, I guess, Dustin. Everyone seems that you're really in the muck, as it were. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's a true reflection of the way you feel about your life, but
we'll see if I'm back on January 2nd or whatever. Maybe I'll be gone.
Well,
with a
you already
note.
recorded the new show, so you'll be in that. So you will be here on January 2nd.
Yeah.
Whether you quit or not is another thing entirely. You can get merch, of course, at laststandmedia.store, including all stickers, free shipping on all stickers domestically in the United States. Our Clips channel is still going on YouTube. Leave us nice reviews on iTunes and Spotify. Thumb us up on YouTube. Follow us there if you'd like. You can come see us live in Texas in late February if you'd like. And Dustin Goncharov wrote in about this on Patreon. He said, "Hi, dudes. The discussion regarding proposing at a Last Stand live event made me recall a story from the Richmond event. So to catch everyone up, we were talking about how someone wrote in saying that they might have wanted to ask their girlfriend to marry them at our live show in Houston in February. And we said that's probably not a good idea, that you don't really want to do that. And then, of course, now Dustin is referring to our Richmond show, which was Sacred Symbols 200. And he says, during the show, as you were all counting down the top 25 PS4 games, my girlfriend went to the bathroom. She comes back to her seat and shoots me a look of, I have something to tell you, but I will fill you in later. Fast forward to after the show, we are eating some food at a nearby bar, and she proceeds to tell me how she overheard a woman on a phone call in one of the stalls during the show. The other woman was distraught and angrily and ardently talking about how she is stuck at the show. It is going on forever. They are just talking about video games. Why did she come with her boyfriend? He didn't let her know that this is what it would be, that she is hiding in the stall, etc. In short, give those significant others who don't listen to the podcast a heads up about the nerdy shit that they are volunteering to go to if you're headed to one of the live shows. I think that's obvious.
Yeah.
How did you coerce this woman? I guess not you. You're not going to be able to give me Goncharov any fucking input on this. But how does one coerce someone to go to an event in which they have no idea what it is? Strange.
Right.
Well, strange.
Yeah. It was probably pitched as like a live show, and like generally people are like, oh man, I like live shows. But like the general idea of what a live show is like, oh, it's like music or something, or like, or you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, I don't know. This is a very specific thing to be interested in. So it's really like imperative that if you're inviting people to the show, they also care or are also interested in this very, very, very dweeby thing that we're doing. Like, well, like you can't just bring like anybody to this. It's not a concert. You can't there's no mosh pit. At
I imagine the pitch. The pitch from the guy was like, you should come with me. There's this podcast. They're like really funny guys. And, they talk about video games, but they're really funny. And it's like, yeah, we may be funny to our audience, but are we funny by and large to everybody? I feel like Chris is probably, but even then, like, depending on this girl, she might not give a single fuck about anything we said the entire night.
Right.
Especially because a lot of the jokes would revolve around games themselves, too.
Right. It's like, even if it was like remarkably funny, it would be centered around something that she has no concept of. So it would like nothing would land at all. Like it's just, I don't know, man. You got to be better. Whoever that was, that's a bad move, man. You got to be clear about what you're inviting people to.
Imagine what this woman thought when she heard the Gamer Battalion anthem. And she's like, I have 3 hours ahead of me. Or I guess she didn't know that at the time.
She was crying immediately after the Gamer Battalion anthem. She was crying.
Ruling.
You got to know where you're going. I mean, imagine if someone came to you and was like, I have a ticket to go to something and it's like a terrorist boot camp or something, You got to know, you got to understand what you're getting yourself into at all times. I used to go to pretty much any music concert that anyone would invite me to, and I saw some trash, but at least like, with all due respect, I saw Mazzy Star once. Do you guys know who that is? The shoegaze artist from the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. God, that was the most boring show I have ever been to in my entire life. But a girl I liked wanted to go, so I got her tickets. This was probably like 15 years ago or something in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And but at least I knew who Mazzy Star was. It was even worse than I could have imagined. But at least you know what you're getting yourself. So just be careful out there. Don't drag people to shows that they don't want to be at. And we'll see you in Texas. I'm very excited about this. We're pretty much sold out. I see some mezzanine seats still hanging around. I heard that. So this is funny. The venues always withhold tickets for their sponsors. Because every once in a while, imagine if you sponsored the National, where we played Richmond. 311 just played there last month. And so if we were like a sponsor there, we would have gotten offered of like free tickets to go see 311 and all these other things. And so they hold on to this set of free tickets until it's clear that no one wants them. And then they put them on sale. And I'm like, you might as well just do that now. The Hobby Center of Houston, Texas has no sponsors that want to see this. I can guarantee you that. I don't think we even have, that many people that want to see it, period. To be perfectly honest with you. Imagine just being a sponsor.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. All right, before we get into the news and pertinent items of the week, let's get into topics of discussion from the audience, stretch our legs a little bit. Ross Stoddard wrote into us. Ross Stoddard and said, "Greetings, sacred boys from Bonnie, Scotland. Okay, Colin, it's time you teach your two sacred sons some darn manners. Every episode you start by introducing Chris and Dustin and asking them how they are, yet when they respond, I have never once heard them reply the polite way and ask you how you are doing. So to the sacred children, I ask, where are your manners? And to the sacred father, I ask, how are you, Colin? Keep up politely giving that chicken some good loving and happy holidays to you when it comes. Thank you, Ross, for writing in. Don't worry about that. You don't need to know how I am. You want to go down a fucking deep and dark vortex, a black hole, long crossing the event horizon, never able to climb out? Let me tell you about my life.
Yeah. Insane writing, in my opinion. You're out of your mind, Ross. Colin starts every episode like, I am profoundly depressed. How are you doing? It's going to be like, have you seen The Whale, that movie with Brendan Fraser? That's what you're in for.
Is that the one that's like really critically acclaimed?
It's actually really, I saw it. It's really good. It's really sad.
You saw the one where he got like a ton of respect for it, right? Like where everyone's like, holy shit, Brendan Fraser's totally legit.
This is recent. This is like, I think it's in theaters now.
But there was like something where he got a standing ovation for it, right? Or something. It was like some insane thing. I like that. Brendan Fraser's arc. It's good shit.
It's pretty great, but that's what you're in for. If I ask Colin what's going on, like how's he doing, but also he's the host. And when was the last time Andy Richter asked Conan, "How you doing, Conan?"
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're setting me up or something, but no, I don't feel like I need to. I can say whatever I want at any time on this show. I totally steer it. So if I have something to say, I'm going to say it. Don't worry about that. Please don't worry about that. Dustin, you have something to say?
No, I think Chris put it what I was thinking exactly is that, I feel like, Colin, you talked about how you're kind of just, you have the appearance of just neutral, but if something really bad or really good happened, I think you would just tell us that from history. So I don't know. Is there, how are you today? Do you want to, just for an experiment, we could try it out. How are you today, Colin?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Good.
Yeah. So today I got solar panels installed on my house, and it's like a whole bunch of shit that has to happen. They're installed and everything. So then the city and the company came over today to inspect everything, and it passed inspection and all of that. But they were, get this. Micah and I were so upset about this. They were like, we're going to be there sometime between 8 in the morning and 4 at night. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then so last night they got in touch with us and just to remind us, and I'm like, okay, so do you have like a time? And they're like, no, we have no specific time. They just kind of roll in. And I'm like, that you're trying to tell me there's an 8-hour window where these guys might just show up. There's no inclination of where they might go next or like what their route is. Anyway, I am so anxious all the time. And I know that I have to get up now at 8 in the morning, which is horrifying for me. And so I get up at 4:30 in the morning and I like get up and sit on the side of the bed and think that it's time, but it's not. That's how anxious and wound up I am all the time. You want to know how I am? I wake up every single morning so anxious and nervous for no reason that I want to crawl into a goddamn ball. You glad you asked?
Yeah, well.
See, this is the experiment. Thanks, Ross. Way to go.
Yeah, way to go, Ross.
Thanks for writing in, Ross. Midnight wrote in and said, is Chris a time traveler? Hello and happy Sacred Holiday CDC. Thanks for a great year of content. You're welcome. While listening to earlier episodes of Sacred Symbols at work, I was on episode 45. Man, that was a long time ago. That's 2019, I think he says. And Chris made a statement about people focusing on small issues because big issues like the bubonic plague returning for a second pandemic are too much to think about. Immediately, I checked the date, and it was May 2019. I dismissed it as a mere coincidence being too early before the start of COVID. But then, to my shock, at 1 hour, 15 minutes and 45 seconds in the episode, he said, quote, and also don't get diseased marmots from Thailand and you won't get the bubonic plague in 2019, end quote. This was shockingly close to what happened a mere 5 or 6 months later. As we all know, is Chris a time traveler, or can he just predict the future? I mean, we've established your weird soothsaying shit. You're like a fucking Rasputin figure in the games industry. You got some weird shit going on.
Yeah, many have tried to kill me.
But how do you feel about? I think they used to call, what do they call Russian mystic starets? I think something like that. That's what Chris is. But Chris, you may have predicted COVID to an almost uncanny degree. You're in the right part of the world, almost the right time. Plague was used.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah.
What do you think of that? I mean, it is getting a little weird. I have to say,
in fairness, I think we were all shocked by the pandemic in the sense that I don't think we understood the gravity of like living through something like that and what that would entail. But at the same time, like people have been predicting that we were due for another pandemic for a while. Like, and I remember specifically there was a weird kind of cadence where I think literally in the 20s, in like every century, there's like some crazy sickness.
Yeah, the Spanish flu, I think, was the one that happened before.
And so that was really just history guiding me. It was like it's 2019. We're about there. I know Bill Gates, like many years ago, was like talking about like in like 2015. He had like a lecture how like we're not really actually prepared for a pandemic that is theoretically imminent if historical cadence is to be respected. And like I think I was just like looking into it around that time. And 2019 obviously was the year before the 20s began. And I was like, oh yeah, it seems, I don't know, I guess it was just on my mind. But I don't think I'm probably like the 900th person to predict that this would happen in the 20s. You know, like I don't think that's like a particularly uniquely like I don't know, mystic perspective
Quality
on my part.
Yeah. I suppose so. I think we'll have to have you at least give some depositions to Congress as we explore the origins of COVID and see what you might have known.
Investigate Raygun.
Yes.
Hashtag investigate Raygun.
It's too bad your name's not Raytheon or they wouldn't care.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
It's a sad thing.
What else do we have here? Oh, okay. Let's go to Isaac Hodgins Downs. I like that name. He says, hi, gang. After 2 years of making my wife listen to this podcast, she finally has full Stockholm syndrome. She looks forward to sitting down and listening to you guys talk every week. Can we get a shout out for Sophie Williams? And one for Bean the baby, too, the soon-to-be newborn member of the Gamer Battalion. Little Colin Hodgins Downs. Can't wait for him to be born. Well, happy new baby. I hope you just name it Bean. That would be funny. Sophie Williams, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Hope you're enjoying it. You sound like a character from Mass Effect. Who was the Williams? That was Ashley Williams.
Ashley Williams. Yeah.
You don't want to be like her, though.
Why? Because she's a racist?
Space racist.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't, anytime she comes up, I have to be, she's space racist.
Yeah, but
she's tainted.
I've been thinking about this. It's not really the same, right? She's not racist to black people or to Spanish people that we
know of.
Well, that's true, but she's down with the humans, right?
Well, in a way that's more accurate to the term.
Yeah, racist. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
You know, she is literally racist, as opposed to, you know, people here who are just like fucking weird, really.
I mean, in Mass Effect lore, don't the humans and the Turians fight? That's the First Contact War. So why would there be good relations between all of them? I can Ashley Williams. Let's ease up on Ashley Williams.
I don't know. No, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Like, just because they thought there wouldn't be any possible. You ever been bit by a dog? I'm sure you have. But you probably still love your dogs.
Yeah.
You know, they're a different race theoretically.
That's true. They are all different. I wonder what their attributes are. Sounds like we're talking about like D&D version 2 or something over here.
Basically, I love that. I love that this guy Stockholm syndromed his girlfriend into this.
It's good
I
shit.
love that. Yeah. Sophie, welcome aboard. But also, the last time that you and your partner got into a argument, he lied. Whatever it is. Uh-oh. My intuition says so. If you're listening to this in the car, have a good argument.
We got to get Chris. You know, like when you used to go to what was that? Spencer's Gifts. They have like the ball that you put your hand on and it's got the electric, or you could touch it and the electricity comes up. We got to get Chris one of those and he can just ponder it while we're
pondering the orb. I loved those things.
I've always wanted to crack one of those open. You know, it feels like something you shouldn't do, but you want to do. Like, what happens when you crack? Is there like a nuclear weapon or something capable in there? I don't know. It exudes energy, mysterious energy.
Wouldn't it be wild if that just no one ever there was never a point in history where one of those fell or shattered or anything, and somebody was like, "Well, that's probably fine." And then they break it, and then all hell breaks loose. That thing feels mystical. Whatever the hell that thing is, that orb with the electric arcs. It's endlessly fascinating to me, even though it's so simple and trivial that they literally give it to children.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you're a kid, you're like, should I have this? Like, is this something you should legally be able to buy?
It's like a lava lamp. Isn't that like catastrophic if that breaks too?
Yeah, it's like giving a child like a small soul to play around with. And it's like, why do I have this soul?
Dude, I have so many papers on my desk. What the fuck are all of this? This is like all the shit from Sacred Saga and all. My God.
You don't clear your desk off?
No, I do sometimes. I do, but dude, I'm so busy the last few weeks specifically. The thing I'm really crazy about is like no trash, like no garbage. I don't even have a garbage can anywhere in my house except for in my kitchen.
What's garbage to you?
Anything
like
that's not useful. Like I can't even. Can I show? I don't even know. Is there anything bad on here? No, I probably shouldn't. I was gonna move my camera, but then I probably won't be able to put it back as well. So let's just not even fuck around with it.
Best to avoid.
But what I love is my paper shredder. I have a paper shredder. And so I like also just doing that and dipping that in there every once in a while and taking care of that. But I don't know why I brought that up. I have no idea. Oh, yeah, because I was preparing for an upcoming question. That's the reason. Isaac Hodgins Downs, thank you for writing in. I learned the term Stockholm Syndrome from the Muse song when I was in college. You know the Muse song, Stockholm Syndrome? Excellent song.
Oh, that's crazy. I just learned it from school.
I didn't learn very much from school. All right. Not at Bellport High School, certainly. Travis Terry wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, my son has recently gained interest in video games. He is 4 years old. His favorite game is Mario Kart, and we play it almost every night. I let him win. I have two questions for you guys. What is the appropriate age to introduce your child to video games? And when is it appropriate time to show him who's the boss in Mario Kart? Take care and keep up the great work." Guys, you're talking to three childless men who themselves are children. Mm-hmm. You don't want any sort of familial advice from anyone associated with the show. You want to go talk to Ben? He's got kids, that's totally fine, etc., etc. Don't talk to Maddie. Don't talk to Cog. Definitely don't talk to Dustin. Don't talk to Chris because he might tell you when your child's going to be born and when your child's going to die, like something weird like that. And then it's going to come true, like he's a Ouija board.
All of our advice is hypothetical. Like it's all bullshit, basically. Because I could say, like, listen, it seems to me that 4 is like a fine age, and then like I would say you start crushing them around 7 or 8. Like that's my intuition going, but I have no idea if that's accurate. I have no idea if you should start beating them right away.
Right. That's what I feel like. What's stopping him from playing at the highest level right now? If he really wanted to, he doesn't want it bad enough.
He just gets immediately discouraged. Just like this medium sucks. I hate this.
Well, listen, you can hold the controller. You have 2 eyeballs. You can stare at the screen. I want to see some results on Rainbow Road. I want to see some results
on the Rainbow Six.
Yeah, especially Mario Kart. Mario Kart's such a simple fucking kart racer. It's just like he'll get good at Mario Kart. You put a goldfish in front of a controller and it'll get good at Mario Kart. It's very simple.
Well, let's see. I mean, 4 years old. That's like he's going to be in kindergarten the following year, and the year after he's in first grade. So yeah, in a year or two, you definitely want him to be playing actual video games like Metal Gear Solid, whatever, or Rainbow Six Siege, something like that, something hardcore. Get him started on what's the space sim game? The one with the spreadsheets.
Eve Online.
Eve get
Online.
him started on Eve. Whatever,
Can you imagine a 4-year-old on Eve Online?
You probably would be better than me.
That's the one game I've said before. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Oh, man.
Nothing embarrasses you and makes you feel more inadequate than trying to play EVE Online. I'll tell you that.
Oh, absolutely.
Amongst many other things as well. Now, Mario Kart fan, maybe we have ourselves a Mod Nation Racers fan in the making. Break out that PS3, get Mod Nation Racers going. United Front Games Mod Nation Racers with the longest load times I think I have ever seen in a video game in my entire life. That's what I remember about that game.
My advice would be to shove him into Crash Team Racing time trials and watch him go through puberty at the age of fucking 6, because it's so difficult.
He's gonna be like a caveman child. They're gonna put a spear in his hand before very long.
May I have my water, please? Baba.
Chris is losing his mind today. Hey, by the way, I read your Chris. Quick aside, I read your YouTube message.
Oh no.
Was I not supposed to read that?
No, I was hoping I posted it super late in hopes to avoid as many people as possible.
Oh, okay. Well, we won't discuss it here. But people should go if you don't want to. But people should go read it.
It's fine
on Chris's YouTube channel.
Yeah,
very interesting. Good insight.
I'm not
I like
gonna
honesty.
read it.
You don't know how to read.
Chris just asked. He kind of seemed like he didn't want me to read it. So
yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. Like, it's just like vulnerable and kind of embarrassing. So that's the reason why I posted it late, because
Chris is coming out as a demi boy.
That's exactly what it is. It's me, femboy. Femboy Chris.
You have to do something more embarrassing to hide the message now at this point. If you regret posting it, like you just got to one up it somehow.
Yeah. Oh
like,
man, what could I do? I could go on a Kanye route.
You could. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy, which can provide you a key assist in bettering your outlook at betterhelp.com/symbols. A good rule of thumb in life is to always rely on yourself first and foremost. You are the greatest agent of change in your own life. You hold the cards. It's easy to lose sight of that, of course, amongst all the things you cannot and do not control. But remember that you're your own greatest advocate. I say this because when it comes to mental health, help can be right around the corner, but you've got to act on your own behalf, because no one is going to assist you unheeded. I know this from my own life and my own experiences, eschewing therapy when I could have used it, and then finding out how helpful it could have been sometimes years after I could have used that help most. It's a tale as old as time, sadly. Wasted potential and unexplored outcomes, all because we stayed static. My friends, if you're feeling down, if you're feeling mentally exhausted, sad, anguished, or lost, therapy can help you get back on track, and BetterHelp's brand of online therapy has done a lot of legwork to bring therapy to bear in your life in ways that provide little interference and require less effort and financial commitment, all by leveraging modernity. So instead of conducting therapy sessions in person, in an office, in a space somewhere, they conduct their sessions over video, audio, or even text, all assisted by the beauty of the internet. This simply means that it couldn't be easier to access the help you seek, and may even really need right now. As the world's largest therapy service, BetterHelp has matched 3 million people with professionally licensed and vetted therapists available 100% online. Plus, it's affordable. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a therapist. If things aren't clicking, you can easily switch to a new therapist anytime. It couldn't be simpler. No waiting rooms, no traffic, no endless searching for the right therapist. Learn more and save 10% off your first month of sessions at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS. That's betterhelp.com/symbols for effective, online, affordable therapy that can help you right now. Remember to advocate for yourself always. Act in your own best interest. Take care of your mind with therapy at BetterHelp. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Tommy John and their end-of-year sale, where you can save up to 70% off some of the most comfortable underwear, PJs, sweatpants, and more you can find. Learn more now at TommyJohn.com/sacred. Now, as a man who lives in a t-shirt and sweatpants at virtually all times of his life, it's safe to assume I'm not only a fan of comfort, but an expert in it. Getting my attention with new wares is unusual, because I typically settle into my rhythms and go about my business. But then I was introduced to Tommy John, and I was intrigued. A quick perusal of their website clearly illustrates what I suspected. These guys are obsessed with comfort, a key to the life of Colin Moriarty. The cushy kind of comfort that makes you want to cuddle up and fall asleep. That's my speed, if you didn't know. What's awesome is that Tommy John caters to both men and women alike, too, so you can find underwear and PJs, yes, but bras and other undergarments no matter who you are. I'm particularly excited to try Tommy John's loungewear set, which fits my daddish evolution, and I'm always looking for comfortable underwear, too, so I'm looking forward to going down that path. Undoubtedly, you're feeling similar feelings, so take action. My friends, it's time to look out for your comfort and save a bundle while doing so. Shop Tommy John's end-of-year sale right now for up to 70% off at TommyJohn.com/sacred. That's TommyJohn.com/SACRED. Save up to 70% for a limited time at TommyJohn.com/sacred. Again, that's TommyJohn.com/sacred for comfortable underwear, sweatpants, PJs, and more. See site for details. You could.
Yeah.
Actually,
Oh.
speaking of that, let's get right into the next question. Jordan Avery wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, just wanted to say thank you for the extra long podcast last week. Life takes many twists and turns, but I can always count on you guys to keep me entertained. Episode 231 mentioned Hitler's dog Blondie and the irony of its name. After finishing that episode, I finally decided to listen to The Last of Us Part 2's two-part spoiler cast. I was surprised to hear the same conversation about Blondie in the second part of the spoiler cast. I know we don't have an official historian yet. I think someone's working on it. But I think it's important to note Sacred Symbols talked about Blondie at least twice. Happy holidays to you and your loved ones, and I hope Blondie comes up again at some point in the future."
Well, he
Holy
has.
moly.
Blondie is back. This is the third reference that we know of now that this question is here.
Third reference, Third Reich.
Oh.
Whoa, it's all coming together.
On SS.
Dude, I saw the funniest video of a dude flashing lights, the Kanye song. That's one of my favorite Kanye songs. I don't know if I can really listen to him too much anymore, but it was just a guy listening to it and getting into it. Then it was like Third Reich.
Oh yeah. Look, man, TikTok is a really huge cancer, but there's some really funny shit on there. It reminds me of like Vine, where it's like Vine was like mostly garbage, but there's the occasional like little shine, of little spark of brilliance. There's a lot of that shit.
Totally.
And some of the Kanye stuff has been great material for him.
Oh, definitely. My thing about TikTok is I'm not going to use it. I'm never going to use it, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be around for much longer in its current form in the United States. Like it's something that's gathering a ton. Like the Congress just put a law forth saying that TikTok cannot be run on any government devices. So that means people that work for the government can't have it on their government phones and all that kind of stuff. I think that's step one in Huaweiing this company out of the United States, very similar to what we did to Huawei. It's just it's gonna be crazy because it's gonna what's so funny about it is the voting block of people that really love TikTok barely exists because they're mostly children and teenagers. So it's like you can't do anything about it, suckers. What are you gonna do? Rise up, you little gremlins.
It's can you mention that? And it reminded me of this. I don't know how you would even find this, but there's this great video of it's like old Kanye song, and it's like a music video, and it's like, whoa, Kanye predicted the pandemic, and it's like old. Dude. It's an old song, but it's not even. It's just a really poorly reconstructed AI thing of his voice, over a song being like, there will be a pandemic called COVID in 2021 or whatever the fuck. And it's like, it is the funniest shit. There's something to be said about just comedy that is just lacking in any sort of cleverness at all. Just stupid as shit. I love that. I love it.
Me too.
Like Kung Pao. You ever see Kung Pao? Brilliant.
What is that?
Oh, you've never seen? Oh man, it's the dumbest thing. So it's this old Chinese movie, I think, from the 70s, and it was really shitty even over there. Nobody liked it. So this company over here got the rights to it, and they basically they inserted just a random American actor into this old movie using rotoscoping and all these really old editing tricks.
That's
and they
amazing.
Redubbed it into this really stupid comedy film that makes no goddamn sense. And it's a treat. It's so dumb. It's brilliant.
I'm gonna have to 2002. This is Steve Oderkirk. Where do I know that guy from?
He was a Nickelodeon guy. I think he did something with Jimmy Neutron or something. I don't know. He's
This sounds really awesome. I saw another. I think Red Letter Media did a video about. Wasn't there was a lost movie from the late 80s or early 90s that was discovered, but they couldn't find the audio for it, audio reels. So they re-released it and dubbed the entire thing. Yeah, I think I discovered that on Red Letter Media. That kind of stuff's cool. I like that.
Yeah,
pretty neat. All right, what else do we have here? Just a couple more things to get through. R.I.P. Dylon wrote in and said, "Hey there, hi there, ho there. I teach social studies at a high school on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. On my morning commute consisting of coffee and podcasts, I heard Chris on episode 232 mention that he used to believe that New Zealand was geographically located near Greenland. As hilarious as this mistake is, I thought I'd provide some firsthand experience on something more disturbing. I have been teaching at the high school level for the last 6 years, and I have had a plethora of students, each with access to cell phones and school-provided laptops, tell me they honestly believe that Alaska is right next to Mexico, primarily because the majority of maps of the United States show this layout in order for convenience. Chris, my brother in Christ, you cannot top that. Gentlemen, our future is doomed. Have fun, don't die. We won't. Not yet. Thank you for writing in. I really just implore everyone, can we just understand and look at a map? When can we just look at the map and just figure out where things are? When people say to me, I don't know where this is, I'm like, how do you not even know the general area of where that is? I understand if you can't find Yemen on the map, but you don't know kind of where it is.
Yeah,
right?
you gotta know at least kind of where things.
You don't know kind of where Namibia is, or
No.
Somalia. If I showed you a map of Africa, you couldn't point to kind of where Somalia is on that map.
No. Absolutely not.
It's on the east coast of Africa, kind of towards the northeast. But I have these conversations, and I think a lot of people say it like kind of to be cute, like, oh, I didn't know where that is, and I'm like, guys, I need to be able to hand you a clear map of the United States, and I need you to be able to fill it out completely. I
could do that mostly.
Yeah.
People act like this is mind bending. Some people, I'm like, are you kidding? It's like I could do that with the Canadian provinces, nonetheless, the fucking U.S. states.
Nope.
I know where. Yeah, that's.
I don't want to know that. Honestly, I reject that information.
I know where I know Alberta,
yeah.
And I know like where Toronto and like fucking Vancouver are, but I don't know what. I don't even know the names of those regions, to be honest, because it's like, what the fuck am I?
Toronto's in Ontario, Vancouver's in British Columbia.
I trust you.
Yep, that's true. Like Montreal's in Quebec, right? Quebec.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, and maybe you can relate to this a little bit, Colin, because you grew up in Long Island. There is, I don't know, for me growing up, I really got the sense that New York was just America. Like there was almost nothing else, because like so much media takes place in New York. There's so much different, like there's a lot of different biomes, like all the seasons take place in New York. So anything like it makes sense. It like when I learned that there was other places, I was like, why? I didn't understand the purpose.
It's so funny you're articulating this, like something I've thought about as well, which is growing up in such a mass media market, one of the biggest media markets in the entire world. It does feel like everything is central to you, because it's not only your New York local news and all of that, but then it's like the shows take place in New York.
Yeah.
Fucking Growing Pains takes place on Long Island, and Law and Order is over there.
Yeah. Seinfeld,
King of Queens,
Spider-Man.
Yeah. It's like, it's just
everything.
So funny. Yeah.
Everything takes place there.
It's totally funny. That's a funny point.
Yeah.
To me, growing up on Long Island, I always looked at New York City as the portal to everything else, because you can't leave Long Island without going through New York City. So
that's true. Yeah.
Unless you take a boat, like a ferry or something like that. So it always just felt like the deployment zone. We would go into the city, like we used to say. And then sometimes you would be in the city, you'd go to wherever you needed to go. But often you'd be deploying out somewhere else, going into New England, going down to New Jersey. So it always seemed like it was a place of action. And New York City my dad was a New York City firefighter, as I think the audience knows. I grew up in the shadow of New York City, and it was an interesting thing because I got to have a very, very suburban, even rural life out east, as we say on Long Island. But then 45 minutes drive and you're just, you're in Brooklyn. So it's a pretty interesting place to grow up, but it does make you feel like you're the center of the universe for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Corey Dustin wrote in. That's another Dustin. Do we have another Dustin earlier?
There's a lot of Dustin. He was on the call-in that we just recorded that you'll hear eventually.
Interesting.
With Ben and I. So
he says, my sweet ass CC Dingleberries. Classic story of a fan since inception, and finally pulled the trigger to be a patron and loving every moment of it. Thank you for that. Thank you. My question is simple. What do each of you plan to do over your holiday break this year? You all mentioned it briefly last week's episode, but curious on specifics. Hope you each are able to truly recharge and hit the ground running in 2023. Can't wait for all the future content and love being part of the family. You have built your amazing family, he says. Thank you truly for all that you guys do. Thank you, Corey, for writing in. So, Chris, what are your holiday plans? I'm curious what you're going to do. We're recording this on December 15th.
Yeah.
And we don't convene again to record until January 5th. So it's a long time. So what are you going to be doing?
Yeah, man. I think I'm going to try and dive headfirst into a lot of games. I'm trying to get my backlog in check, and not necessarily in a way that I'm going to make like a huge dent, but there are games that have been catching my eye that I really want to finish. I want to finally like hunker down and finish Prey, because I love that game, and I put it down for a while, and it's just like I want to get through it. Bayonetta I'm working through right now. Dishonored 2 I'm working through right now as well. So I want to get those off the board and kind of like clear up just so I get those done, and I can move forward with some other stuff. But I don't know if I have that many like holiday related plans. I think for Christmas, I'm probably going to go over to Sweeney's and eat some food. And I know I'm going to go home. No travel for Christmas. Christmas isn't a big thing in my family unless you're like a kid. You know, it's more for the children. Like, oh, Santa, present. You know, it's a whole rigmarole that you go through for the sake of the children, and it's fun, it's cool, it's cute. But like everybody in my family is basically an adult at this point. Like, there's no. Right. We have littler cousins, but they're like more geographically not located around where my parents are, so they don't do anything there. New Year's is the big thing for me. So like I always go home to my family for New Year's because we have. Like my family's huge and we all kind of gather at my parents' house. They bring food. It's like a big potluck. There's like empanadas and great and like fantastic chicken wings and coquito and all sorts of drinks and food. And we just play I play video games with my cousins. I play music with my uncles. It's a really fun time. And then the ball drops and then we get wasted. And it's great. It's hilarious. So I'm going to go home, I think around like the 28th, 29th. This is a nightmare time to travel, but I just don't want to, I don't need to be there 7 weeks in a row. And I'll probably be back around a little bit before we pick things back up again. So a little quick trip to New York. I miss the city and I miss that environment, especially in the winter. I like cold. I don't know why.
Me too.
But yeah.
So the fall is nice in New York. It's past the fall now, but yeah, I totally hear you. Yeah, I forget you're in California sometimes where, God, I used to hate leaving just because it was so annoying to go anywhere. So this time of year always really stressed me out. Not anymore, which is nice. Dustin, do you have any plans this holiday season?
I'm really trying to just relax and not plan too many things out. I know like we have our Christmas traditions. We'll be watching Muppet Christmas Carol on Christmas Eve, of course. That's probably the most important Furman Christmas tradition. But other than that, my parents will be here from, I think my dad's or my mom and dad are going to get here next Wednesday or Thursday, and they'll be here probably till January 2nd or 3rd, which is great because we love hanging out with them, and we'll probably do some stuff around the house. I want to get the studio cleaned up. And I don't know, as far as like gaming stuff, I haven't really planned anything out other than I kind of just want to keep playing what I'm playing now as far as like Call of Duty and Final Fantasy, Crisis Core. Maybe I'll dip back into Cyberpunk or something like that. But I'm really just excited to chill out and try to not have like a set schedule, kind of see what the day leads me to do.
That's nice. Yeah, for me, I don't know. I have no idea. I think one thing I'm going to put myself to, I'll put it on camera, is I got to get this place in order, my office. So that's going to be something I am going to do over the holiday. And there's just certain things I haven't done yet. Like my garage just has quite a few boxes of just random things that need to I think I said this on the show, like getting my effects in order, basically, like all my old letters and my things that I'll never see again that someone will discover when I die. I really just want to get all that in order so that it's not like when my grandparents died, it was just a disaster. So I'll just put that up in the attic and do a few of those things. But I want to try to just play some games. I'm really just excited because we're recording this Thursday. I have some work to do tomorrow. But after I'm done with working tomorrow, I just want to feel that feeling of real decompression and freedom for a little while because I'm just so stressed out. I know it's ridiculous to say. I know some people can't relate to it because of what we do for a living, but I assure you, I feel it. And I need some time off. I just absolutely am desperate for some time off, which is so hard to come by. And I also know that I'm not going to be able to stay away too much because I'm going to have an inbox and DMs and stuff that are just going to be ridiculous when I get back. And so I think I'll just crack away at that. But otherwise, I'm not going to do any work. Okay, my friends, let's get into the news. I want to start with the PlayStation wrap up. Let's everyone open this up. And by the way, you guys can look at home at wrapup.playstation.com. Simply log in with your PSN name and it'll give you your Spotify-like wrap up for your PlayStation Network behaviors in 2022. Do you guys all have this screen up by chance?
I have I saved the image of it. I'm just pulling it up. Oh, I got it.
No. Go to wrapup.playstation.com. Let's do it again.
Do it again. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it up.
So it should say, start now or whatever. Waiting for Dustin.
I was prepared, but not in this way. I'm sorry. It might take a second, so you might want to just start because I'm not used to logging in on this computer.
Okay.
So,
well, I when you press, so if you go to wrapup.playstation.com and you log in and then you press start now, it'll give you the sacred symbols, the 4 sacred symbols: triangle, circle, cross, and square, and it will give you information. Triangle is total playtime, circle is your top games, or cross is your trophies, and square is PlayStation Plus. And I just wanted to see what each of us had to say. Are each of us on this screen now, Dustin?
No.
How are you not on the screen of wrapup.playstation.com? I don't understand what's happening.
I'm not logged in. I don't have my password saved on this computer. I just said that. So I have the end screen, though, that has like hours played and how much time and stuff. So.
All right. Let's go into hours played. How many hours did you play, Dustin?
357.
Pathetic. Chris.
Oh my God. 166.
Pathetic. 908 for me. This can't possibly be true, though.
Does it include YouTube?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, because it says take a look at where you spent most of your gaming time this year. Because I feel like it would even be more than that if it was YouTube and Sunday Ticket and all the other things. But 908. Let me see. 908. That would suggest I played for about a 12th of the year. I guess that makes sense.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, because I only play on PlayStation. So that makes sense. There are 123 more hours played than last year, which is 16% over time. 647 hours with PS5 games, 262 hours with PS4 games. What does yours say, Chris, with that?
Oh, for the total play
PS5
time?
versus PS4, yeah, does it say? Split?
Yeah, it says 166 on PS5 to 3 on PS4. I don't know what the hell those 3 hours were, but they I guess they weren't all that interesting. But yeah, like a
how many calendar
percentage.
days did you play? Did you have that number?
It's a 70.
70. I have 309 on mine. And then 0 hours played online, 0 hours spent in PlayStation VR are my answers for that, which is funny.
Yeah, mine's 3 hours spent online and 0 on VR. What the hell did I play online? On PlayStation? Maybe Destiny?
Do you have any of that information handy, Dustin?
I do now, yes. 150 total calendar days played, 6 hours online. I think that was with Chris when we played Returnal.
Yeah, that might be.
0 in PSVR, of course. 128 hours of your total playtime, or 35%, was on PS4 titles. I'm trying to figure out what that would have been. Oh, I replayed Bloodborne. I know I did that. I'm trying to think. There's some other PS4 stuff that I must have played in there, though.
Okay, so we leave this now. Yeah, 908 total play hours. That's not healthy. Okay. Circle brings us to the games we played and says in 2022 you played X games. It says for me 37 games. How about you, Chris?
Mine says 13.
13 games. Dustin?
Is this, I'm trying to think, this is your favorite genre, role-playing games. 9 games played. Is that 9 role-playing games?
No, it should.
No, it's just 9 games, I think.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh, no, wait, maybe? Yeah, wait, how is this distributed? This is a weird way to... It's a good point.
Like for me, it says 37. This isn't going quite as well as I thought, so maybe we'll just bail out of this because, especially because Dustin can't get the thing going.
No, I have it up right now.
Oh, you're in the wrap up screen now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yours doesn't say, it doesn't say in 2022 you played 37 games out of everything you played, which were the games you can't get enough of, your top 5. It doesn't say that for you?
Well, 58. Okay, yeah. Mine says 58. Down below, it says your favorite genre, and then it says 9. I was like, I definitely didn't only play 9 games. I played 58 on PlayStation.
Okay,
oh, yeah.
cool.
Well, it loaded lower for me for some reason. Yeah, I have to scroll up. Yeah, mine says 20. Mine says 28.
Okay, good. All right. So now that's more like 37 for me. And then your top 5. For mine, it's my most played was Cyberpunk 2077 at 118 hours. Trails of Cold Steel at 101 hours. Now, I know that these might be right because I think I did 70 something hours in Trails of Cold Steel, but a lot of it is like I died and would go back and all that, so it probably counts that. Horizon 98 hours, God of War Ragnarok 64 hours, and which is definitely not right. And Wild Arms is 51 hours. So I think that this is like I beat Ragnarok. I just platinumed it. I platinumed Ragnarok at 47 hours, I think. So that's not right. Wild Arms, I might have played it for 51 hours. Horizon, I think I played for 70 or 75 hours. It might be counting your pause time, but if it was, I feel like it would be way more. Sometimes I leave a game pause all day.
Yeah.
So as long as the in-game clock is not counted. So what are your 5 games there, Chris?
So mine was number 1 was God of War Ragnarok with 50 hours logged in. Horizon was number 2 with 25. Destroy All Humans 2 was number 3 with 14. Ghostwire Tokyo with 11. And then at number 5, Callisto Protocol, which, it seems that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Ghostwire didn't pop up for me. I guess I played it for fewer than 50 hours because I felt like I played it for longer than that and getting the platinum. And then my favorite genre, is it for all of us first-person shooter?
Mine's RPG.
Oh, yours is RPG?
Mine's action adventure.
Oh, interesting. I guess it's interpreting Cyberpunk as a first-person shooter. I love shooters, but I don't really see how you get Cyberpunk, Trails, Horizon, God of War, and Wild Arms, and then say your favorite genre is first-person shooter.
That seems insane.
Anyway, nonetheless. All right, let's go back to the next, or to the dashboard.
Do you want to hear my top 5?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dustin. I totally forgot that you have it. Yeah, please do. I'm sorry. That wasn't intentional.
No, I know. Elden Ring was number 1 at 82. God of War Ragnarok at 45. Horizon Forbidden West at 29. Resident Evil 2 at 19 hours. And number 5, going back, Bloodborne, 17 hours.
All right.
And then finally, you guys don't care about trophies, so you don't have to play here if you don't want to. But for this bums me out because it stops counting when you log in, I think, the first time to use this module. So my latest trophy is 12-8, which is a God of War Ragnarok trophy, but I've since platinumed it. So it tells me I have 8 platinums this year. It is 9. It's probably going to be more like 10 or 11 by the time the year ends. But 574 new trophies for me.
God damn.
Anything you guys want to... Yeah.
Well, I'm 170, but like I think one of the things that I really like about this thing is like it tells you your first one and your last one. I think that's really cool because I totally forgot this, but my first one was Valley Wanderer from Ico and Shadow of the Colossus Classics HD in
PS3
in March of 2012.
Nice. My first one is Recycler from Resistance 2 in November of 2008, which is a lot of people's first ones because for those that don't remember, it wasn't until January 1st, 2009 that games had to have trophies. So any game that came out after January 1st, 2009 definitely has trophies. Most games that came out before it didn't. So there were notable games that fall in 2008 that had trophy support. Resistance, Dead Space, I think is Dead Space 2008 or 2009? Dead Space is a game with trophies.
2009?
Yeah, that might not be one of them. It was Resistance 2, Fallout 3, and a couple of others had trophy support. They patched in Grand Theft Auto 5 or 4 trophies, I remember. So a lot of people, that first Resistance 2 trophy is a lot of people's first trophy, which is funny. How does yours read?
Dead Space is 2008. Just wanted to clarify.
2008. Okay, yeah. So again, that was another example of a game with optional trophies before they were mandatory. Well, Dustin, do you have anything to share here with your trophies?
2 platinums this year.
Nice.
Ape Escape and Elden Ring. So two vastly different games.
That's a big one, dude.
Yeah. And then my first trophy was on August 22nd, 2009. It was a Killzone 2 trophy.
Oh, wow.
So that must have been the first game I played when I got my PS3, assumingly on that day. That sounds about right because I remember getting it a little bit before my birthday. So 2009, that year I would have been in 9th or 10th grade. So, but yeah, total of 343 trophies overall.
My platinums of the year was Far Cry 6, Doki Doki Literature Club, Horizon Forbidden West, Ghostwire Tokyo, Super Perils of Baking, my own game, but I did the PS5 version, which is the hard one. Wild Arms, Cyberpunk, The Last of Us Part 1, and God of War Ragnarok. Not a bad run of platinums this year.
No, I just have Ape Escape.
Well,
which is great.
I think out of the 3 of us, I have the least life, let's say. Okay, and finally, if we go back to the original dashboard and we go to Square, it talks about PlayStation Plus. I don't really understand this screen, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
it's saying the games you added to your library for PS Plus. I feel like it says I added 12. I feel like I added way more than that. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. And then it says my top online multiplayer game is Deathloop because I did play Deathloop online for about 15 minutes to get the trophy for it. So that did happen, I guess. So I guess there was technically an online functionality there. And the top monthly game for PlayStation Plus in 2022 was FIFA 2022 for all users. Not a huge surprise there. Not a very interesting statistical layer here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it. I just wanted to share that with everyone. Go check out yours at wrapup.playstation.com. Always fun to see what you did. I wish that they would just be able to measure it a little bit more acutely. It seems like it's a little off. Okay. Chris, you weren't here last week for the pickup we did, which was a lengthy pickup for the Video Game Awards, the Game Awards, whatever the fuck they're called. The reason I was looking through my notes and I can't find what I'm looking for is that I kept a list of the games from the show so that we can go through them with you. But are there any games that you wanted to call out specifically? Because we have one person here that wrote in, the Assassin AK-47, interested to hear what you have to say. He says, hey, Colin, can you give Chris the floor to talk about Judas being announced? I need to hear his thoughts, please and thank you. So is there anything from the Game Awards that you wanted to touch on before we move on? Because I know you didn't really get to sound off.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a really good showcase. Like it was probably, I think Jeff Keighley did a good job in the sense that I feel like this was one of the few occasions where he didn't hype it up, and that kind of allowed for things to be a little bit more surprising. And that totally worked in its favor. I thought Armored Core was really, really dope. It's interesting to see that back in some way. Tekken 8 looks great. Hades 2. I love Supergiant Games. It's weird to me that it's the first sequel that they're ever making, but also at the same time makes perfect sense given how astronomical, like how gargantuan Hades is in comparison to even some of their earlier better stuff. Or no, not better than Hades, but like some of their greater original titles like Bastion and Transistor. But obviously the big thing for me, outside of Death Stranding 2, which looks great, and I'm totally in. I love the guitar wielding red metal suited mask guy with the long hair. I love it. Whatever the hell they're doing there, I'm all in on Death Stranding 2, or DS2 as it's being called, which is interesting.
Yes.
I think we might get to that later. But I think for me, the only time throughout the entire showcase where I audibly yelled and got very, very excited was Judas. That was obviously Ken Levine, Ghost Story Games. Haven't seen him since 2014 with BioShock Infinite's Burial at Sea Episode 2 DLC, which I thought was, again, wonderful. I love BioShock Infinite. I love BioShock. System Shock 2 is one of the few really, really old immersive sims that I've played. And it's all just crazy, crazy cool. A lot of respect for this guy. And so when I saw his name come up, and when I saw, the creator of BioShock Ghost Story Games, it's just like, I can't believe we're finally here. We've been hearing rumblings about this for a really, really long time. And to actually see it in action in like a really vague way was dope, because I have no idea what this game is about. No idea, no clue. And I love that. I love when I can see a trailer for something that intrigues me, both from an art design, from a visual perspective, from even just the soundtrack with like the sea shanty kind of underpinning everything, the weird imagery of like cartoonish horse mech people and cowboys and some vague plasmid-esque action going on, and just this idea of, I think I read like a blurb about it where it was supposedly about making alliances and breaking them and surviving in that way. And a lot of the hype that I have for this comes from a lot of the GDC talks or some of the interviews that I've seen with Ken Levine over the years, where he's talking about narrative building blocks and just this new way of building narrative titles. And I'm stoked. I whatever it is, I'm all in on this. I have not stopped thinking about that trailer for several days at this point. And that was the big one for me.
Yeah, I totally agree. I want to ask you guys this. I don't know if we touched on it, Dustin, when we were recording the pickup, but I talked about it a little bit on our Discord with some of the listeners. Is there any possibility this is a BioShock game? and I don't mean that it's going to be called BioShock something, but it really looks like a BioShock game. I know that that's Ken Levine's style, and it has me amped up. And as I said last week, he's a friend of the show. I'm not going to speak too much about the game because I really don't know what I might have talked to him about and what is out there. And I'm really afraid of saying the wrong thing. So I just don't really want to give any analysis on it right now.
Sure.
But I will say that it looks like a BioShock game, and right on down to the plasmid. And it just struck me as, we know we're getting a Cloud Chamber developed BioShock game, but is it possible that this is going to tie in too? I don't know. And I would say probably not. I think that would be my answer right now, but it's so unreservedly BioShock that that's actually what made me excited. Like, they showed actual gameplay. It couldn't be any more obviously BioShock, right on down to the propaganda art and all the rest. It's awesome. And I cannot fucking wait. I mean, that game is catapulted to the top of my list for most anticipated game. No doubt about it. And I have to talk to Ken. I'd like to get him on the show to maybe discuss it more in depth. I don't know what their plan is. And as we said on last week's show, what was really exciting about it too is just to see a new game from Ken Levine, considering how long it's been, like you said. Yeah. Just not only with Burial at Sea, but the reveal when he came out on stage at PlayStation's press conference with a Vita in his hands and promised a BioShock game on Vita that never came to fruition. That was literally the last time we ever saw Ken Levine in like a public setting like that. And it's pretty wild to think that he's been away with a very small team in Boston making this game, and just can't wait. And I also agree with you, Death Stranding too, obviously. We'll talk about more about that later, but that obviously was a huge star of the show as well. Okay. Let's get into some of these other pieces of news. N wrote in and said, "Hey guys, first time, long time. Screenshots from the new Spider-Verse trailer have seemingly confirmed a cameo from Insomniac Spider-Man, possibly even Neversoft Spider-Man, although this is a point of contention online. My question is, do you think Sony will release Spider-Man 2 side by side with the new movie in 2023? I think it could be a huge marketing campaign for them since we don't really get movie tie-in games anymore. I brought so many of those games as a kid because all I wanted to do after leaving the cinema was become those characters and play around in that world." Well, there are two things to talk about. One was a piece of news we were prepared to talk about when we began recording, and another piece of news that came out ever since we started recording, or right around when we started recording. So first of all, let's discuss this Insomniac Spider-Man and the Spider-Verse 2 trailer. Chris, you're wearing your Spider-Man shirt. You are a huge Spider-Man fan. I'd like to go to you first on this. How did you feel about that cameo? It seemed pretty obvious. And is that Neversoft Spider-Man in there as well?
I don't know. It looks like it because even the run animation looks like the PS1 run animation. That is etched into my brain. I played Neversoft Spider-Man, both Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro, like what feels like millions of times over. So a lot of that game is etched just deeply into my brain. And I saw the character that they're talking about that people are saying is the Neversoft Spider-Man. And it does, like, it strikes me as like that's Neversoft. Although, like, when you get closer, like the suit's like a little bit different. There's like different, but at the same time, that suit was different across a myriad of different games as well. Like the suit looked a little bit different on PlayStation, looked a little bit different on Dreamcast, looked a little bit different on N64, which it was also on. So I feel like it's probably just a matter of they went with one of those suits instead of, obviously, or maybe they mixed them all. I really don't know. It's a really low resolution. Obviously, like YouTube compression, all that stuff. It's going to be hard to make out the details that would be necessary to make that out. I think that's dope. Like Spider-Man PS4 being in there, I feel like that was obvious. I feel like I'm pretty sure that suit is even in the first Spider-Verse in some way. I feel like I remember there being a nod to Spider-Man PS4 in Spider-Verse 1. And so to see him in the flesh, for lack of a better term, in this movie just doesn't surprise me as much as Neversoft being there. I've heard rumors about the 90s animated series Spider-Man being in it as well, hopefully with Christopher Daniel Barnes coming back to voice it. That is the voice of Spider-Man to me. That and Rino Romano, who is the voice of Spider-Man in the Neversoft games. Like those are what I hear in my head when I think about Spider-Man talking. And if they're in that movie, it's going to be a ton of fun. But it's interesting to see just this video gamey kind of, or this, to see them reaching every corner Spider-Man fandom into these really, like, I never once in a million years thought I would see Neversoft Spider-Man. I thought 90s animated, maybe, but Neversoft in there, that's nuts. And it's really cool. It's really dope. It shows that there's a lot of people who really love it and a lot of people who really care, and that game still resonates in some way. It's dope.
Dustin, I'm curious. Well, I was going to go on to the next piece of Spider-Man news, but actually I want to get your take on this first. What did you think about the appearance of?
So I'm looking at the image,
yep.
but I didn't watch the trailer, and that's just because I thought the first Into the Spider-Verse was so awesome from a visual standpoint. It's just a really great movie that I don't know. I'd rather just go in fresh at the theater, but I'm okay seeing this image. But it's cool to see him in there, and it's a nice. Obviously, there's so many different versions of Spider-Man, so having something celebrating it is awesome, especially for, like, I'm sure for Chris, who's been a fan of many different versions. And dude, Spider-Verse is sick. That actually is a comic thing that I am very excited about. So
yeah,
it's cool to see him in there.
The other piece of news that broke around the time we started recording comes in a post on PlayStation blog entitled PlayStation in 2023 Highlights. There are a few things here because they're going over how, there was the reveal trailer for Spider-Man 2 and all of the rest, which I think was in 2021, if I recall. They say, in part, quote, following the events of Marvel's Spider-Man and Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, the Spider duo of Peter Parker and Miles Morales are back in the next blockbuster action chapter of the Marvel Spider-Man series. Much is still to be revealed about the game, and going off the quality of the past two titles, we're bound to be in for a fantastic new original Spider-Man adventure, end quote. And so the game will be coming to PS5 in the fall of 2023, according to creative director Brian Intihar from Insomniac Games. And so that's exciting. We knew the game was going to come out in 2023. We have a fall 2023 release window. Chris, what do you think? Insomniac continuing to do a lot of work. This will be their third PS5 game. I assume we might not see them again this generation. I just... or maybe much later. I mean, how much shit can they possibly be making there? But this is going to be a very important game in the fall. 20 million seller potential, as long as there's enough PS5s to actually in people's hands to be able to play the game. So how are you feeling about that release window?
Very excited. I think they're going to hit it. It does make me wonder what the scope of it is going to be, because I kind of anticipated, like, I know we knew that it would launch in 2023 based on the launch window or the year window that they gave when they first announced it. But I kind of always assumed that it would get pushed in some way. That they're announcing the fall window this early seems to me like they're probably going to hit it. I don't think Insomniac has a really big history of, at least as far as in my memory, I don't think they have a particularly strong history of delaying things.
No, the last game I remember them delaying like significantly was Resistance 3.
Yeah,
which I think they had another year to make it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think they're gonna hit it. And I'm stoked about it. Insomniac is just my favorite studio in the PlayStation ecosystem right now, and I just have complete and utter faith in them and everything they make. So this is a no-brainer. This is gonna be a huge year, by the way. 2023 is gonna be insane.
It totally is. They have a few other things on the PlayStation blog post that I was just reading. Where did I put it? Here it is. They shot out a couple of other 2023 games that are coming out. And it just goes to show you, these are just three of them. Is in addition to PSVR 2 is Destiny 2 Lightfall, which they give a shout out to. That's February 28th. Ooh. Resident Evil 4 remake. That's in March. And then Final Fantasy 16 Q2 or Q3 they say. So as soon as April and as late as perhaps September. So just those three games alone, in addition to Spider-Man 2 and all the, 2024 or 2023 is going to be packed. Although later in the episode, we're going to talk about if 2022 was as bad as it actually seemed. And I want to get deeper into that, but we'll save that for later. Okay, so Hogwarts Legacy, new news on that, delayed if you're looking for it on PlayStation 4. The game will come out February 10th as planned on PlayStation 5. However, it will not come out until April 4th on PlayStation 4. And if you're playing on Switch, pushed all the way out into midsummer, obviously having a hard time getting the game running on these other platforms. And I think they'll get the PS4 and Xbox One versions out, but I wouldn't be surprised if that Switch version gets canceled.
Yeah.
Dustin, let's stick with you. How do you feel about Hogwarts Legacy being delayed on PS4? I think it's good news simply because it gets more time than it needs, but it also indicates that they actually have the game running first and foremost on PS5 as the most important SKU, and excuse me, nothing else should be sacrificed for that, which I think is vital. And with that publisher WB Interactive releasing other next-gen only games like the upcoming Suicide Squad game, you would assume that if they could go back in time, they might have undone these versions of the game entirely, although maybe they're really important for the mainstream.
I think for a title like this, particularly Harry Potter, it's important from a sales perspective that they have it available on last gen. But the fact that they're not releasing at the same time, I think is, first of all, a good thing in that they don't want to pull a Cyberpunk, right? They don't want a crappy last gen version that taints the entire story around the game. But at the same time, I would expect that these versions of the game to be extremely compromised. I don't know whether that's resolution. I'm sure it'll be actually a little bit of everything: resolution, frame rate, and from a, like, since these are open world games, like draw distance, level of NPCs or whatever, I would expect all of that to be the case. So I don't know. I guess it's good if you don't have a current gen console yet. You'll still be able to play it, but it may be a case that you're just better off waiting till you have one. Anyway, we'll see though. The more I see of this game, the more promising it looks to me. And this is definitely, I would say, a promising sign for the current gen versions.
Chris, you have anything you want to add?
I think this game's gonna be fucked on PS4. I saw a gameplay snippet on Twitter recently of somebody like going out into this big vista, and then they get on a broom and then they fly really quickly through the trees, and all I'm thinking is like that's going to look like shit on old hardware.
Imagine the Switch.
And the Switch. Well, the Switch is weird because like, why even bother getting this game running at all if like on the Switch? If so many Switch games that are typically graphically intensive generally kind of default to the cloud version. Like I remember they did that with Control and a handful of other titles that were just like, it's just the game is just too Herculean to fucking run on a Switch, and this is your best way to do it. My assumption was that if this game was going to be on Switch, that would be how they would do it. It's weird to me that they would even bother compromising so much, because even when we first saw the game, I first thought, like, I mean, we knew it was going to be cross-generation when it first was shown. But when I was looking at that gameplay, I was like, this looks next-gen to me. Like, this looks really, really, really good. Like, graphically, performance-wise, like, fidelity-wise, like, this looks insane. And I couldn't imagine it running on a PS4, let alone a Switch. So my prediction is that this is going to be borked. Like, you just can't. Games that are really, really good and really, really well optimized chug when you go that fast through, like, when you fly that quickly through a three-dimensional space with draw distance intensive vistas and stuff like that. Like, that's well optimized games, because you're not supposed to go that fast. That's why a lot of games are slower than a lot of people feel like they maybe should be. So this is fucked. Like, I can't imagine.
I'm really interested. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
I was just going to say the Switch, there are some Switch games. I don't know. I'm a bit 50-50. I think that partially, Chris, that you are right. This already looks like a PS5, Xbox Series X game. And so the thought of it even running on Switch is bad, or PS4 as well. There are some Switch games, though, that defy all logic, like The Witcher 3, which it kind of seems like, at least at launch, Witcher 3 was not good on current gen, and it was, by our standards now, as far as like 60 FPS and stuff like that, not super great. So maybe they will be able to squeak it out on those, but man, you got to wonder at this point, maybe they're just waiting because maybe there's a new Switch in the pipeline for next year, and they're just like, well, now that we know that that's coming, let's not even bother until we can get that updated Switch hardware, which seems to be the rumor right now.
Is there does Zelda have a date? I know it has a year. May?
I'm pretty sure it has a date.
Yeah, I was wondering, because not keeping up so much with that platform, especially anymore, and knowing that they've now released Zelda cross-generation twice, you would wonder if they would do it again, right?
May 12th.
May 12th, yeah. So I don't think so, because we would have already had rumors of the thing of the console being produced probably. So I don't think that that's going to happen. But I was just wondering that, because I'm really curious and clued into that new Zelda, specifically because people were so blown away in early 2017 by Breath of the Wild, and it's not 2017 anymore.
Mhm.
So I want to see how people really feel about this game, and if there's a potential for this new Zelda game to be brought natively and at the same or around the same time, Twilight Princess style, to a new platform to kind of save it. Do you guys remember that Twilight Princess on GameCube was pretty rare, and as I recall, the Wii version was inverted, wasn't it? Wasn't it a mirror image?
Mm-hmm.
Because people played with because Link is left-handed, and most people play with their right hand, so they inverted the game, so it's all backwards. So if you play Twilight Princess on Wii, it is a backwards version of the GameCube version of Twilight Princess. Am I right? I think that's pretty.
No, you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the easy way to fix the problem.
That's so funny, man. So
it's kind of ingenious.
If you go left in the GameCube version, you have to go right in the other version. It is
crazy.
Yeah.
They did. Wait, why did they do that? Because Link is left-handed?
Yeah, Link is left-handed, and I think they thought that if most people would play and swing with their right hand, and that they felt that it would not read right, so they just inverted it. So, or did they invert? Did they invert just Link?
No, I think the whole game.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
that's crazy. What the hell? I never heard about this.
And what's a bummer is I never had at the time that GameCube version of the game because it was so rare. If you didn't pre-order or reserve the GameCube version of Twilight Princess at that time, it was really hard to find, and you had to get it on Wii. You had no choice. I think there was a very limited run of that GameCube one, especially because no one was playing GameCube by that point.
$100 right now.
Is that good or bad?
For GameCube, that's GameCube first party. That's about average. That's like the same price as Paper Mario. So
yeah, I don't think they made very many of those.
Yeah,
if that's something you want in your collection, anyone out there, I would get on that. All right, I was curious what you thought of this, Dustin. Persona 3 and Persona 4, according to Push Square, our friends over at Push Square, will each be priced at $20, and you can get both of them for $39.49, which is funny. So a 50-cent discount. It'll be $15.99 in the UK in pounds. This seems like very appropriate and surprising pricing. I guess they haven't really done very much to the game, so it would be hard for them to justify that, but that hasn't stopped some of these guys from overcharging for games nonetheless. And I always love, like, Crisis Core, we're going to talk about in a little while. I really feel like that's a totally valuable $50 game. I think you couldn't have charged much more than $29.99 probably for each of the Persona games, and I was really quite pleasantly surprised to see that you can get both of them for $40. That's 200 plus hours of gameplay if you care about things like that. So how did you feel about this pricing?
Oh, it's fantastic. I think they could have easily charged $30 each, so you get both for $60, and I think most people would have paid that happily. But seeing 20 each, that's a fantastic deal. I can't speak to Persona 3 Portable because I haven't played Persona 3 all the way through in general, but I definitely haven't played the portable version. But Persona 4 Golden is a masterpiece. It is one of the greatest RPGs ever created. And if you've ever been interested in playing it, now's the time. For only $20, it's insane. This game is so good. And if you've played Persona 5, there will be a bit of a little bit of a feeling of datedness in some aspects, but I don't really think it'll be that bad at all. If you haven't played Persona 5, I actually recommend going straight into Persona 4 first. It'll make that transition, that step up, feel even better. So definitely going to pick up both of these in what seems like already a very busy January.
I'm curious to see how the trophies are in Persona 4 Golden. The Vita ones are a little annoying. And I have to say, and Persona 3 never had trophies, so I really want to see what that's going to be all about. But the interesting thing about Persona 4, and I want to kind of reiterate and underline what you said, is it really is exceptional. There's an exceptional quality to every aspect of it, perhaps except its visual quality. I think that's probably the weakest part of the game, is the way it looks. And that might be a turnoff to a lot of people, but if you can just get past that, which Japanese role-playing games have demanded since the 80s, for you to get past a certain aesthetic. And it's not even that pretty pixel 16-bit, 32-bit aesthetic. It's just that shitty 3D aesthetic. But if you can get past that, there is so much heart and soul at the core of the game that I really did fall in love with it. And you'll be so mad, and so others will notice if they look at my trophies, I haven't beaten it yet. I'm at the bottom floor of the last dungeon at the save point, like the last save point. And as I've said in the past, I got really deflated because I fucked up my social links, which you get together right before you go. So I would have been going in with like all my social links intact, and I fucked one of them up, and I was so deflated. I'm like, I can't do this right now. And so I just stopped at the end. And what I'm wondering is, there's not going to be any save transfer, I'm sure, but maybe just start again on PS5 or PS4 and just go forward from there. But I'm very curious about Persona 3 as well, especially because, as you had kind of alluded to, there are 2 versions of it. And you're talking about what is it? Fez is the one we're not getting. Fez, and Portable is the one we are getting. So there's differences between those 2 versions, and I think some consternation about one or the other, but I don't really know. I think that's very appropriately priced. Dustin or Chris, I'm sorry. Do you have any interest in these games? Because I know you're not a JRPG person, but I kind of wonder. Don't you wonder, Dustin, with Chris? Like, I kind of wonder if you would be into it, because let me give you an example. I think there are examples of things that are so good that no matter who you are and what your taste is or what your aesthetic is, whatever, you're going to be into it. And I brought up earlier a platinum I got earlier this year from a game that didn't come out this year, but of Doki Doki Literature Club. I'm not much of a visual novel fan. I am certainly not anime, teen girl. That's not my aesthetic at all. It really isn't. More power to you if you like it. But that game is so fucking good that it doesn't matter. And in fact, in some way adds to it. So I wonder if Chris would be able to get around the trappings of turn-based role-playing games, especially because he's played Pokemon and stuff. It's not going to be like this like high mountain to climb. And it's such a small part of the game, really, especially he can put it on very easy and not even really play it and then just see all of the cool shit around it. I do wonder.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think that's true. There's definitely been a lot of games where, I mean, even I bring this up a lot, but it's, it bears repeating because it's just true and a really good example. But I remember thinking when, like, before Death Stranding was out, that I was going to hate it because it was just like, this looks really pretentious. This looks like it's another open world game. I hate open world games, at least like recently at that time. It was just like, oh my God, everything felt the same. And it just looked like there was nothing to it. It was just like, this is just walking around. And then within the first 20 minutes, I'm just like, I'm hooked and I love this. I don't know why I love this. And I later figured out why, but I don't know. I think Yakuza was also a pretty good example of something like that too. Like I did not expect to like a dragon at all. And so maybe I think I'm definitely closer than I ever have been to trying something like Persona. But I still, like, I'm at that point now where I'm just like, I know that I won't like it quite yet. I know it. Like, I know if I give it a shot now, it's not gonna connect with me. I still have some work to do. I still have to finish Like a Dragon, which is fucking long, by the way, like stupid long. So I don't know. I think once I get one of these under my belt, I'll have a little bit more confidence in trying to take something like that on. Also, I mean, I get it's sort of hypocritical in the sense that I'm talking about Yakuza, but I feel like I'm a little bit late to Persona. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I was too, but I totally get that. It is overwhelming, Yeah,
maybe I just got to get over that because I do like. Which one are we talking about? Specifically 4?
4, I think, would be the one that I would. I mean, I think a lot of people would say you should just play 5. The thing is I don't have any familiarity with 5. I totally trust it's probably even better in some ways or in many ways than 4. But I can tell you from personal experience that 4 is just, it's really riveting. It's a truly riveting game, and it's very strange. I don't really get it, like why it's so good. It just is. And when you see, as we've said in the past, I've played some games that have in some major ways and in some small ways tried to pimp that kind of style and make it their own or whatever. And Trails of Cold Steel, which I really liked, is an example where it's really good, but it really tries to be Persona in a lot of ways, but it's not. Because there's just something to the spirit of Persona that puts it at another level that I think it's not the same spirit, but it's the kind of thing that makes Dragon Quest games better because they just are, right? And so I would be interested, but Persona 3 joins this starscape of fucking possibilities for me of games now that I want to play, and all the games I want to play just demand so much of you. as far as time is concerned. That it's difficult to wrap my mind around that sometimes.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. It's just like JRPGs are very, very long, and I don't know if I have the time or patience to really get through one entirely. I don't know what it is. Like I'm very bad at focusing on something if it isn't engaging me the entire time. So if I have a moment of time where I'm setting the controller down or I'm just sort of like clicking through dialogue, that is the moment where I'm most likely to kind of like almost like switch off or like disengage in some way. It's why like most of my favorite games are action oriented. They're action RPGs or, you know, action adventure games, because they typically, like, even when there is dialogue or even if there is like one of these, you know, shimmy sections where you kind of got to like shimmy through a thing and wait for something to load, you're still active in some way and you're still doing something constantly. And maybe that's just something that who knows, maybe that's something I'll get over pretty imminently. But I think it's definitely on my list of things that I want to check out now that I have Like a Dragon kind of in my head and kind of under my belt in some way. But that's for a later time. Like, I'm not going to jump into it yet.
Well, I think it's reassuring in my own opinion and in my own experience to be reassured or to even solidify your love of something that you didn't expect to love. I was a very proud nerd core gamer in the 90s and into the 2000s. Like, fuck you. I love my Enix games. I love my working designs games. I'm really into this shit that sells 50,000 copies and all the rest. And I remember when my brother bought Medal of Honor, which I've talked about in the past, which came to PS1 late. I think it came in 2000, the original Medal of Honor, like the Spielberg Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? I couldn't even believe how good it was. And then I never really gave the first person shooter a chance. Actually, I'm writing in Sandeep Rai's PS3 book about Resistance and talking about how Resistance was really, and Killzone were from times where shooters weren't really a thing on console. Like, N64 was really the first console to get first-person shooters of consequence because of its analog stick. And by the time Sony added sticks to the and made the DualShock controller on PS1, it was a little late. So PS2 was the console that started getting first-person shooters. So Sony was always kind of a step behind, unless you count games like Disruptor and shit on PS1 and some bad ports of some games. There was an Alien game that was pretty good. That was a shooter. And it wasn't until I really went to IGN that I began to realize, I'm like, holy shit, I really like first-person shooters a lot. And I don't know, I missed it because I was on the wrong platform. I missed it because my mind was a little closed to it. And I just had to be reminded of that, even though I had that nascent experience, kind of like what you described with Judgment, where I'm like, where I played Medal of Honor, I'm like, this is dope. All right, next. And then I just kind of lost sight of this shit that I really could have been into. Just some food for thought for everyone out there.
Yeah.
About your genre preferences. Okay. We have to mention this really quickly for our friends out there. Sonic Frontiers. No, you don't want to talk about it?
We don't have to.
We don't. Well,
Well, yeah. Right.
We should. According to many sources, Sonic Frontiers has surpassed 2.5 million copies sold in its first month. That is a lot of copies. And I'm shocked by that, but I guess I shouldn't be because Sonic is in obviously a huge renaissance. Dustin, what do you think of Sonic Frontiers' amazing success so far?
I'm not surprised, being that the movie is so big. This would be the first Sonic game since we've had two Sonic movies, as far as a big mainline or whatever you want to call it, Sonic game. So seeing that 2.5 mil is really not surprising in that context. It's unfortunate it wasn't a better game, but it seems that it was good enough for the fans that wanted it. And for that reason, I am happy for them. But don't try to convince me that I'll like it.
Dude, this is the best-selling and best performing in its moment Sonic game potentially in about 20 years, which is really crazy. You have to go back to like Sonic Adventure, I think sold like between 2 and 3 million copies itself. So this is going to pass even Sonic Adventure, which is considered a seminal, if not overrated Sonic game. I like it personally, but you don't see sales numbers like this outside of the Mario and Sonic Olympic games, which did really well on DS, did really well on Wii, does really well, I think, on Switch in some regard, although not as well. So we always talk about numbers, 5.5 million, 10 million, 3 million, 1 million, 500,000. It's all relative. But for Sonic, 2.5 million copies is more copies that have been sold of any Sonic game on console since 2003, when Sonic Heroes sold 3.4 million copies, and this will obviously pass that. So then you have to go even further back to Sonic the Hedgehog 3 on Genesis, which sold 4 million copies. And before that, Sonic 2, 7.5 million copies. And before that, Sonic, of course, was bundled in the second generation Genesis. So, Chris, what do you think about the sales success? This is the most successful Sonic game in a long ass time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with Dustin where it doesn't surprise me. It's the most, I feel like, of the Sonic games that have come out, it's arguably the most contemporary one. It's the one that kind of feels the most modern. It's a little funny to me though, because it's I mean, even the developers are like, this is a playtest. So I don't know. I guess there's like a really deep hunger for something that's slightly better than mediocre in the Sonic community.
Who said recently that the game was like a revelation to them? Was it Hogue?
I don't know.
Oh, Maddie. Was it Maddie that said that? Yeah, Maddie it was. It was Maddie who really loves it, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Maybe it's good.
I have never understood Sonic. Like, sincerely, like even his great games that everybody loves, they don't work for me. These are not games that, and this isn't like a Persona thing where it's like, oh yeah, I've tried JRPGs and you know, and so as a result, because I didn't really get into them, I'm not going to play Persona. I have played Sonic like extensively. I think I beat Sonic 1 and 2, and I still like I just don't get it. It's just it is just a great example of a game that is just absolutely not for me. And the 3D ones I understand even less. So this is just something that I'm never going to understand, and I've made peace with that.
Yeah.
You don't understand blast processing?
I guess I just
is it too much for you?
Blast my fucking brains out.
Blast your ass processing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tasty. All right. What else here? Oh, okay. So wait, do I have the wrong link? I think I have the wrong link here. I need to find guys, vamp for me for a minute. Vamp for me.
This is awesome. Chris just left. He said, you know what? We got to improv for a second. He said, fuck this shit. I'm out. So it's just me as Colin looks up.
Yeah, I have the right
absolute. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
There we go. This is fantastic. I'm glad we're talking about this.
Were you going to say something about this? Is this what should we just get right into it? Should we
Let's just get right into it.
Chris just left.
He's done. He said enough.
He wrote in the chat. Got to get the door real quick.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's coming back. Chris, when we didn't see the chat, we were like, he just left. He had to go collect himself after that. The Sonic the Hedgehog conversation. But all right, I found the right link of the story I was looking for. This comes from Kotaku. It says Final Fantasy Remake has a painting with a Getty watermark. So Crisis Core, which is a game we're going to talk about shortly, there is a painting, and I won't say the game kind of gets a little too, or the article gets a little too deep where it can be found. The article, where the image can be found. I don't want to get into that and spoil it. It's a brand new game, but needless to say, there is a painting on the wall in a building that's replicated as an asset several times with what is blatantly a Getty Images watermark on it, the famous Getty Images watermark on it. And they captured screenshots of this. Certainly this is going to be patched out imminently if it's not already. But I thought this was hysterical. Chris, did you see this story? And I would have never noticed this. What I was surprised about was that no one even reviewing the game noticed it. It was in people's hands. So it just goes to show you how few of us actually study the environments, because I think that once you see it, it's like, oh my God, look at it.
It is fun. So obviously we have a document that we prepare before the show. And so I read this story, but I purposely didn't look at the image until we recorded just now, because I had a suspicion that it would be pretty amusing. That is so blatant. Yeah, how do you not see? I guess, I don't know. I guess who spends time looking at every single painting on a wall in a video game? I guess I certainly don't. But that is funny. I love it when shit like this happens, especially in like big games. Like when it's something little like this, right? Where it's not like, oh, the game doesn't work and it crashes and it runs at 10 frames per second. That's a bigger problem. But when it's like a little fuck up like this, where there's like a little Getty image thing or even something. Do you guys remember in Final Fantasy VII Remake when that one door was just arbitrarily
Oh, it was like
Just
shiny or something, was it?
No,
It was low res, right? It was
it was like a PS1 door surrounded. It's just like little things like that. It's like, yeah, it's a sign of like an incomplete game in some way, but it's also, I don't know. There's an amusement to it that I don't, or a charm, I guess.
Certainly.
I think it's hilarious. I wish they left it in.
I wonder, I guess they could. I don't think it's illegal to use that image with the Getty Images thing on it. Isn't that the point of it, is to stop you from using it, I guess, this way, and to promote the brand? I don't know. Dustin, what do you think?
Something similar happened to Naughty Dog, only not with a stock image, where they had a painting that wasn't it like concept art from Assassin's Creed or something?
Yeah, that was one thing. Right. That was that in The Last of Us? Yeah.
It was either Last of Us or Uncharted. I think it was Uncharted 4.
Uncharted 4.
It was in the trailer because they took it out before the game. And I think their explanation was that this happens all the time in game development, is that someone will be making an environment and there aren't assets ready for something, or they haven't requested like, oh, we need a painting for this. So they'll just put in a placeholder, and then sometimes that gets forgotten about, that it wasn't meant to stay that way. So I'm guessing that was probably the case, is that there was no ill intent. It was just whoever was designing that environment put that in as a placeholder, and then it slipped through the cracks, which obviously still needs to be fixed. But I can understand why it happened.
People present and pitch a lot of games by just making those almost wish documents of like, it's like this, and it's like this, and it looks like this, and it's just pulled from all these different things. Yeah. And so, not uncommon at all, but a little weird to find in a final A-level game. It's not a AAA game for sure. Okay. Thank you for that, Kotaku. Couple more things. I saw this report from Tom Henderson. I just wanted to talk about this real quick because I'm confused. He says, small update on, and he says this on Twitter, small update on the PlayStation 5 that has a detachable disk drive. I've heard from 2 people now that the test kit is in people's hands and it works flawlessly. We should hear more about it officially soon. So you'll remember that Insider Gaming in September noted much of what we discussed since then, that PlayStation 5 is going to be released soon, or an iteration of it, a new iteration, solid state, in which it will have a separate disk drive if you want it to buy separately. But I'm confused by this terminology he's using, because he says I've heard from 2 people now that have test kits in people's hands. Test kits of what? This is what I'm confused about. Test kits are kits that you use to play games on them, and they don't typically change. The PS4 test kit, I have one, it's somewhere in this office, is just a PlayStation 4. That's what it looks like. And when they made new PlayStation 4s, they never updated that shell. It's the test kit. Same thing with the Vita iterations, which are all old OLED style Vitas until a little bit later on, and so on and so forth. So I was a little confused about this, because test kit indicates that people are playing games on them. And I'd like to know more about what that is referring to, but I don't know. But I saw people talking about that story, wanted to bring it up. And finally, Returnal has insane PC requirements. I was curious what you guys thought of this. This story is going around. Returnal comes to PC soon, 2023, unknown date, but it was revealed officially before the TGAs on PlayStation blog last week. I saw this, Dustin, I'll go to you first. Memory recommendation is 32 gigs of RAM.
Yeah.
What is the explanation for this, you think?
So just to be clear for sure, that is the recommended amount, but it's not the minimum. The minimum is 16 gigs, which is still pretty dang high.
I think that's what I have.
But yeah. So the theory going around about this is that Returnal will be if I'm remembering correctly, it'll be the first PS5 only game coming over to PC. Now, as we've talked about a million times, one of the PS5's core and key strengths is its SSD and the way it interfaces with the rest of the console. It's a little bit of that Cerny secret sauce, that everyone loves. Cerny sauce. So the thing is, bringing that over to PC, there are SSDs that are fast enough, but they don't technically interface with your video card and your CPU quite the same way as like a PS5's SSD would. So the theory is that the workaround is that they're loading a lot of the game into your system RAM in order to achieve PS5 like performance with that super snappy loading between environments. So this is really interesting because being that Sony's initiative is to bring PC or their PS5 games over to PC, this is a pretty high requirement that will lock off some lower end PCs and even middle tier PCs, if they're old enough, from being able to play this game potentially. And so it leads more credence to the theory about Sony extending the cross generation, being that God of War, when Ragnarok comes to PC, I don't think it'll have this requirement at all because it's a cross-gen game. Whereas if they were to bring Ratchet and Clank, I would think that it would maybe have the same type of RAM requirements. Same with, maybe with Demon's Souls. That was also potentially a PS4 game. Maybe they locked that off. But it is interesting to think about. We'll have to see when we get another PS5 only game coming over to PC if it requires the same amount of RAM. Like, just because I said earlier, there are SSDs on PC that are fast enough, but the amount of people that have them is probably extremely low, and they don't interface with the rest of your computer the same way a PS5 SSD interfaces with the rest of the system.
Chris, are you going to check out Returnal on PC when it comes?
Yeah, I'm really curious about it. Specifically, just, I don't know. We've talked about this before, but it feels like it would be a game that would be very, very at home on PC. Like, it just feels like, as far as like PlayStation Studios titles or PlayStation first party, it feels like the most kinetic and most precision oriented high action game. There's like a lot of Doom energy in it, and when I feel that energy out of a game, I just feel like this would work really well on PC. Just that snappiness of the mouse and just the speed at which the speed of the game, the speed that you're able to just move your camera just transitions so heavily into how fast the game feels. I just get a sense that it's going to be really, really, really monumental on PC. Like, maybe not a massive success or anything. I don't know what the hype for Returnal on PC really is, but I could see it being like a really, really solid surprise, and I could see a lot of people probably getting into it for the first time purely because of that availability.
There's a quick postscript here because this news broke while we were recording, and so we should talk about it, although I haven't had a chance to write it up. This would have been something I wrote up to give context, but I'll just read straight from the Business Wire press release. Amazon Games and Crystal Dynamics strike deal to develop and publish next major entry in iconic Tomb Raider series. This is very weird. And it says, in part, Amazon Games and Crystal Dynamics today announced, and I'll put the link here. I can give you guys actually the link if you want to see it. Here you go. It says, Amazon Games and Crystal Dynamics today announced that they have reached an agreement under which Crystal Dynamics will develop a new multi-platform Tomb Raider title, with Amazon Games providing full support and publishing the game globally. The as yet untitled new Tomb Raider game is a single-player narrative-driven adventure that continues Lara Croft's story in the Tomb Raider series. It includes all the elements that have made Tomb Raider one of the most revered franchises in gaming, giving players control of the confident and multi-dimensional hero Lara Croft in an environment that rewards exploration and creative pathfinding, with mind-bending puzzles to solve and a wide variety of enemies to face and overcome. Crystal Dynamics is drawing on the power and cutting-edge technology of Unreal Engine 5 to take storytelling to the next level in the biggest, most expansive Tomb Raider game to date. The title is currently in early development, and additional details will be announced at a later date. So, of course, and there's more you guys can read, but of course, you guys will recall that we leaked this game's existence and actually got contacted with a copyright strike by their lawyers upon the time that the studio was being sold to Embracer. Nothing came of it, thankfully. But I feel like this is very weird, Dustin, because why wouldn't the Embracer Group publish the game?
That's what I thought.
They're cash strapped. I mean, I don't think it could be any more obvious. I'm just saying it right now. They're obviously not liquid enough to be able to support what will probably be a $150 million plus production, of which they have probably zero of those in production right now. And it's just strange because they've purchased this studio, Crystal Dynamics, and have basically hawked them out. Now, they hawked themselves out first, and Square Enix was responsible for this by getting them involved with Perfect Dark. Who the hell knows what's happening with that with Xbox? But now they're making a Tomb Raider game with Amazon. Embracer obviously owns the IP and is going to have licensing rights and all of that kind of stuff and make money on it. But it's just strange. I don't understand why you would even make this kind of purchase at a cut rate of $300 million if you can't support the fundamental product that's going to come out of it more than anything else is a Tomb Raider game. And I just feel like you would want your name and your own imprint on that. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it seems really insane. This when you first said that, I was like, this doesn't make this is probably not real, right? This is one of the strangest things I've ever read. Why? I mean, obviously we didn't prepare for this. This is news that just broke. So we're kind of reacting to it live a little bit. So I'm sure maybe a little bit more information is probably imminent or maybe will come out in some way. But that's a very bizarre deal. And I think you're right. First of all, I think Embracer is probably like just not able to fund it. But it begs the question, why even buy Crystal Dynamics in the first place?
I mean, it shows that it was a very canny very canny acquisition in some way. You're just kind of hawking them out, though. This is your fundamentally maybe one of your most important teams, if not the single most important and story team you actually own. So It's weird. They say here, this is Scott Amos, the head of studio at Crystal Dynamics. Quote, Crystal Dynamics has an extraordinary opportunity following our acquisition by Embracer to redefine what a publishing relationship is for Tomb Raider. Transformative is what we're looking for. And with Amazon Games, we found a team that shares our creative vision, ambitions, and value for a Lara Croft universe across the spectrum of possibilities. They're uniquely positioned to rewrite what publishing and development collaborations are, and we're eager to forge this new path together, starting with building the biggest and best Tomb Raider game yet. End quote. So this is obviously referring to cross-media potential for Tomb Raider with Amazon and all the rest too, but I don't know, man. This seems like a very weird thing to do. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add? I was originally pitching that. I was pitching that original one to you, by the way. I don't think maybe I wasn't clear about that. So I didn't mean to leave you.
Well, that's okay. I just think it's funny that it's like, oh, we're redefining what the publisher relationship is. It's like, no, you need money. And Amazon's got a lot of it. Like, I don't know. That seems obvious to me. Anytime you bring up weird things, like, well, we're kind of redefining things. That just always, I mean, it's not bad, but it screams bullshit to me. But I don't know. Maybe there is some kind of thing where it's like, hey, we can have Tomb Raider, some kind of show or something else tied in with Amazon. I don't know if the movie rights, if they're kind of separate from the game, maybe there's some weirdness there, but it just seemed like a weird way to put things.
Well, I just think it's worth noting Amazon has been almost a complete failure in video games. It wasn't until more recently that they even started to get anything going. That game Lost Ark, which is Smilegate, I think, but they published and funded that. And then they internally developed that game New World that I think is bouncing around still. I think it's free to play. So I think those games have been pretty successful. And they have a few upcoming games too, including the Tomb Raider game, of course, but the game Blue Protocol, which we talked about last week during the Game Awards that was revealed then. But they haven't been very successful. So I find them a peculiar partner. I don't think there's anything from their past that shows that they have any idea how to produce a video game, specifically single player centric video games, of which they have none. And I don't know. This kind of makes me upset just because why couldn't Crystal Dynamics go to a better fucking suitor then? It's just this IP went to some fucking shell company in Europe that basically just is going to farm all these things out and just wring it dry. It's so, if I were a Tomb Raider fan, and again, we, like Chris said, we're kind of reacting to this at first blush, but if I were a Tomb Raider fan, I would be pretty annoyed that this was happening, because I don't think it signals a really healthy situation for Crystal Dynamics. But maybe I'll be totally wrong. I don't know. I don't know why you, especially at such a cheap rate of $300 million, why wouldn't you just invest in it yourself? And then do what Sony's doing with all their shows and just find the suitors necessary to get in across media lanes. Stupid. But nonetheless, that's how I feel about it now. We'll see what happens. Okay. And other piece of news, you put this in the chat here, Dustin, but I had seen this and I was going to talk about it a little later because I thought it might have gone with something else. So yeah, we'll save it for later. Okay. Let's finally get into what we're playing. I think the best way we'll get through this is to start with Chris. So Chris, Michael Buffalo wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, I know this is a PlayStation show, but I was wondering if Dustin or Chris tried High on Life on Xbox. Colin, if you were going to cross party lines, I think this game is worthy of the sheer comedy of it. Might be funnier than either of the South Park games on PS4. Thanks for a wonderful year of content and enjoy the well-earned Christmas break. Thank you. I saw that it's in the 50s on Metacritic, so I don't know exactly how great it is, but I have heard that people have really been enjoying it. I think it looks really charming. My question is, I was reading a little bit about it. Is it going to be a it's a timed exclusive, I assume. There's nothing. So I think it'll come to PlayStation at some point. And there are so many other things I want to play. I'm not going to get distracted by anything like this. But I see that you're playing it, Chris. So talk to me about it.
Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned the Metacritic score, and I think it's like a really interesting conversation to have because I feel like it highlights a really huge flaw in the review process, in the sense that this is a game where if you don't, and it's a comedy game, and if you don't find the sense of humor engaging, or if it's not your sense of humor, then the game is either an 8 or a 9 or a 2. And there's no in between, because that is the defining characteristic of this game. As a first person shooter, I think it's like fairly competent. I don't think it's like amazing. I don't think it's like mechanically particularly very deep. But that's also not necessarily why I'm playing it. I think what's pulling me through is just how weird this game is, and how weird the world is, and how bizarre the characters are, and this weird, unique improvisational tone is in video games. Because we've had like video games that were funny before, you know, like we've had comedy in games before. Like I think of things like Death Spank, or you know, even something more popular like Borderlands, where it's like you wouldn't describe Borderlands as a comedy game. You would describe it as a looter shooter with a comedic tone, I guess, or like a comedic slant. But there's still, you know, there's character deaths, there's like drama, there's some serious shit that happens in Borderlands, even if there is like a lens of levity over it. High on Life is not anything like that. High on Life is not. It's not trying to be dramatic. It is not trying to tell you a particularly engaging like narrative. All it is doing at all moments is trying to make you laugh, and that can get really annoying, or it could be exactly the kind of refreshing experience that could pull it through to being like one of your highlighted games of the year for you. And I don't know, it's obviously a Justin Roiland game. The guy created Rick and Morty. I'm a little bit slanted on this because I've been a fan of Justin Roiland for a very, very long time. Like before Rick and Morty, he had a show with Dan Harmon on Acceptable TV, or on VH1 called Acceptable TV. And the premise was just like, you know, it was like a 30-minute block where they would write 5-minute pilots, and the audience would vote on which ones got canceled and which ones got continued for another episode the next week or something. And it was a very unique and very weird, very improvisational kind of show, almost like a Whose Line Is It Anyway, where they're writing the game before you. And it doesn't take itself very seriously. It's like, and there's something really refreshing about that, because while that tone is very, very common nowadays, I think largely because of Rick and Morty, in things like, you know, television and adult animation. I think of things like Inside Job, which actually is a pretty decent show, but it's very clearly born out of the ashes, or not the ashes of Rick and Morty, but without Rick and Morty, you wouldn't have a show like that is very self-referential and irreverent and in the way that it is. But that tone is really, really not represented in video games at all. Like it's really unlike anything I've played outside of the other Squanch games like Trover Saves the Universe, which I talked a little bit about back when that came out. That was another Justin Roiland game, mainly centered around VR, although you could play it outside of it. And the main takeaway that I'm getting from High on Life is that as a video game, if you took all of the comedy and all of the writing out, absolutely it's just whatever. It's like maybe like a 5. It's fine. Like it's I wouldn't recommend it. But with all that stuff, if you're that kind of person who likes that humor, it is a very easy game to recommend to people. It can get annoying because that's kind of like his style. It's almost grating, and that can get grating sometimes, especially because there is no point in the game where it's trying to pace the comedy out. Your pacing or the pacing of the comedy in this game comes from you. And when you decide like, okay, I'm set on this, I'm going to set it down for a little bit. I'm going to play something else. I'm going to go do other things. And then I'll come back to it when I'm ready to have a good time again. And that's kind of how you have to go about it. It's not doing the Spider-Man PS4 thing where it's like, you must be sick of playing as Spider-Man. Sneak around a museum as Mary Jane for 20 minutes. It's not going to do that. There's no break in the pacing. And, you know, for some that's a detriment and for some that's a real strength. I happen to be having a fucking great time. I liken it a lot to the Stanley Parable in a lot of ways, where mechanically the Stanley Parable isn't really remarkable, but it's written really, really well and it's engaging in some weird way. And if that's your humor, you're going to love it. But if you don't, it ain't going to be for you.
Dustin, it says here you're also playing it, so talk to me about your experience.
I'm only probably a little over an hour into it. I've heard a lot of people say that the first hour is probably the worst part of the game. And I think that I'm with Chris in that this game, you're either going to be into the humor or you're not. The guys from Red Letter Media are voices in this game, so I was going to play it no matter what.
That's
for that reason. Yeah. And I do like I like Rick and Morty, and I like Smiling Friends and those kinds of I don't know, that type of humor in shows. I'm not like a crazy mega fan, but I enjoy it. So I will say that some of the humor is definitely hit and miss. Like there's a couple times where I'm like, that really didn't land at all, but other times it's really funny. The gameplay, though, let me tell you, the first boss of this game I thought was absolutely horrible. You have a single shot pistol and a knife.
Yeah.
And I ended up screwing up towards the end of the boss fight. And then it just made me do it entirely again. And I was like, my finger can't handle how many shots I have to do for this stupid boss. They should have given you a second weapon by this point.
Yeah.
But I will say, overall, I'm at the point as I get older that games that are simply just different or interesting are sometimes enough for me, even if it's not great. This game has a talking gun in it, and the world, like Chris was saying, is really different and weird, and that's enough for me. Even if the game's kind of bad, I like that aspect of it. So I'm definitely going to play more. This is a game that Holly and I are playing together because she also likes Rick and Morty and Smiling Friends and stuff like that. So she was into it. She thought it was cool. So we'll probably play through that over break.
And it also says, and we can talk about this together, I'll go to you first, that you're playing Crisis Core as well.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your experience with this.
Yeah, I am probably a little less than 2 hours into this game, but this game is, I shouldn't be surprised. And it's not that I'm disappointed in any way, but this game is definitely a PSP game that has really been dressed up to look really nice on PS5. And that's totally fine because that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't have expected anything that was like Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? I will say that this game also, I know that there was a bit of drama about this earlier in the week, or some online conversation about people saying that it had, as we like to call it, the Nomura stink on it. But it's not, it just has some of that cheesy Kingdom Hearts feeling, writing and delivery in it.
Show me your honor.
And what is Zach sometimes like, I'm feeling this.
Yeah.
And you're like, take it easy, Zach.
Dude, show me your honor. I keep saying it to Micah over and over again, because when you have one of your summons, like one of your friends comes to help you and you use one of the things, he's like, show me your honor. It's such a funny thing to say. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I have a friend of mine's been playing it, and he was like, why is Zach so obnoxious? And I was like, I have no reference for what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. So, and it's one of those, it's like, it's not Nomura's fault, but it is like, he has his name attached to this game. And of course it's like that. So it's one of those things. Maybe it's just kind of that era of Square Enix and Japanese games or something, but it definitely feels pretty hokey at points. But I will say the combat, very good. I like that it's since it's designed for a handheld, it's like short bursts. There's a lot of times where you can stop playing and go do something else or whatever. But I will, the main takeaway is that they did an excellent job making this old PSP game look right at home on PlayStation 5. In fact, it's funny because they upscaled some of the pre-rendered cutscenes and then it'll switch over to the in-game. And in some ways, the in-game looks better than the pre-rendered. And it's running flawlessly, like 60 FPS. It looks really nice. So I'm excited to get more into this because I'm very curious about Zach's story and how it fits in to the greater Final Fantasy VII narrative.
Yeah, I'm so glad to hear that because I was noting on our Discord talking to some of the listeners, and it's exactly what I said was, I don't think they had to go this hard.
No,
I don't like it, and playing it. I'm like, wow, they really, dude, the game is, I didn't really know exactly what to expect because first of all, I haven't played Crisis Core since probably the month it came out in 2008. We had it early at IGN. I wrote the guide and I moved on, but I really liked it. It's one of the most memorable PSP games. And I feel like PSP is kind of getting lost in the mix these days. I don't feel like there's a lot of love towards PSP anymore. And I don't really feel like the PSP maybe even has that many seminal games, come to think of it, compared to a lot of the things that are around. But this game, I was just like, did it always look like this? I had to like go look things up. I'm like, what did they do? And it's beautiful. And I think it looks awesome. It's an Unreal Engine 4. It doesn't look like Final Fantasy VII Remake or anything, but they get all the models are new. It's all new. The fucking whole translation is new. All the voice acting is new. It's really good. I was playing it and I'm like, I don't think that a lot of this is right. If you're playing it in a good way, if you're playing it from the mind of this mid-generation PSP game, even the combat feels a lot better because you don't have to use the nub on the PSP, which is a bummer. And you can control the camera a lot better and you can dash and there's clickable sticks and there's just a lot that the PS4 and PS5 bring to bear on this. And it's really good. And I feel like it's a breath of fresh air. I feel like it's exactly what I'm looking for right now. It's a PSP game, so it's very quick. You play these battles. Some of the battles last 30 seconds. Some of them last 5 minutes. It's kind of like Freedom Wars in that way. And you just have this hub and you're doing missions and you're doing optional missions and their story. And it's just adding texture to the backstory of Final Fantasy VII through the lens of course, Soldier and of Zack Fair, who is a much more notable character in the new run of Final Fantasy VII than he was in the original one. And there are a lot of weird systems in the game that I think are kind of too much. The digital mind wave system is, I think, a little confusing. It's basically just like a constantly going slot machine that gives you power-ups. You level up randomly, but it's not really random. It's just that it doesn't tell you exactly when you're going to level up, so it happens mid-combat. There's little quirks like that they do to try to differentiate it that are in the original as well. But I was surprised by how hard they went. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. Having kind of detached myself from paying attention to it, knowing I was going to play it, I think I went into it expecting something a little more rugged, let's say. And what I got was a decidedly A-level Square Enix release with an important story to tell and context to a very wonderful reimagining of what Final Fantasy VII is. And so I highly recommend it. I think it's a steal at $49.99 personally. I think it's the perfect price. Thrilled to play it. Highly recommended. I would even recommend it to people that don't play Final Fantasy VII or didn't or aren't going to play the remake, just because I think it's a fun action RPG. It's just one of those menu-based. It's real time, but it's one of those games where you're just in the menus. You're equipping new materia. You're equipping new gear. You're messing with everything. I love the materia system in Final Fantasy VII, so they really bring that to bear as well in this, which is one of the many unique magic systems across Final Fantasy's history. Whether you have espers or whatever else, the materia system I think is a really nicely done thing. And I don't know. I'm amped about it. I'm looking forward to playing it tonight. After there's a really good Thursday night football game on tonight, but after that, I'm going right back. And I'm about 3 hours in. Dustin, let me ask you: are you playing it so that because like I've only done the first main story. That's it, the main story mission, that beginning mission, and then I've just done all optional stuff. Have you been going further into the story?
I just got back from the first mission. Is where I ended off. So I don't really know. I'm assuming since it's mission based, that it becomes a little more open ended in what you decide to do.
Yeah, missions are like tucked. Have you seen the list of missions and all that, and like how they're
no, not yet.
So missions are numbered, like 1 dot something dot whatever, and there's like all of these different numbers, and then they nest under each other. So you click on that, and then there's like all of these sub things that you have to do for that quest line or whatever, and each unlocks as you go in a chain. And it has a little percentage about how many you've done and all that. It speaks to me on that level. Really, really. And I remember the original doing that too. I remember playing the original on the bus in San Francisco all the time when it had come out in preparation for the guide. And just kind of, because writing a guide for that, it's not really a beat by beat guide. You're kind of just more telling people what they need to do. You need to do this battle to get this item, go into this battle with magic and all that. So you didn't have to really sit there and clicking away. But I would say one of PSP's top 5 games easily. I don't think
sounds all right.
I don't think anyone would even contest that. Okay. And then as for me, I also beat God of War Ragnarok. I had announced that in the spoiler cast that already went up. However, I wanted to note that I platinumed it. It's my 134th platinum trophy, my 9th of 2022. Someone asked me on Discord if I had any different opinions on it after spending so much time with it. And I was like, no, not really. I thought that and I don't think this is a spoiler, there's an optional ending. That's not a spoiler, I don't think. And I just highly recommend that you do that optional ending. It's up to you whether you do it or not. There's nothing you have to do in the game. It happens. And I thought that was pretty special. And I thought that it was cool to be able to go around and clean everything up and kind of enjoy the different worlds and the beautiful graphics and the really wonderful voice acting and all of that. I just think I actually screamed out loud at one point. Mike had just looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, this isn't a real open world, because I was like trying to get from one place to the next. And it's like, I can see it, but I can't get to it. And I'm like, this is so fucking annoying. And you have to go all the way around and in this other map. And I was like, damn, dude, there's something stifling about this game to me that makes me want to just break it open and be able to play it in a different sort of way. And I just fantasize about Kratos in a truly open world, like how bonkers that would be. It wouldn't really make any sense, but it would be so fun to play. And and again, just the map, useless, menus, horrible, quick travel system, really bad. Other than that, it's AAA PlayStation, no doubt. And I'll reiterate this one more time because I really believe it. If this is the first time, if you are coming to this, and I don't think any of you are, but if you were like, I haven't played a video game since 2007, and I've had kids and doing all this stuff, I bought a PS5, I want to play God of War Ragnarok, you're going to have your fucking tits blown off. It's that level of game. It is. But I think when you exist in the world of AAA over the years, I don't think it has that same resonance. That's my opinion. And I think it's a PS4 game, obviously. So that was a little disappointing. Quick travel. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. But it's a great game overall. All right. What did I want to... no, we got Michael Buffalo's question in here as well. Okay. Oh, and Michael, as far as... So yeah, he brought up High on Life. I think it looks fun. I watched a trailer for it. I'm not a Rick and Morty guy, not because I think it's bad or anything. I just never watched it, really. I've watched a couple of episodes. It's fine. Mike is really into it, but it's fine. Go ahead.
Before you can... My recommendation, if you're really going to try High on Life, I mean, it is free on Game Pass, so if you have that, it's like there's no real risk for you, but... My recommend is I would say watch the first 30 minutes or so of the game, like just any playthrough. And if you react positively to it, I think you'll probably like it. If you don't like that first 30 minutes, no way in hell are you going to have a good time. Like, because that first 30 minutes, I don't know, like they said that writing wise, that is what you're in for, you know, and there are a lot of surprises. There's some stuff caught me so by surprise that I don't want to mention it, because I think a lot of it is there's so much spoiler potential for this, because this is a Stanley Parable type of game where it's, you know, you just sort of have to experience some of these conversations for yourself in order to really get the maximum. There's a great section where you're doing paperwork, and I think it's really fucking funny. But, you know, that would be my recommendation to you. Is like, check it out, see if you resonate with the writing. If you don't, then fucking steer clear, because that's the main draw of the game. Just straight up. Yeah, that's good advice. I'm sorry, Dustin.
There's a joke I'll just say, Chris, when you're going down into the slums, that is so funny. I was Holly and I were both dying, and I can't tell you even slightly what it's about because it'll ruin it. Yeah. But when it hits, it's very good. Again, if you like that type of humor.
Yeah, it'll try and hit you with jokes, and oftentimes it'll miss, but sometimes it'll just knock you over the head with something that you've never you've never considered before. And I just I like it for that. Like I'm really excited to continue playing. But yeah, that's the round.
I wonder how long it'll be on Xbox before it comes to PlayStation. I would assume 6 months seems to be the rule in that window, maybe even sooner, but we'll find out. Because I think of games like Nobody Saves the World, which came fairly quickly.
Yeah,
I think. But okay. Let's get into some of the news here of the week. There's actually not some news. There's a lot of news this week and a lot of us to get through, a lot for us to get through. So let's begin at number one. I can't wait to see what you guys think of this news. Number one, the seemingly inevitable is apparently happening. A third core The Last of Us game is rumored to be in development. Now, word comes by way of an interesting source, a Twitter account called ViewerAnon, which is also active under that name on other platforms, including Reddit. This unknown person or persons has been the source of numerous film and TV-centered leaks over the years, even one surrounding HBO's rendition of The Last of Us, in which the source pegged Ashley Johnson's specific casting in the show. So here's what the source says on Twitter, quote, "Well, I'm not watching anything, so Druckmann's next game is The Last of Us Part 3, which is currently in production at Naughty Dog," end quote. The reference to not watching anything is in regards to The Last of Us HBO series, which has been in some critics' hands for days or weeks at this point. In a follow-up, the poster notes that while they're not a gaming source per se, they have leaked games in the past, including Crash Bandicoot 4. Crash 4 launched on PS4 in 2020, and indeed, if you go back and look, you can find ViewerAnon tweeting about this game in great detail back in late 2019. The game itself wasn't revealed until launch year, so this supports his bona fides. However, there's no connection between Activision-owned Toys for Bob, Crash 4's developer in Northern California, and Sony-owned Naughty Dog located in Southern California, so it's hard to peg exactly what the nature of this user's source or sources is or are. Now, it's worth noting that friend of the show, Neil Druckmann, did note about a year ago that The Last of Us Part 3 is written and ready to go, though it didn't seem like it was a real thing yet. This indicates otherwise, though of course we will have to wait to see more. Now, Naughty Dog is widely considered to be one of the industry's most talented and influential studios and is amongst Sony's most popular and important teams, so how they spend their time is essential. As we know, a multiplayer spinoff for The Last of Us, perhaps called Factions, is in development at the studio. And while they did split into two internal teams at one point to create Uncharted 3 and The Last of Us at the same time, this was generally known within the walls of Naughty Dog as an unideal way to proceed. The Last of Us launched in 2013 on PS3, 2014 on PS4, and earlier this year on PS5. Its sequel, The Last of Us Part 2, launched on PlayStation 4 in the summer of 2020. Its upcoming HBO series premieres in January. Okay, so I actually went into the weeds a little bit. I'm not a movie or TV guy, really, as everyone knows. This ViewerAnon person is a legitimate source in that world. In fact, they're leaking a shit ton of things about Scream 6 as we speak, and have been for days. So this is someone who knows people. And this doesn't come as a surprise because I went back and looked based on some things people were saying. They did say that, and Neil did say, like, The Last of Us 3 story is written. Like, we have the idea. We know what we want to do. This seems to indicate that the game has gone into development. Chris, I'm curious what you think about this first. Let's go to you. I got to be honest with you. I'm not disappointed to hear this. I love The Last of Us, but it does make me nervous that Sony is starting to pigeonhole all of their teams into certain projects that I used to take the piss out of Microsoft for doing with Xbox. Why would you want to have a studio like Turn 10 that's known as the Forza studio? What if they want to make something else one day? It's the same thing with that I would say with Polyphony when they made something like Tourist Trophy, but they make Gran Turismo, but they're not only supposed to make Gran Turismo. I think that's what they want to make. And that's what makes the most sense. But Sony seems to be getting into this rut, and Santa Monica Studio had said themselves, Eric Williams said, we would love to be the God of War studio. Don't you want to do something else? That's my major concern. This seems like a long time consecutively to be working on The Last of Us, no matter how good I think it is.
Yeah, it's incredibly, this is remarkably disappointing to me. I just don't, it's not that The Last of Us isn't an incredible experience. It's just a matter of like, I mean, even Neil Druckmann, I believe, said, when he was talking about The Last of Us Part 2 a little bit before the launch, or maybe even way before the launch, he was like, we don't use the word fun when describing The Last of Us Part 2. And a lot of people clowned on that. Although I think we've gotten into conversations about, like, obviously, like, there's different types of, like, obviously games that are engaging are still worthy of your time. I would argue that High on Life is one of those games where it's like, it's not, I don't find the gameplay of High on Life particularly fun, but I do find the world engaging and the writing engaging, and it's a different type of engaging for sure. But I think that's valid. It's just a matter of me wanting to see Naughty Dog make a fun game again, because I've brought up Crash Team Racing a lot generally, and it's because it's like probably, in my opinion, like the best kart racer ever made, and Naughty Dog made it by accident. It is so fun. It is so good. It is so technically sound. It is so absurdly fun. And the fact that they did that by accident is amazing to me. And I know that that's a very different studio now. There's like different talent there than there used to be. I get that. But I want that studio to do more than just this depressing, quite frankly, Oscar bait video game content. Like I just want more out of them, more mechanically engaging stuff that harkens back to where they came from and not necessarily where they're going, which in my opinion just feels like just a depressing slog. Who the fuck wants 10 straight years of The Last of Us, no matter how good it is? Like, imagine if there was a Pulp Fiction 3. Like, think about what you're not getting if you get Pulp Fiction 3. You don't get like Inglourious Bastards. You don't get, these other amazing movies that offer something completely different. And that's what bothers me most about this is like The Last of Us is good. It's fine. I would argue the first one's a lot more special than the second one. And I think the second one and the existence of this hypothetical third one really kind of demystifies the first one in a lot of ways. I thought it was really bold to of Naughty Dog to make a game like The Last of Us and just bounce. That's why, like, when they made Uncharted 4, I was like, I'm disappointed that they're making Uncharted, but I was kind of happy to see that The Last of Us was this really bold one-off title that made its impact, and everybody unanimously agreed that it was like something that was like really, really new and really, really interesting. And then they went and did something else. And now it's kind of becoming another, like you said, another sequel, another franchised thing that really didn't need that. And I don't know, man. I don't know when the hell we're going to get a different Naughty Dog game at this point.
Yeah, the math doesn't really work. I mean, Eric Smith wrote in about this and said, "Hey, gang, how do you feel about the rumors stating that Neil Druckmann's next project is in fact The Last of Us Part 3? As someone who was underwhelmed by Part 2 and is not looking forward to Factions, I was really hoping that the team would be focusing their efforts on a new IP. I love Part 1, but for some reason, the more they add and build upon the franchise, the less interested and more disenchanted I become. With their typical dev cycle of 4 to 5 years, it's looking like we may not be getting a new game from Naughty Dog outside of the world of The Last of Us until about 2030. This really bums me out. Colin, as someone who has a decent understanding of studio size and the teams within it, there's hope that a non-The Last of Us project may be in the works alongside the rumored third installment, or is there hope? Thanks for all you do and enjoy your holiday break." Thank you, Eric. I've done as much thinking about this as I think that I can do, and I think I've come to the conclusion that it's possible that they have a third game in development simply because Sony is so quick to use, I saw this again in the God of War credits, they use all their teams or other teams to do things, right? There's more of a cross-pollination between teams where the siloed teams themselves aren't isolated to their own resource pool. If you need art, you can go to Malaysia. If you need stuff from Capture, you can go to Santa Monica. If you need, whatever the case might be, and bringing in Valkyrie and all these others. And like I said, bringing in Nixes and Bluepoint to free up resources to focus on ports and remasters and all of the rest. So I think it's possible that there is a third Naughty Dog game in development, but there are two concerns about this theory. Number one, they've never had 3 games in development, and they had a really hard time getting 2 games out at this around the same time, and it wasn't pleasant. That a lot of that is the origins of Amy Hennig's exit from the studio. That era is over, right? That Amy Hennig kind of adventurer era is over. Now we're in this real somber era of Naughty Dog. But the reality is that if there is a third game in development, I have a hard time believing Neil Druckmann has anything to do with it. And that's a bummer simply because he kind of is what Naughty Dog has become. Like it's not just him. There's hundreds of people working there, but it's like Kojima where there's a taste and a style and a flair to what he does. And you can tell. And I don't know that since he is the head of Naughty Dog now, he's got his plate full producing and writing for the HBO show. He's got all these things going on. can he also be directing The Last of Us Part 3? And can he also be working on factions? And can he also be doing this other project? I can imagine that at Naughty Dog, there is a third game floating around because I feel like Sony must understand that they need to do something else. That it's actually imperative for them to do something else. Even if it's not big, even if it's like a tearaway style game, just something else. I think they understand all of that. But I also think that we have to understand that The Last of Us is a huge game. And we were talking about how God of War Ragnarok minted twice its production costs in 3 days. Well, so did The Last of Us Part 2. You know, it just does. It's not going to have, it didn't have the tail that God of War will have. It's petered out around 10 to 11 million. It looks like that's a fucking lot of copies, dude. And they're not going to just walk away from that. I think that there is some sort of corporate imperative to continue with The Last of Us, but I also think that there is some sort of creative imperative. I've said before, and I agree with you, Chris, if The Last of Us was left alone, I think that would have been totally fine. But when they made the second one, they demanded a third one. They can't leave it like that. The first one, I think they could have left it, but I don't think you can leave this one like this. I don't like the way, I like where it ends. I think it's a great ending, but I'm like, no, this is like Empire Strikes Back level shit. We're in the middle of it. This isn't over, you know? And so I think they have to kind of embrace that as well. Anyway, Dustin, I've gone on and on. What do you think about this rumor? First of all, do you feel like it's true? I feel like in my research, in doing into this particular leaker, it seems like this is a person who knows things. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is true, particularly because I feel like Sony might have released a comment saying otherwise, wouldn't they? What would they have to lose by saying we're not doing The Last of Us Part 3? That would probably get people amped. Yeah. So what do you think?
I think it's true. I think that if you lay all the pieces out on the table, it makes complete sense for them to do this, because we have the HBO show, and maybe they knew early on, and maybe especially now, they know that this is really, really good. And they've got everyone's favorite word, synergy. And in addition, Naughty Dog has, even though they didn't fully make it, they got their chops going on the PS5 with Last of Us Part 1, and they're working on factions. So I would imagine that they are, if they're going to make The Last of Us Part 3, there isn't a better time than right now. They are actively in development in that world. I'm sure that there could be some asset sharing, some different mechanical aspects that they can kind of coast right into developing this game. So from a financial perspective, and theoretically, let's say the HBO show is really good, then you imagine they're going to do Part 2 also as HBO show. And so they can have Part 3 ready to go. So you have the show, you have the game. But I think that that's the realistic aspect of it in terms of development. I think that where I veer into some wishful thinking is that they can get this done relative to what they've done in the past quickly. And I just don't know. It's probably wishful thinking about how long between when The Last of Us Part 2 was announced and when it actually came out. I'd like to think that because, like I said earlier, it seems like they can just kind of coast right into this with a lot of development and assets ready to go. But at the same time, this is Naughty Dog, and they're known to be perfectionists and change things and redo things. So I think it makes sense, yes, that they're doing it. I just wonder how long it will take. Because I think the ideal thing is that they can get this game out and then, like a lot of people want, what Chris is saying, move on to something else. I think that would be awesome. But if they're going to do it, I would rather them do it now than get into something else that we enjoy and like a lot and then go back to it. It's like, just get this streak, end strong with Last of Us Part 3, and then be free.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, I mean, I agree with you that I think it's real. If you think about the timeline, The Last of Us Part 2 launched in the summer of 2020. It had no DLC, and it didn't even get ported to PS5. So there was none of that work. So you can imagine, and it was in great shape when it came out. So you can imagine that they might have moved right on. Now, who knows? this is where the difficult kind of obfuscation comes in for me. You can imagine a world that there are a lot of disciplines at Naughty Dog, your environment artists, your modelers, all this. They can work on a multiplayer game. I don't know how far that goes with your designers, with a lot of other people that are working on games, certainly your technical specifications and all of the rest. In other words, you can imagine that Sony might have quietly hired an entire parallel team at Naughty Dog, at least a small kernel of one that is making a multiplayer game. It's not to say that they're not unaware with making multiplayer games. They obviously are going all the way back to Uncharted 2. It's just to say you might have a different focus. Like they brought in that guy from Epic that was the Fortnite monetizer, like that kind of expertise. If that's true, then you can imagine that a lot of those creatives and designers and everything were working on something else. And so the point is that The Last of Us Part 3 might have entered the production in 2021. And if that's true, then 2024. And now here's my theory. And it's just a working theory. Who the hell knows? The Last of Us Part 2 is conspicuously absent from PlayStation 5. We all know that. I think at some point they're not going to do what they did with The Last of Us Part 1. They're going to have a big pomp and circumstance porting of that game to PS5. That might come in a prelude to a tease for the third game. And that might all happen at the same time, perhaps around the end of the first season of The Last of Us on HBO or something. There could be we were saying synergy. There could be some sort of timing there. But I don't know. I love The Last of Us. I think they have to wrap it up. I do think that they should do it sooner rather than later if they're going to do it at all. And then I think they have to move on. You got to move on after that. And I think everyone's going to be totally fine with that. Seems like Sony wants 2-3 games, trilogies. We knew that God of War could have been a trilogy and wasn't. I think that God of War and God of War Ragnarok are so long that it should have been a trilogy. You could have gotten a whole third game out of all the extra shit in that game. And I would have been totally fine to play it. But I don't know. There's another concern, though. And it comes from Lee is Cool Jenkins, who says, "Hey, Secret Dudes. With the rumors that Naughty Dog have started production on The Last of Us Part 3, is this another sign that we may have seen the last AAA Sony first-party new IP? Do you think they ever take a risk again like Ghost of Tsushima or Days Gone? Or will it only be sequels, remakes, and licensed IP with existing fan bases moving forward? Has the increasing price of AAA production made it too big of a risk?" I think we all inherently know that that's not the case, but it certainly feels that way. I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's only one new IP on PlayStation from Sony on PlayStation 5 of any consequence, and that's Returnal. And I don't think that we're looking at that as a fucking barn burner. They're probably going to extract some sort of sci-fi show out of that from the creators of The Expanse or something, but really when you look at it, it's like Demon Souls, Ratchet and Clank, God of War, Horizon, The Last of Us. There's nothing new happening at all. Spider-Man 2, Wolverine, which is just another Marvel product. I think we know that somewhere in the ether, something has to be in the works that's new, but we're running out of real estate. Where are the games that are new? Chris, are you concerned that we're not going to see many new IP? I think they have to do something new, but there's no doubt that they are obsessive now over extracting value out of this IP.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're surely going to get new IP. I mean, like obviously we got Returnal. Ghost of Tsushima was not really that long ago in the grand scheme. I think it's possible that we'll see more new stuff. It's just a matter of, it just feels like with the way that AAA game development goes now and the sheer amount of time that it takes going from one project to the next, what used to feel a little bit more digestible in like the mid to early to late 2000s, in the sense that you get a game and then a sequel every 2 to 3 years, that's becoming a lot more drawn out. And maybe they're still stuck in this model of, hey, we need to do trilogies, or we need to really start franchising this thing in the same way that we used to, but the timelines just don't match up anymore. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima took how many years? 7? I can't imagine that the next one's going to take another, I can't imagine the next one's going to take that much longer again. But it's definitely not going to be 2 years or 3 years. It's already well past that. So I don't know. It's I just feel like we are in a situation where we're getting a little bit too comfortable. in PlayStation land. I think we're a little bit too comfortable with Kratos. We're a little bit too comfortable with The Last of Us as a brand, and we're a little bit too comfortable with these mega franchises to the point where I don't know. I just find this ecosystem less interesting to pay attention to as a result of it. It's frustrating because it's like, oh, the next Naughty Dog game is going to come out, and it's like, and we're going to be waiting for several years, and then it's going to be The Last of Us again. And for how many years are we going to be doing that? It feels like there's a wild card nature that is missing. And even over on the Xbox side, you have shit like Pentiment, which is like, what the hell is that? That's so weird. And it's not for everybody. It's certainly not a game for me. I would imagine it's a game for Colin more than anybody else, ironically enough. But the fact that that's even real at all is interesting. Like, I just wish that we had things like that to talk about. Like, it would be cool to see Insomniac put out like, hey, here's a random. Can you imagine if Insomniac made like something like Pentiment or like something that obscure and weird just in their off time, or Guerrilla did something like that, or it would be far more of an interesting ecosystem to talk about and pay attention to. But right now, I feel inundated with sequels and specifically television. You know, it's like, oh man, okay, this game's coming out. How do we do a TV show about it? And then that's going to be the topic, and then that's going to be the ecosystem, and that's going to kind of eat everything up. I mean, even the new TV shows that are coming out are from IPs that Sony's had for fucking 20 years. Twisted Metal.
Yeah, that's weird. And we're getting a new Twisted Metal game too, which hasn't been announced yet. I think that the one thing that Sony has to, I think, keep in mind more than anything else as they manage these teams, and they must know this. Here's the thing, is that the safe bet is to let them make The Last of Us Part 3. And you can't blame them for that. It's like, okay, and make your hundreds of millions of dollars in profit again. Can't shy away from that.
Right.
But they also have to remember that there was a time when they allowed their teams to flex a lot more. And that brought these products around to begin with. So you can't get stuck in the rut. Naughty Dog, through today's lens, would be making Uncharted games forever, it seems like. But that they were allowed to make The Last of Us at all and that The Last of Us was so fucking dark. I think we take that for granted now. We look at everything that PlayStation does as dark, but not really. I mean, Resistance and Killzone were dark, but generally speaking, they didn't have this fucking dire reputation that they have now because of The Last of Us. And I think that's a great reputation to have because it draws a lot of people in that want story-driven games, but they let them discover that. It's the same thing with Sucker Punch. They didn't make them keep making Infamous games, which would have been easy for them to do. They did something else. And so I just want to know, what is the point at which these various studios get to that level? And I was hoping that I'm hoping still that Santa Monica Studio is that studio. But then when I hear Eric Williams say something like, we'd be happy to be the God of War studio, I was like, oh no, man. And then you look at it through the eyes of the bean counters and you can't really be mad about it. It's like, well, what do you mean we're not doing another God of War game? Are you guys nuts?
Yeah.
I mean, this game's going to sell, what, 15 or 20 million copies ultimately? No doubt. And so it's easy for us in our, Monday morning quarterbacking to kind of give them advice. And I get that. And that's what we do. And we shoot the shit. But I can't help but see things from their angle, no matter how much I hate it too, to say risk aversion is good. In fact, we released a bunch of totally random things during the PlayStation 3 era that sold, all of them combined, as many copies as the God of War Ragnarok is going to sell. So what is the point? And I think that it's chicken and egg shit. That's all it is if you don't give us the products, we can't buy them, but you've given us the products and we didn't buy them. And it's true that Medieval didn't sell very well, although it wasn't great. It's true that Shadow of the Beast didn't sell very well, although it wasn't great. Tomorrow Children, all these different touchstones to the past and new IP, all these different things. It's true that no one played Kill Strain. It's true that Drawn to Death didn't do well. They did try those things, and I think that they're a little scared of all those things too. But I just hope they realize that pent up in the energy of all these different studios is the ability to make the next Last of Us. You just have to be willing to give them the time. And I think that they're afraid to give everyone too much time. I think that's the big thing. I don't think you're going to see very many of those 7-year dev cycles anymore. I'll tell you that. And so we'll see what happens, but I'm excited to get The Last of Us Part 3. I hope the rumor is true. but I hope we can have our cake and eat it too. I guess that's the point I'm making. And you're right, Chris, a Pentiment style game would be awesome. And that's why I brought up Tearaway. That was a really weird game, a signal of something to come, but never really happened after that. Insomniac did little games like that, but not with PlayStation. That game Song of the Deep, for instance, which they did with GameStop, was super cool. It was like a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think they look at that and they say, who gives a shit? I really think that that's what Sony thinks. And I think that's sad, but I think it's true. They don't give a flying fuck if your game sells 500,000 copies. I really believe that. And like, you're not going to see a Returnal sequel. That's for sure. Right? Like I'd be shocked if they let them do that again, because that's like a clean slate where it's like, well, you didn't really do anything that we really loved anyway, so just let's try again. But I think when they have the guys with the chemistry and all that, and they're like, well, you stumbled upon this, let's keep doing this. But that's so sad. And as far as Xbox is concerned, and Dustin, I'll go over to you for any closing comments, is we make fun of, and I think rightfully so, Xbox for not having any games per se and not really producing any games. But here's the truth, is that when you think about the games that are in development or that they've messed with or that they've even canceled, at least there has been an inclination to do something new. It's not worked out very well, but it's like you would want the talent of Sony with the inclination of Microsoft, and that would be the perfect thing. You have a revival of Perfect Dark. They tried to get Phantom Dust off the ground. Fable has long been percolating. They have all of these different, they helped fund Titanfall, the original Titanfall on which was a Xbox One and Xbox 360 console exclusive. Redfall, I think, looks dope. I love vampires. That Starfield, though none of that stuff has materialized or hasn't been very good or might not be very good, who knows? That does seem a little more interesting than God of War 17 and The Last of Us Part 3 and all these different things. I mean, I get that point. But all things being equal, Dustin, I'd rather be in our land just because at least the end product is there and the end product is good.
Right. I think that one of the biggest things I've learned through doing this show is that not only me, but the three of us are not like the general consumer or of games and also media. The reality is, if something is good, people want more of it until it is no longer good. And that's kind of, and financially, that also makes sense. And I'm not trying to knock anybody for wanting more things that they like. We all want more things that we like. It just, we like to, I don't know. It seems weird, but we want things to change up and new ideas and stuff like that. And most people don't want that. And I'm not saying that they're wrong for wanting the same things, but that's where the financial imperative is. And so I think that we have lofty ideas about like an immaculate trilogy or a complete story. But as Chris mentioned a few weeks ago, it's the death of finality. There are financial imperatives to keep things going forever.
Indeed.
So, and I think Sony is acutely aware of this, just as other publishers are, and they will keep making the games in the series you like as long as you keep buying them.
It's worth noting that part of that equation is the simple creation of the IP itself. Plopping a Bible on the table, a licensed Bible, and being like, here are the rules of Horizon. And no matter what happens and where we go in the direction with Horizon, this is what Horizon is. And that in and of itself is a major investment with writing and designers and all of that. And I get that you want to extract as much as you can out of that. What I simply want is a good balance of both. I want them to keep revisiting IP. In fact, I want them to go and dig up even more IP. We're going to talk about a random IP that they dug up for PSVR in a little while. That's good shit. Go and dig up more IP if you want, but let's have a good balance. I'd like a 50-50 balance. And basically what I'm seeing on PS5 is 80-20. Maybe you get your Returnal, but you also get your Ratchet, your God of War, your Horizon, your Uncharted ports, your Last of Us ports. It's like, give me a little more of that new stuff. I'm hoping against hope that that's what 2023 has in store for us. If not in releases, because I think we're going to be fine with releases in the third party, especially, but if just news, show me something new. As excited and as I'm going to scream like a little girl when that Firefly logo appears and they show The Last of Us Part 3, a Firefly logo that's crumbling or, disappears to dust or something with 2024 or something and a PS5 logo underneath. I'll shit my pants, no doubt. But I will also be excited when I see that Media Molecule logo and it's something totally bonkers new.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't even imagine what that is because I feel like it's been so long since we've even talked about anything like that. In fact, we love Returnal, I think, unanimously on the show, but it's ironic that it's almost like the game on PS5 that requires the least conversation as well. So it's not even like we get to dive into this meaty thing. It's just it's an arcade game. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hopefully things will really start to lighten up in the next year as far as this is concerned. But in the meantime, I'm pleased to see The Last of Us Part 3 in development personally. All right. This number 2 story, I've not seen reported in very many places, but I think it's a pretty big deal. A disturbing piece of news has recently emanated from Sony-owned studio Media Molecule. One of its co-founders is leaving the team. According to a brief posting on Media Molecule's social media feeds, Karim Etoune, the studio's art director, has departed. They wrote in part, quote, "Since day one, Karim has been essential in defining the look, the feel, and without a doubt, the very ethos of who we are and what we do at Media Molecule. We are forever grateful for everything he's done for us and our community," end quote. He will make his final exit early next year. Etoune's credits are actually fairly limited, especially considering Media Molecule has refused to release a game in about a decade. However, he acted as art director on both 2008's Little Big Planet and 2011's Little Big Planet 2, and as the steward of Media Molecule's visual style, he's responsible in part for one of PlayStation's most well-known characters, Sackboy. He got his start in the industry working on the original Fable, the Xbox-exclusive RPG from now-defunct Team Lionhead. This leaves 2 of its co-founders still at the team at Media Molecule, creative lead Mark Healy and technical lead David Smith. You may recall that Media Molecule's 4th co-founder, Alex Evans, left the team back in 2020, also with no credits since 2011 Little Big Planet 2 to speak of. Media Molecule, founded in 2006 to eventually make Little Big Planet, was purchased outright by Sony in 2010. The following year, it launched Little Big Planet 2 on PlayStation 3, and while a small portion of the studio brought Tearaway to Vita in 2013, Media Molecule has nothing else to show for the last 10 years save Dreams, which appears from the outside to be an irrelevant product. What they're working on for the future is unknown, but now we know the artistic lead of Media Molecule's once great creative environment won't be there for whatever it is. Chris, what do you think about this? This is not a big story, I think, mostly because I don't think people are paying much attention to Media Molecule anymore, but I think that this is a fairly substantial thing to lose your art director, and especially at a team known for its art. So like that, I feel like that has a potentially catastrophic effect on the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good. I mean, Media Molecule is probably, I think we all would probably agree with this. It's like the most visually distinct, Sony first party studio that exists. I mean, Little Big Planet really, really stood out from the crowd at the time, and it arguably still does. Arguably more so now than it did back in the day.
Yeah,
and
totally.
so to lose a studio or to lose a key mind in the direction of that very distinctive style for a studio, like you said, whose art is so important and almost solely identifiable to that studio. That's a big deal. Although it's not surprising to me, because what is he even able to do, really? Like, what is the art director on Dreams really able to do if it's just a tool for other people to make their own art in? I mean, that's impressive. Don't get me wrong. I think we've talked at length before about how impressive Dreams is as a product, as like as a compilation of code to be able to make things and do that's cool. That's not a game, and he's not working on it really in any capacity. He'd probably finalize some texture. Like, what do you even do as the art director?
Well, I would say Dreams has a distinct art direction in its tool set.
Yeah, but that's
for sure. Like the little character and stuff. Like, I'm guessing his work has been done for a long time, though.
Yeah, but what? Yeah. No, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, what does he do? He's just sitting there at Media Molecule, just like, are we gonna do something today? And then they're like, no, you've done it. You made the cursor. You made the cursor and the little the menu iconography. You're done. I was like, oh, I don't get to make like levels or characters. Like, it's just a bizarre situation. That studio's in a rough spot, because if they keep losing people like this, I'd imagine they probably lost a lot of people already. I imagine level designers aren't there because, like, what the hell would they be doing? I imagine writers aren't there because what the hell would they be doing? I'd imagine, I'd imagine that they're losing a lot of people. And we've talked about this before, but I wonder if Media Molecule was to do something else, could they even at this point? Like, I don't know.
Their footprint apparently, they have apparently fewer than 100 people now at the studio. So
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. And I just think, Dustin, that first of all, we have no idea the nature of the internal workings of the studio. He might have been super excited about Dreams, and obviously he didn't leave during development. So who knows? But what I do know is that you've wasted, and by you, I mean Sony, all of this time that you could have extracted probably 2 or 3 games out of Media Molecule by this point. And I just don't, I feel like this is a complete squandering of what the studio could have been for them. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with Media Molecule. I am so perplexed by why they did this to them. They almost turned them into like Rare, where it's like, you know that inside there is something that can be done, but why isn't it happening? You know? Anyway, what do you think?
I think that all the things you guys are saying are true. I do think that it's totally possible that maybe he wanted to direct his own game and he got an offer and that wasn't in the cards for Media Molecule. Being an art director, he really has the option to go fully outside of games as well. He could go be an art director at a film studio or, you know, an animation team or whatever. So I think that while all those things are true, it could just be that he wants to go and do something else as well. All of the questions about Media Molecule still remain for sure. So I don't know. It seems like it could be a bunch of different possibilities.
Number 3. In what can only be described as amazing and welcome news, it appears the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster games are indeed coming to PlayStation, specifically PS4. Multiple sources point to 6 ESRB listings for the 6 Final Fantasy games included in these remasters, Final Fantasies 1 through 6. All 6 games previously had listings only for PC and phone, but now PS4 has been added in addition to Switch. No Xbox, which is very interesting. There's literally nothing else to say right now except some people, I'm sorry, I don't know what the hell this says. There's literally nothing else to say right now except some people expect one, some, or all of the games, that's what it says, to be shadow dropped on the Final Fantasy 35th anniversary, which happens to be a couple of days after this podcast records on December 18th. So when it comes to release timing and any tweaks that may be incoming in these versions of the games, we'll have to wait. The original Final Fantasy game came from Squaresoft, as the company was then known in 1987 when it arrived on Famicom. It wouldn't get ported to NES until 1990 and benefited from a major push from Nintendo and Nintendo Power, similar to what they did with Squaresoft's rival Enix's Dragon Quest games, or as we knew them, Dragon Warrior. Now, Final Fantasy 2 and 3 are especially interesting here because these games were traditionally far less accessible than what would come later. Indeed, Final Fantasy 3 would never see Western release until a remake came to Nintendo DS in 2006. Final Fantasy 2 came to Famicom in 1988 and was first launched in the West via Final Fantasy Origins on PS1, one of the original PlayStation's last ever releases from 2003. It came to PSP in 2007. Final Fantasy 3 first launched in Japan on Famicom in 1990, and it later came to PSP in 2012. Final Fantasy IV, known once in the West as Final Fantasy II and widely considered one of the greatest JRPGs of all time, came to Super Famicom and SNES the same year in 1991. A PS1 port followed in 1999 via the Final Fantasy Collection, which also included Chrono Trigger. Final Fantasy V was another enigma in the West, having only been released in the West upon the aforementioned Final Fantasy Collection. And Final Fantasy VI, which we once knew as Final Fantasy III, launched on Super Famicom and SNES in 1994, and is likewise considered one of the best JRPGs of all time. These last 2 games also came to PS1 in the West in 1999 in the form of the Final Fantasy Anthology, and 4, 5, and 6 had also really awesome Game Boy Advance ports, which may still be the best way to play them. So this was great news. A lot of people DM me and get me on Discord, all these different things, knowing I was going to be excited. I was amped up to hear about this. What I want to know, Dustin, is are you interested in jumping into these games? And if so, how do you want to taste them? Do you want to go in order? Do you want to try the classics first? What's your flavor here?
I'm most interested in checking out 6 for sure. That's the Sin game that I haven't fully played. I'm curious though, and maybe the audience can fill us in. I remember that people weren't necessarily amped about these ports, particularly on Steam. Something to do with like they can be a bit buggy, and some of the font choices were weird. Seems a little nitpicky, but I'm curious. Like, I'm looking on Steam right now. Recent reviews are overwhelmingly positive. I am seeing some like user reviews talking about bugs and stuff like that. But either way, I think just the fact that these will exist on modern platforms is fantastic. Having these accessible is great. I am very curious about the ports overall, but yeah, I feel like I will probably, I want to say I'll just jump into 6, but man, this year is going to be so busy. It'll be nice to know that at least though that it is there for me at any time, just because I'm too scared to play it on original hardware for Super Nintendo. I'm afraid the battery will die or something like that, and that's too much time invested to lose. So I'll probably play it on modern systems.
Sorry, I muted right on. My accountant just messaged us, by the way. He needs to log into our account, so I needed to just, you have the two-factor authentication.
Oh yeah, the code.
Yeah. But I think that's right. I'm always changing my codes too to things, which is a little
like
annoying.
Password.
Yeah, like I usually have this password root, right? And then you kind of make passwords off that root. Then the root ultimately changes. Then you have at least in my experience, then you have like this new password root. Then you do all sorts of question marks and exclamation points and spaces, or whatever, underscores.
Yeah.
And then over time, I was like, I don't fucking have any idea. And sometimes I go to like random sites. I go to walmart.com. I haven't logged in a few years or whatever. I'm like, I think this is it. And I just randomly guess one of the random old passwords or something.
Right.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying to have all these different passwords, but it's necessary. All you fucking thieving bastards out there trying to steal everything. All right. Chris, are you going to check out any of these games before we move on? I assume not.
Definitely not anytime soon. I mean, these are really, really old, and they're really it's a very specific genre that I'm only kind of recently getting into. And so I feel like I feel like in order to really appreciate these, I'm going to have to play some more modern things, like we talked earlier about Persona and even Yakuza. Obviously those are very, very different in tone and gameplay and all that, but the underlying systems are very, very similar. And so if I can get through it in a modern context, I'm pretty good at being able to go back and appreciate older stuff once I have a pretty good context for what I'm doing. And JRPGs are just not my strong suit at the moment, and once they're a little bit more part of my repertoire, I think maybe I'll jump back. I have no idea where I would start though, because I think the last one I played was whichever one had Kefka.
Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah, so that was the last one I played a long time ago, and I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. I'm pretty sure I stumbled through that entire game. I don't remember if I beat it ages ago, but I'll probably start with that one just because I have some familiarity of it, or some baseline to connect with it in a way that I probably don't have with the other ones. But that's a down the line kind of thing for me, especially if there's apparently bugs. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it's there's like Dustin was saying, there are a lot of problems with just the presentation. The idea, I think, was that they wanted to make them all the same, like have the menus be the exact same between the games, but the games don't really look the exact same, so it's hard to do that. And this HD text over pixel art just looks like shit. Just embrace just embrace it, just embrace the old look.
At least give an option. If you want the crystal clear text, use it, and then you can flip it and then have the pixel art text. That'd be great.
There's this assumption that like things need to be redone a lot, but I was just looking for a Kefka video. But anyway, let's move on.
I thought it was going insane because I was hearing clown music. I was like, what the hell is going on?
That was Kefka's. I was watching Kefka's a clip of Kefka on my phone. I'm a little worried about my accountant here. Is he getting into the account? I don't know. Okay.
And he never will.
What if it's not actually your accountant?
Just fucking put me out of my misery already.
We could be sabotaged right now.
Yeah.
Oof.
Who knows?
God.
Number 4. It's sleeting out, by the way. You can hear it bouncing off my window here. Number 4. In what is becoming a consistent and predictable trend that will likely pay dividends no matter how much we complain, another major PlayStation IP has been confirmed for adaptation, this time in the form of a TV series for God of War, the series created and long supported by Santa Monica Studio. As revealed by website Deadline earlier this year, Amazon has long been in negotiations with Sony for some time to score the project, and indeed, Sony has shown an obvious propensity to spread the love between as many partners as possible. After all, The Last of Us premieres on HBO in less than a month, while a Twisted Metal TV show's first season is already in post-production at Peacock, with a Horizon TV show in development at Netflix. There are also 6 film projects, 1 released, 1 dated, and 4th forthcoming. Uncharted and Gran Turismo are the released and dated films respectively, while the other 4 undated projects include Days Gone, Ghost of Tsushima, Gravity Rush, and Jak and Daxter. While the negotiations are over and the powers that be have confirmed the project, The Hollywood Reporter reports that Rafi Judkins will oversee the project. Judkins has written for shows like the comedy Chuck, as well as for the comic hero series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. For purposes of this project, though, there are 2 offerings he worked on that are most important. For Amazon, he's helmed the popular, although contentious, The Wheel of Time adaptation since it launched last year, and its 3rd season is in production. On Sony's behalf, Judkins helped write the Uncharted film, which has gone on to make nearly $500 million worldwide. Writing duo Mark Fergus and Hawk Ostby are writing the show. They are best known for their seminal work as the creators of the wonderful TV show The Expanse, based on the book, which Amazon also plays a huge role in. In other words, there's a lot of trust here, which makes sense because God of War is one of PlayStation's premier properties. As noted by The Hollywood Reporter, the series, quote, will follow Kratos, the god of war, who exiles himself from his blood-soaked past in ancient Greece and hangs up his weapons forever in the Norse realm of Midgard. When his wife dies, Kratos sets off on a dangerous journey with his estranged son to spread her ashes from the highest peak, his wife's final wish. Kratos soon realizes the journey is an epic quest in disguise, one which will test the bonds between father and son and force Kratos to battle new gods and monsters for the fate of the world, end quote. In other words, the plot of the 2018 reimagining of God of War, which came that year to PlayStation 4. The God of War franchise, which began back on PlayStation 2 in 2005, includes 8 core games, 6 of which were created by Santa Monica Studio, and 2, the PSP releases, by Ready at Dawn. God of War Ragnarok, recently released, has met critical and commercial acclaim, though it's assumed Santa Monica Studio will be moving on from the franchise as the Norse arc is now wrapped up. Notably absent in the Amazon treatment for the show, however, is actually seeing the Greek arc, which is where most of God of War has actually taken place. So this is where the news that you mentioned earlier, Dustin, I thought would be appropriate to fold in here as well. Deadline also reports that Death Stranding is getting a film version. This is happening between Kojima Productions and an outside partner, I guess, Hammerstone Studios, nothing to do with PlayStation. And we're actually going to talk about this later on because this is not a PlayStation Productions product, suggesting that there's something else going on with Death Stranding, which there may be based on the eagle eyes of a user. So we'll get to that in a little while. However, let's stop here for now. Dustin, what do you think about God of War getting a TV series on Amazon?
Man, I think that hearing the fact that it's connected with Wheel of Time, which I've not watched, but I've not heard a single positive thing about. And also, I don't know, people seem pretty mixed on the Lord of the Rings show, which obviously that's not really connected, but it's also Amazon. But I don't know. It's hard because I feel like I'm actually more positive on Twisted Metal because they can kind of reimagine that and make it wacky and silly and maybe really cool. But we all have a very distinct and fresh look in our mind about what Kratos and this game in general should look like. And so I just don't know how they're going to pull this off. I'm even thinking from like a budget perspective, and how they're going to make this look right. I don't know. I guess I'm trying to think of something to say that we haven't already said about these, these adaptations and TV shows, just so because I know that people are also feeling exhausted with these types of things. But
yeah, I'll wrestle it away from you.
Save me, Chris, please.
I hate this. I really hate this. I think this is a fucking horrific idea. Like, I really don't know what they're going to do. The 2018 game again. Why? We already have it. And it is already, by the way, very, very narrative focused. You could argue that the God of War, you could argue both God of War
cinematic
games. Yeah, you could argue both of those games are TV shows. Like, just goddamn about. And the most fun part about them, you can't engage with. So, like, I don't at the very least, I could understand that if it's like, you know what, it's been a long time. God of War is really popular. These games exist. Wouldn't it be interesting to maybe like do a God of War TV show that takes place in ancient Greece? All right. Yeah, whatever. I hate that idea as well. But at the very least, it wouldn't be as redundant as this. Because unlike 2018 and Ragnarok, there's probably a lot of dramatic heft that you could add to God of War 1, 2, 3 in that order that would make it really, really satisfying, or at least like more contemporary in a way that actually maybe lines up a little bit more with what they've done with 2018 and Ragnarok since then. But what are you going to, they're going to do 2018 again? Arguably like almost objectively shot less interesting because they're not going to do it in one shot like the game does. So like, I don't see the point in going over the stories of games that we already played, especially when those games are already incredibly cinematic on their own. The reason the Uncharted movie worked so well, I think, is because it was kind of like a remix. Now, I didn't like the Uncharted movie that much. I kind of was like, whatever. That was like a whatever film for me.
It was fine. It was totally fine, I thought.
I wasn't as high on it as you guys were, but I also just didn't hate it. It was just like, it's all right. I don't remember anything about it, but it was fine. And what was fine about it is because it at least did something slightly different. It didn't do Uncharted 1 again. It didn't do Uncharted 2 again. It did parts of those games in like a different order that at least was like somewhat interesting to follow because you weren't sure what they were going to adapt next because it was this kind of remix thing. And The Last of Us obviously is, for me, it's very, the only reason that gets a pass for me is because it's HBO. Literally any other, like if there was a Last of Us show at Peacock, I can't even tell you. I can't even tell you how deeply I would, or like God willing, Paramount Plus.
No, they got their game. They got their game property already. I think if anything, they probably scared Sony away.
Yeah. You know, I love how the Halo show wasn't even like nominated for best adaptation. I love that. So
I didn't even realize that. That's horrible.
That's wonderful. I love that. But the thing, I don't know. I've sounded off on this enough. I really don't understand the point of this. If you're going to do a God of War show or any show based off of a game property, flesh out the world. Like, do more stuff in that universe. Don't give us the same stories again. I think it's why Edge Runners is so good. I think it's why The Witcher was pretty solid. And it's why, I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen Arcane, but apparently that's amazing. It won at Best Adaptation of the Year this year at the Game Awards. And I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I really doubt that whatever story Arcane is telling in their episodic television series is anything even remotely like a League of Legends game. Just a hunch. I don't imagine someone's in the middle of top lane being harassed and having racial slurs shouted at him in the middle of this animated show. So, you know, just flesh out the worlds of these places and give us interesting characters to follow in that places that aren't just rehashes of the same thing we already experienced in a far more impressive and entertaining medium than this. And that's kind of where I'll leave it.
Yeah, I think that's all well said. Here's my concern is that this is becoming like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I really don't want that to happen.
Except with way less focus.
Right.
There is no Kevin Feige for PlayStation. Like that doesn't exist.
And also thankfully there's no interconnectedness, which is nice. But it just feels like here's the product for quarter A. Here's the product for quarter 2, and here's the game for this, and here's the notion for this, so we can promote this movie. And I'm like, let's not get too far down that rabbit hole. Because
also, how do you cast this? How do you cast this?
All right, well, let's go into that. Winston G. McDaniel writes in and says, "Hey, CDC. The God of War TV show that was ordered today by Amazon isn't filling me with a sense of excitement at all. One, as you said before, who can physically be Kratos and be a good actor? Additionally, the showrunner being Rafi Judkins makes me want to run as far away as possible after he destroyed the source material in the Wheel of Time show for Amazon. As always, when I'm feeling negative, I hope I'm wrong. Thanks for all you do and happy holidays to you and your families." Thank you, Winston, for writing in. You had brought up the Wheel of Time earlier, Dustin. I know that has a bad reputation on Amazon, but I'm also surprised like it keeps getting a new season. So someone's liking it. I mean, someone likes it. And so they obviously trust this dude. But that's the point I was making, I guess, when you had said that, Chris, was you risk taking unanimously great game series like Gran Turismo, which I actually think sounds pretty cool as a movie, but based on what they're doing, or something like The Last of Us or whatever, and you risk ruining it or at least sullying its reputation in some way. And I just don't understand why everything needs a real iteration, or everything needs this or everything needs that. And I agree with you, tell a different story. But what I think would have been cool with a God of War product is go back to Greece.
Yeah.
Instead of remaking those old God of War games, which really probably need it at this point, don't even do that. Just tell that story again and just go back there. We don't even really have much context for that Kratos anyway, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's the same character, obviously, but very different. And so, but I agree. Who could play him, Chris? I mean, does anyone come to mind for you?
I can't fathom.
The Rock.
Oh,
He's big enough.
no.
Dude,
The
what if
problem
that happens?
The problem with The Rock is that The Rock is not an actor. like I cannot look at a character played by The Rock and think anything other than that is The Rock. You know? And so like I don't know, that would be terrible. I don't think I just don't think you could cast, and not even just him, but like even just somebody like Mimir. If they're really going to follow the game like full on, who do you even cast as Mimir? Like that's already a great. There's already like I would argue he's like the best character from not from like a development perspective, but from just like a sheer like I can't imagine that character being played by anybody else. It's such a very specific dialect. It's such a specific accent. It's such a specific cadence. And it does so much to strengthen those empty moments on the boat when you're just kind of like meandering. And it, like a lot of that gameplay in God of War 2018 and in Ragnarok really sucks until Mimir is telling you something. And it instantly becomes like, oh, this is engaging and this is fun. And how do you even do that? And Kratos is uncastable, I would argue. I don't think you could cast modern Kratos. Maybe the old. Ironically enough, I feel like you'd have an easier time casting Greek Kratos than this one. This one's so hilariously tall and big and bulky, and it's just outrageous how big God of War 2018 Kratos is and God of War Ragnarok Kratos is compared to older Kratos, who's comparatively like a lot scrawnier.
Yeah, he is. I was going to say his build was like a lot more like a basketball player or something compared to.
Yeah, no,
they're
exactly.
Need someone who juices. You know, bring in Liver King.
Bring in Liver King
redemption.
as Kratos.
It's going to be weird because isn't the. Hold on a second. Let me look at this real quick. How tall is Kratos? Officially, Kratos is 6'4". Really? This is his redesigned height for the 2018 God of War. Huh. Well, if he's 6'4", that's not that big of a deal, I guess. I was thinking, I guess it's because you always see him with Atreus or with Freya. It's smaller people.
It's
but
less,
I always thought he was like 7 foot tall.
No, well, it's
like
less
that.
about that. It's more about the presence. I don't think an actor can have that presence. Like it's not about how tall he is, because video game height is pretty fucking arbitrary. Like, because there's a lot of tricks that the camera will use, and there's a lot of tricks that the game employs in general to kind of make scale work. But like, and you could do that with a camera as well. But I don't know, man. That character model with Christopher Judge's voice is Kratos. That is what makes it. And so to get some guy, I'm just going to be looking at it as like, that's a really decent Kratos cosplay, I guess. Unless you want to animate it, go the Advent Children route and do it all animated, in which case, like, why even? I don't know.
Do the Green Lantern route and just animate Kratos in the live action. That's how you. There you go.
This says here that Kratos was 7 feet 8 inches tall in the Greek games.
Isn't that interesting though, that he feels smaller? Even in all the art that I see of like both, like sometimes people do cute like art compilations of Kratos, and like it'll be him standing next to him in the North games, or from the Greek games, and the standing next to him from the Norse games. And the Greek version of Kratos is always portrayed as smaller, always, by every single independent artist that's ever even remotely glanced at these two variations of this character. It's kind of like, do you remember when we had this conversation about how Caillou is like 11'6" or something?
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's kind of like that, where it's like it becomes pretty arbitrary after a while.
Yeah, I don't like that, man. Well, it's also like Mega Man is 4'4".
Yeah.
So that's interesting too, which is like also unsettling in its own way.
Oh yeah.
Okay. We can move through these next ones at a quicker clip, I think, at least for a little while. Number 5, in a surprise but welcome announcement, PlayStation has revealed that increasingly obscure PlayStation 2 launch game Fantavision would be coming to PlayStation VR 2 in reworked form. The project is called Fantavision 2002X. How do you even say this? I guess I never said it before.
2020X?
No, because like, wouldn't it be? It's 22X.
No,
Fantavision 22X. 202X.
I don't know. I have no idea how to say it. 202X. Yeah, 20. I read it as 2020X.
I guess. Yeah,
because I figure like, oh, you know, if that X was a number, you would, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
this is weird.
That is what it's called. Like, anyway, the project is like the original is all about fireworks. Rebuilt in Unreal Engine, quote, the basic goal of the game is to catch at least 3 fireworks of the same color and shoot them into the night sky, end quote. Those there at the PlayStation 2's launch will remember it as a bright and vibrant game, a standout amongst the launch lineup that was many in number but fewer in quality. The PlayStation blog goes on, quote, the PSVR 2 headset and PSVR 2 Sense controllers provide an immersive experience for you to fill the star-studded sky with sparkling fireworks. With its simple yet addictive gameplay, it won't take long for you to master the controls, end quote. Fantavision was originally developed by Sony-owned Japan Studio, which was churning out games left and right during the era, both internally developed and externally produced. However, with Japan Studio being subsumed by Team Asobi and therefore no longer existing, a new team called Cosmo Machia has stepped in to fill the void. Previous work from the studio seems to be in the mobile realm. Fantavision, however you say it, will be available when PSVR 2 launches on February 22nd next year, as will another game also revealed by the PlayStation blog, Resident Evil Village. Announced earlier this year, Capcom confirms via blog that Village VR mode will likewise be available at launch on February 22nd. It will be free for all owners of the game. So there's that. I wanted to give a little shine to Fantavision. Do you guys remember this game by chance, Dustin?
I know I can see the cover from game collecting stuff. I've never played it. I'm watching the trailer now, though, and this looks cool. I like experiences like this that are all about Flash, specifically thinking of Area X from, what's that game called, where you're like in a computer.
Oh my God, I have no idea.
I'll look it up in a second. But anyway, this looks cool. And shout out, dude, Resident Evil Village being a free update. They could easily charge for that because obviously a lot of work was done in order to fully make the game in VR. It just goes, I know it's totally different scenarios, different teams, big publisher stuff, but this just the contrast of seeing Moss charge again to push it over to PS5, and then Capcom's like, yeah, here's this for free. Again, I know it's very small team versus Capcom, but when it comes to the end product for you as the consumer, it's like, that's huge. That's something I would have paid for, is that Resident Evil update. But either way, these are both really good announcements, especially in a time where it seems like people aren't very excited about PSVR 2.
Yeah, indeed. The pre-orders for the device are open. You can just pre-order whoever you are now. You can pre-order one if you'd like. I have, Dustin, you did. Chris, you haven't? Or did you end up?
No, I did,
one?
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, so there's those games as well. And I wanted to give a little shout out to Fantavision. Do you remember it, Chris, by chance? I
remember the cover, but I actually...
It is somewhat of an iconic cover.
Yeah, I've never seen this game in action. And I'm looking at gameplay of it now. It does look cool. It looks way different than I thought it would for whatever reason.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What I was going to say was on Discord, I was discussing with some of the listeners that PlayStation 2's launch was known for being, both at the time, but certainly in hindsight, there were a lot of games at launch. There were like multiple From Software games at launch, like in the launch window, but there weren't very many good ones. A lot of them were very mediocre. There were games I was definitely telling, I was like, yes, Summoner is so good. It fucking sucked. You know, they were just there, and there were some really pretty cool stuff. Like Smuggler's Run was an early okay game, but as I said, I like the bouncer. A lot of people don't like that game, but it really all kicked off with that game. Pardon the pun. And it was like the bouncer into Onimusha, and then into Metal Gear Solid 2. I think Silent Hill 2. 2001 really kicked off and really got going. But in that fall 2000 period in the West, it wasn't pretty. And there were a lot of options, but they weren't very compelling. And Fantavision, I remember Fantavision feeling like, I bought Fantavision used, and I remember feeling like it was a waste of money, because it was just so funny, because at that time it's like, this is the game, I'm paying all this for this game. I liked it, but you almost felt like you were buying Duck Hunt or something like that, something very stilted.
Yeah.
And now I'm in a totally different frame of mind where I see the value in all sorts of different games, but it comes from that era of Japan Studios where they were just making all sorts of random shit. And I went back and looked. I was like, Fantavision has been totally dormant, right? And yeah, it has been. I didn't know. I was like, was there some weird Japanese PSP game or something that came out? But there was nothing. So very interesting stuff.
The game that I was thinking of earlier is Res Infinite. So if you left a comment trying to tell me what it was, delete it now. But dude, they better port Res Infinite over to PSVR 2. They better do it. And Tetris Effect. Those two are.
Oh yeah, I would assume that's
top
a given.
tier.
Tetris Effect.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. Number 6. Take-Two Interactive owned publishing imprint Private Division has revealed a new partnership, one with a studio that seems to be getting an awful lot of work these days, Bloober Team. According to a press release, the Polish studio is working on, quote, an upcoming unannounced new survival horror IP, end quote. This represents the imprint's 15th title, of which half a dozen are unannounced, and one more is known as a Lord of the Rings game, but remains untitled. Though Private Division began as a publisher of the 2018 enhanced edition of the 2015 smash hit game Kerbal Space Program, which can be found on PlayStation 4, its first big console-style game came the following year in the form of Obsidian's The Outer Worlds. Indeed, Obsidian, now with Xbox, is working on a sequel to that very game without Private Division, since it doesn't own the IP. Earlier this year, it launched both Ali Ali World and Roller Drome from its internally owned team Roll7, and it also has projects in the works with typically Xbox-oriented Ori developer Moon Studios and more. As for Bloober Team, the studio has gone on from making one of the worst critically received games of all time in the form of PlayStation 4's Basement Crawl to horror games of varying quality, including 2016's Layer of Fear and its 2019 sequel, the 2017 game Observer, the 2019 Blair Witch-themed game, and 2021's The Medium. By the way, a lot of people have been recommending me The Observer recently, or Observer, whatever that game is. They are currently also working on a remake of Konami's hit 2001 PlayStation 2 game, Silent Hill 2. Alongside this announcement, Private Division also announced a dedicated development fund, quote, to support smaller independent development teams with project financing and mentorship opportunities to enable them to self-publish their ambitious titles, end quote. I read more about that. It's not that interesting to most people probably, but what they basically said was people come and pitch them games and they are simply not up to Private Division's production standards as far as what they're looking to spend and what they're looking to make, but they don't want to say no to those games. So they're looking to just fund them and they can just take the money and run, basically. They'll get their money back, of course, and all of that, but they can publish it under their own brands, which is pretty cool. But what do you think? Is there anything to say, Dustin, about Bloober Team? I can't believe they're getting so much work. I just don't really understand it. That Layers of Fear, which is the only one I'm really familiar with of theirs, is pretty good, but it's like a walking simulator. It was nothing special. And I know that they've gotten more action oriented since then, but I just don't understand what they're showing these people to get this much money. And it must be pretty impressive because I felt like it was probably pretty easy to trick Konami, but I feel like it's a lot less difficult, or a lot more difficult rather, to trick a Take-Two brand.
Right. It's very interesting coming off the Medium, which I would say by and large, let's just take a peek here real quick. 75 on Metacritic. So not horrible, not bad. I know that I think Maddie really didn't like that game, and some other people I heard really didn't like it either. But now they've got the amazing title in 2023, Layers of Fears.
Yes.
Which makes me laugh every time I think about that. They got Layers of Fears coming out. They got Silent Hill 2 remake coming out. And now they have this project announced. It sounds like it's time to pump the brakes a little bit for this type of team. I just don't know if they have this in them. Maybe they do. Like you said, maybe they're showing something real impressive, but I would say this feels concerning.
It's just, I don't know if I'm concerned about it. I'm just confused. Like, what are you showing these people? To get Silent Hill and Private Division money? So you're talking about a $50 million plus game, probably? I don't know. And I'm saying that's probably really low. It's probably way higher than that. I say that just because a game like Control 2 is being made for $50 million. So that's kind of the range I see Private Division games. It's not an insult. Could be way more than that. But Chris, do you have anything you want to add to this before we go?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think they're just one of the few studios that's been in this genre for like horror. As much as we like horror here, and as big as Resident Evil has been, and continues to be, there's not really a lot of dedicated horror studios left. And I think it really is just a matter of, it's really just a matter of like who's around and who has the chops to be able to at least make something and get it out. And I feel like Bloober Team, can. I didn't like the medium really. I thought I actually, weirdly enough, Silent Hill makes the most sense for me. Like them being on Silent Hill 2 makes a ton of sense because when I first started playing the medium, I felt like, oh, this is cool. Like this is the atmosphere of it is right. They respect kind of the rules of that old style of the cameras in the corner and you kind of walk through space. I think they could do a game like that really well. I'm not really worried about Silent Hill 2. But everything that they're doing like independently or not independently, but like their bigger projects. I don't know. I don't know if I can understand entirely why they are getting so much work outside of that. Like that confuses me. I understand if you're looking for somebody to remake a Silent Hill game, I can't really think of anybody else who would be able to do that other than Bloober Team. But if you were just trying to make a horror game, like I could imagine just in general, I feel like you could get a lot of people to just try that and it would be probably a lot more successful. So it's weird. I'm of two minds with them. I feel like they're really good at one specific thing.
I think I'm going to write this down. I'm kind of interested in playing more of their games to get a better idea of what their feel is. Because I must say I'm speaking from a place of presumption, a little bit of ignorance because I have so little experience with their stuff. Although, Dustin, something you said was really funny to me, which was the Layers of Fear's name, which is really funny. It reminds me of the way I felt about Demon's Souls when I first saw it. Demon's Souls is the most absurd name when you think about it. It's demons singular possessive. What the fuck are you talking about? That's like there's three possibilities. You either have demons like plural, demons singular possessive, demons multiple possessive. And they chose the one that made no sense. Mm-hmm. And made it the name of the game.
This is a trend because there was Lords of the Fallen. And now there's the Lords of the Fallen.
It's like a different game.
Yeah.
That's so, don't they realize that that's just fundamentally horrible for marketing?
I want to die thinking about it. Like I think of something else,
dude. Like that's an idea in my opinion, where it comes up and they're like here. And I would be at the table and be like, here's 25 different reasons why you really shouldn't do that. Not including the fact that probably everyone already calls the first game that. How are you going to differentiate in SEO? How are people going to fight? You're confusing the shit out of everyone.
It's so funny. Like I love that shit. I am endlessly. It's like if it's like if a game came out and it's like, look, it's Gear of War. And it's
Gear of Wars. Gear of Wars.
Gear of Wars. And it's like like I guess you could just do that. I get because it's not Gears of War. That's a completely different thing. Don't get us confused. I don't know, man. Bad name. Layers of Fear.
Oh my god, dude! I hope that there's a game called Gear of Wars in development.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's supposed to be like this fucking mind melder.
We're almost to the new year. Do we rebrand the show the Sacred Symbols?
The Sacred Symbol.
The Sacred Symbol.
The Sacred Symbol.
Go from plural to
no.
singular.
So I want it to be Sacred Symbols, multiple possessive for no reason.
Sacred Symbol.
All right. Number 7. We can go through this one quick. A smaller announcement occurred in Japan in recent days, one worth recounting on our show. Classic action RPG franchise Ys will be getting its 10th installment in 2023. It'll be called Ys 10 Nordics, and while it's currently only slated for release in Japan, it will obviously migrate west, though timing is unknown. According to a posting on website Gamatsu, Nordics is meant to celebrate the long-running Ys franchise's 35th anniversary, which it happens to share with Final Fantasy, and it comes toting a new battle system utilizing a so-called, quote, cross-action system that allows the player to fight using 2 modes according to the situation, end quote. These modes being combination mode and solo mode, so with a party and alone. Interestingly, Nordics also gives players control of a ship for the first time in the franchise, not something unheard of in other JRPGs. This is important because it sounds like Nordics has a Wind Waker-like archipelago of locales to sail to between and discover. The Ys franchise, created and developed by Japanese studio Nihon Falcom, began all the way back in 1987 in Japan. It first migrated west in 1989. It was followed by 8 core games and some spin-offs along the way, the most recent being Ys 9 Monstrum Nox, which came to Western PS4s in 2021 and is set for launch on PS5 early next year in prelude to Ys 10. I won't force you guys to say much about this if you don't want to. I just have a lot of respect for Neon Falcom, especially because I've always loved Ys since I was a kid. Wanderers of Ys, which is Ys 3, was the first one I played. That was on SNES. It was elsewhere as well. And they were big Turbo Graphics games. If anyone even knows what that console is out there, I'm sure a few of you do.
Does Ys mean something like that word?
It's the world, I think, or something like that. Like Ys, or it's a place. Okay. And when I was a kid, so I've said before, I used to think it was ID Software, and I would think it was Wise. And the game, I used to call the game Wanderers from Wise. And I think it was when I was at IGN would be like, you're dumb, when they beat fucking me saying Mario out of me. I used to say Mario, which I wish I still did because that's the way you fucking say it. But they had me saying Mario, and they just beat all these things out of me. And that was another one where it's like, no, it's Ys, or Ease. You know, that's how you're supposed to say it. So I learned that, I guess. But I'm a big fan of the series, and I wanted to give them a shout out specifically because they're also the developers of the Trails games. And I recently played Trails of Cold Steel, and it was like a month ago now. Maddie and I recorded a spoiler cast for it. So that will be going up during the vacation if you guys are looking forward to it. It's only 6 or 7 years late. Okay, Dustin, I won't even go to you, Chris, on this. I know you don't care. Dustin, do you want to play this action RPG? Are you into it?
I've always been curious about Ys because I know there's one that they just ported to PS5. I'd like to check out at some point, but I don't know very much about it. But here's the thing: if it's YS and that's Ys, are we not? The X might be like it's Ys, you know?
Ys.
All right, we're getting too
play
clever.
That Y's X.
We're getting too silly.
Yeah,
we're getting too clever with this. All right,
I agree. I agree. I don't know if you'd like them or not. The first Ys game is so weird, as I recall. I first played it on Wii. They released, there were TurboGrafx games on Wii Virtual Console, which was fucking awesome. And they released Ys 1 and 2. And in the first game, you don't even attack enemies, you just run into them.
Oh.
And that's how you attack, is you have to stab them by running into them or running back. But over time, it's developed into this pretty proficient action RPG series that's a little light on story, but really heavy on kind of just gathering items, mechanics, seeing the whole map, doing all the side quests and the optional bosses. And most of the games, I think, have the same main character, who is, what is his name? It's Christian or something like that. And that's the main character's name. It's like a redheaded guy. So what'd you say?
Should have been Z's.
Z's. Wow, you're cracking yourself up over there. All right, number 8. Earlier this year, resurgent Capcom revealed that Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection, yet another seemingly awesome Capcom release collection of their older fare, something the publisher, along with the rivals Konami and others, have been doing a great job with. Well, now, thanks to a post on the PlayStation blog, we have a release date for the compilation. It'll come to PlayStation 4 on April 14th, 2023. For the uninitiated, Mega Man Battle Network was an early 21st century spin-off franchise of Capcom's Mega Man, released primarily on Game Boy Advance. There were 6 core games, with the first launching in the West in the fall of 2001. I was a senior in high school. And a new one coming West each year through 2006. There were also some cool spin-offs of the spin-off, including the extra cool GameCube exclusive Network Transmission, which came out in 2003. That's an obscure Mega Man game, hard as fucking nails, too. After 2006, the Battle Network series gave way to Mega Man Star Force, which was on Nintendo DS. The first game in that series came West in 2007, and none of those games are included here, though they are almost certainly primed for a future compilation of their own. As outlined by the PlayStation blog, these 6 games come well ported with some extras, including brand new online functionality not even imaginable on the Game Boy Advance. This includes the ability to battle friends and strangers alike online. Though the first Mega Man collection hails from the PS2 and GameCube era, when the Mega Man Anniversary Collection launched in 2004, it wasn't until the more modern era that Mega Man began to experience a legacy resurgence. 2015 saw the launch of Mega Man's Legacy Collection, with a second Legacy Collection in 2017. Meanwhile, there are 2 Mega Man X collections from 2018 and a Mega Man 0/ZX Legacy Collection from 2020, all on PS4 as well. I know you guys don't have anything to say about this, but I just want to say shout out to Capcom for not wasting time during this renaissance. During this renaissance, they've been doing great AAA games, new games, as well as the remakes, but they've also been paying homage to their old games as well. And I thought that even really surprising stuff like the Phoenix Wright collection. I thought was just super
yeah?
cool. The Street Fighter collections with online play. They're really doing great shit. They re-released Onimusha on PS4. I've kind of been wondering where the second one is. I don't think we'll ever see the third one because of the licensing issues, because there's like real actors in that one. But I want to give them a lot of appreciation for putting their money where their mouth is and getting this shit out there. And it's not a trivial thing to port Nintendo or a Game Boy Advance or Nintendo DS game to console. You're talking about whacked out, especially with DS, but even with Game Boy Advance, you're talking about totally whacked out parameters and picture quality and all these things. And they've done a really nice job of fixing these things and making them cool and putting online play, which I don't think anyone would have expected or even cared about. So shout out to them. I'm a big Battle Network fan from way back. I was, like I said, a senior in high school. I remember playing it very well. Were you guys into this series at all? Considering your age, this might have been the first time Mega Man was really, you would have even noticed Mega Man was during this era.
Yeah. I played a little bit of Battle Network. I can't remember how many Battle Networks were there?
There's 6 of them.
Oh, I don't remember which one. It might have been 3. That's a wild shot in the dark, though.
Some of them had Pokemon-like releases too, where there was like multiple versions of them. So yeah, that was annoying.
I remember thinking it was really dope. It wasn't my first exposure to Mega Man, though. I don't remember what my first exposure to Mega Man was, but it was definitely the Mega Man Battle Network games were really, really interesting to me. I could never, like, back then I didn't understand how to play them. I feel like it was one of those situations where you just sort of, you find yourself really young and in possession of a game and you like it, but you don't really know how to play it. That was kind of where I was with it. So I never finished it or really got particularly far in them, but they always had a cool vibe that I thought was really neat.
Yeah. Battle Network is interesting. It's kind of like later you would have Dot Hack and Sword Art Online, where it was like games where you're in the game or get sucked into the game or whatever, which I think is an interesting premise. And it's kind of, card games were big especially in the mid to late 90s, customizable card games, but it takes advantage of that in a digital way, in a way that makes Mega Man fresh. It kind of took advantage of the internet being a new and exciting thing and digitizing the Robot Masters and the bad guys and having a new Mega Man. The Battle Network Mega Man is not my Mega Man. It's not X. It's not Volnut. It's a totally different guy. And then Star Force guy is a different guy or whatever. So there's all these different angles, but I'm a fan of Mega Man Battle Network, and I'm excited to see a new generation get into these various games. And remember, if you play Mega Man Legacy Collection on Nintendo, 3DS, you can play Moriarty's Test, which is a series of levels that I designed in their challenge mode. So go check that out.
Ooh.
Number 9. I'm sorry. I know everyone's tired of it. That's why I buried it so deep in the show. Unfortunately, we have to touch on the Activision Microsoft saga yet again, as yet more new information has come to light that updates the situation. The biggest piece of information comes from publication Bloomberg, which reports that Microsoft's offer to Sony regarding Call of Duty's future availability is far more generous than previously described. Bloomberg writes, quote, "In a bid to win regulatory approval for its $69 billion purchase of Activision Blizzard Inc., Microsoft Corp has offered rival Sony Group Corp the right to sell Activision blockbuster Call of Duty as part of its gaming subscription service. Microsoft has publicly stated that it offered Sony a 10-year deal to make Call of Duty available on the Japanese company's PlayStation console. The proposal, which Sony hasn't accepted, also includes rights to sell the title on the PlayStation Plus service, which gives gamers access to a catalog of games for a monthly fee, according to a person familiar with the negotiations, who declined to be identified because these talks are confidential," end quote. As Sony has a deal with Activision to help market Call of Duty through the 2024 iteration of the franchise, this would presumably bring publishing rights to at least 2034, so far into the future that it's conceivable we may not even be playing. I can't even speak right now. I feel like I'm having a stroke. So far into the future that it's conceivable we may not even be playing on dedicated hardware. As pointed out elsewhere, including by Last Stand legal analyst Rick Hogue, Sony has no reason to accept this deal, as it could help shepherd the acquisition through. However, not taking it is a risk, as regulators could potentially greenlight the deal with no concessions, leaving Sony in the cold. The latter outcome is unlikely, however, as Microsoft is offering so much to Sony to get this deal done that it's becoming questionable what the ultimate intent could possibly even be, since by far the biggest Activision project would be in perpetual play not only for Sony, but also for Nintendo. As noted by website GamesIndustry.biz, the Federal Trade Commission's case against Microsoft won't even be heard until August 2023 at the earliest. Jesus Christ, sorry. throwing the entire deal into complete disarray and challenging both the timeline and the economics of getting it done, noting that Microsoft will owe Activision $3 billion in cash if the deal falls through for any reason. Also noted, however, is the possibility that the FTC and other global regulators extract concessions out of Microsoft sufficient to settle. And both lawyers who spoke to Games Industry Biz, including our own Rick Hogue, are wary of the FTC's ultimate chances in court. Another important note in regards to the claim the FTC made against Microsoft, one we reported on this podcast last week, and one that seems to be erroneous, is that you may recall that the complaint said the following in part, quote, Microsoft decided to make several of Bethesda's titles, including Starfield and Redfall, Microsoft exclusives, despite assurances it had given to European antitrust authorities that it had no incentive to withhold games from rival consoles, end quote. Axios writer Stephen Totilo spoke to EU regulators on the record about this claim, as he reports for some reason not on Axios, but on his Twitter account. While the regulator declined to comment on the specific claim, it did say that, quote, the commission cleared the Microsoft and ZeniMax transaction unconditionally, as it concluded that the transaction would not raise competitive concerns, end quote. In other words, and this is important, regardless of claims that may have been made, floated, suggested, or otherwise considered in the course of analyzing the acquisition, none of those now matter because there were no conditions placed. It goes on the note they go on to note to Totilo, quote, Microsoft did not offer any commitments to the commission, end quote. Thus, while any objective observer would note that Microsoft absolutely did tell European regulators it would, quote, not have the incentive to cease or limit making ZeniMax games available for purchase on rival consoles, end quote, it's also true, according to the journalist, that the, quote, same EU report concluded even if the combined entity was to engage in a total or partial input foreclosure strategy, the commission considers that such a strategy would not have a material impact on competition, end quote. To wrap up, while Microsoft obviously suggested it have no reason to make ZeniMax games exclusive, it nonetheless had the right to do so, and it did. It also hasn't done so completely. Games like Skyrim, Fallout 76, The Elder Scrolls Online, and others have been released, updated, and supported on PlayStation platforms since the acquisition. Okay, I'm sorry about all that.
No.
First of all, not very well read. I am so tired. This is we're at the end of a long month here, long few weeks. Yeah. Okay, I know everyone's tired of talking about this. I've been told that you guys seem like you're tired of talking about this. People have to remember that I can't really see Chris and Dustin too well when we're recording because it gets very pixelated. So it's hard to see the finer features of what a person is doing because that is all recorded for highest quality for the audience. So it's hard for me to see if that's actually true or not. So I'll leave it to you guys. Chris, do you have anything you want to say? Are you tired of talking about this? I just felt like it was important, again, to update the record more than wanting to revisit this topic.
No, I mean, it's an interesting update for sure. I mean, it's our job to talk about this, obviously, and just to keep people informed. As far as how interesting this is to me at this point, I feel like the issue is my opinions probably like it just hasn't really changed. All I can really say is I feel kind of the same way I did before, which is I just feel like this is going to be a really gruelingly long process, and the longer this goes on, my ultimate concern, I brought this up before, but in case anybody's new or maybe they're listening here for the first time, my concern is that if this deal doesn't go through, Activision will end up in the hands of somebody even more nefarious, or particularly more morally compromised in the form of potentially Tencent. That's my concern with this. And so it is a little bit frustrating that this just hasn't happened already from my perspective. But at the same time, all of this is, this is the news. This is going to be the biggest story probably for a while. And there's probably going to be updates every week for the next. Discovery
is going to be a bonanza. There's no way that they don't know that the Epic Apple lawsuit, just in that one day of unredacted releases, told us more about the games industry than we had learned through official sources in probably several years. That Sony and Microsoft must both know this and are both probably impressing the need to redact as much as possible. But my hope is that in the course of Discovery and in playing this out and in the concessions made, we're going to learn so much about the way these guys do business and the way they see each other. Yeah. And we're already learning. And this is what I think this is why I love shit like this, Chris, is the acrimony between these two sides is obvious. And I hated how, I mean, it's cool that they act like they're cool in public, but they're not. They're not cool, right? Like they want to beat each other. And it's finally playing out in public. So it's not like, oh, congratulations on a great review score and this and that. When it came down, when the chips were down, Sony absolutely fucked Microsoft to try to. I mean, whether or not they deserved it or not remains to be seen. Whether or not the FTC would have taken action without Sony's input remains to be seen. Doubtful. Very doubtful. Dustin, before I get into some of these inquiries, which I think from the audience, which I think will allow us to explore this in new ways, I was wondering if you had anything you wanted to add.
I think just in that, following this story and continuing to comment on it, I'm fine with. It can be a little frustrating that with how fast paced this story is going, that people on a weekly basis use the updates to try to dunk on one another, or even in fact try to dunk on us when we're just like, if you listen to this podcast in a month from now, then this part is totally irrelevant, as with a lot of other topical news stuff. But it's like, it just seems stupid to put so much credence into something that is changing so rapidly. And I'm not saying that we're not going to continue to comment it, because I think that we should. But I think that just people need to understand that we're commenters that just react to things as they're presented in front of us. Those things could change as well. I already know from YouTube, there are people that I think click on this show, view the timestamps, and then just click on this section, particularly Xbox people that just want to hear what we have to say. Yeah. I don't know if they want to farm it for content or something like that. So hi,
what else are they gonna do?
Welcome to our show. We'll see you next week for, well, I guess not in a month when we're back or whatever. But so I don't know. I'm curious how many more concessions we will continue to see, but I definitely think it is interesting to think about that risk that if the deal does go through and then Microsoft's like, well, fuck you, you didn't take the offer when you had it, bitch. That's Phil talking to Jim. He calls him a bitch to his face, and then they're left out in the cold with nothing.
It's not going to happen that way. I don't think.
Yeah, I would definitely feel some type of way if I was trying to get this done, and then like this this other entity was just getting in my way, and then I managed to get through it with no concessions. I might have something to say about that.
No, I mean, I think that's the risk. That's the way it goes. That's the gamble, and that's why they're trying to that's like what you do in the court of law. Is do you really want to go to trial, or do you want to make it work? And most people do work it out. Most things don't go to trial, and I'm not talking about this. This is a different kind of court, of course. The one thing I'll say, and it's to your point, Dustin, is I don't get too worried mixed up about what people are saying online, because there's a loud minority of people that will say and hate everything. But I hear from a lot of people that, and it's like, feel how you want, that my analysis seems to be some of the only, or our analysis seems to be some of the only actual grounded and real analysis in the podcast space. And I'm getting that feedback.
Glad to hear that.
I'm getting that feedback from financial people. I'm getting that feedback from industry people. So like when you read that stuff, I'm not going to out anyone and blow them up. But it's like, if I told you a name or two that was like, dude, your analysis has been really, really good. It's like, that's worth more than 1,000 people on YouTube that don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
But with that out of the way though, people were upset about this comment that the FTC made about the EU and the EU's proclamation. But I think it goes into I'm a political person, so I can see spin a mile away. Whether or not you agree with the spin or want the spin to work or whatever is another thing entirely, but you can see it. And what the FTC said was actually true. It's just that Microsoft's interpretation of it, or the way it's being pushed around, is to say that they made a promise and they didn't. What the FTC said was that they told the EU that they wouldn't do something and then they did. It didn't mean that they couldn't. But it did. If you go back and read the EU documentation, which I did, you can clearly see that they say that there is no cause to believe that this would benefit us, basically, to do that. But the assessment changed and they were allowed to do that. So I think both sides are both right and wrong, in the sense that I don't think the FTC was really saying anything that was false. It's just to say that Microsoft was not bound to do anything. And there were no concessions, no conditions to the merger. So no matter what they said, it doesn't matter, because they didn't place those conditions. If they wanted, in other words, to sign off on the deal, if they said Starfield and Redfall need to be on all the consoles, that would have been a condition.
Right.
And since there were none, they were free to do whatever they wanted. And I would argue, and I've long argued, that I think Microsoft has played ball with PlayStation a lot more than they probably should be with some of their products. And I think that that's why I think that this whole argument is so kind of convoluted anyway, because if I were a betting man and Sony didn't care and none of this came up, I bet you Call of Duty would never leave PlayStation anyway. Because that's just the way they've treated a lot of their shit. The Elder Scrolls Online didn't disappear from PS4. They didn't take Doom down. Doom Eternal still launched on PlayStation 4, right? Skyrim came to PS5. Fallout 76 still gets regular updates. And it goes all the way back to 2014 with Minecraft. And I said even at IGN, and you can find things from me writing at that time where I was surprised that they weren't taking Minecraft away. I don't think you can do that anymore, but I think they could have gotten away with it at that time. And they didn't. They didn't even try. So I just think Microsoft has shown a propensity to play ball. And any example of them not playing ball is looked at as an affront. But to me, that just seems like kind of logical. If I got Bethesda with no conditions, you wouldn't have gotten anything.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of see it through both lenses. And I try to anyway. All right, let's go into some of these inquiries that we got from the audience that allows us to explore this in a different way. Gatman20XX wrote in and said, hello, fellas. I know we are getting sick about talking the Microsoft Activision deal, but why is Microsoft pushing for a 10-year deal? If their intentions are to keep Call of Duty on all platforms, then why don't they drop some sort of lifetime or half a century deal to try and push the Activision deal through? Thanks for all you guys do. Keep up the great work.
I
was going to say, I think Hogue would tell you this, but you don't do that.
Yeah, that's insane.
Like, you just can't do that. You would never do a perpetual deal. That would be nuts. And to just be like, you never know what's going to happen. So you just don't want to put I think 10 years is a perfectly reasonable deal. And I'll just say over and over again that I don't think even if that deal didn't exist, that they would go anywhere. I just don't.
Yeah.
I just don't believe it. So I don't know. I don't think you have anything to worry about that, but Microsoft would never sign it. No one would sign a deal like that.
Yeah. It's a profoundly bad idea to sign a deal like that. There's no reason to keep yourself beholden for that long. Like, so much changes. Even you say 10 years is a reasonable deal. I think so too, in the sense that it is it's a reasonable, kind of easy to understand amount of time, and you kind of have a decent understanding of what might happen in that time. But I even feel 10 years is like hilariously long.
No, it is. I agree. I don't think we're even, that's what I was saying, Chris, is I don't think we're even going to have, I think it's possible our conception of what it even means to have in a subscription or be exclusive or something. I think it might be totally different. That's how long in the future it is. Yeah.
PlayStation Plus and Game Pass might not even be here in 10 years. It is such it's a small amount of time theoretically, but I mean, think about the industry. It is 2022 going on 2023 now. Think about the industry in 2013 and think about how similar it is to today. It's not at all. Like, almost none of it is the same. So I don't know, man. It's a long time, and I just think locking yourself into a half-century deal is just bonkers. It's unnecessary. It's an unnecessary amount of commitment to take. You have no idea where you're going to be. You have no idea what this IP is even going to be worth in that amount of time. It's like, it's just a dumb. You're putting yourself in too small of a cage for way too long.
Yeah, totally agree. That's very well said. I agree. And so I just think that Dustin, I don't know if you have anything to add about that point, but I just think that's just I appreciate why it's being asked, but just think about that. It's why, and again, I know you guys aren't sports, but many sports fans out there, even teams that find, like Patrick Mahomes, who's arguably the greatest quarterback in the NFL, I think signed something like an 8-year deal with the Chiefs or something, which is preposterously long. And even when teams have a player like an Aaron Judge type player on the Yankees that they can pay, they still go and look elsewhere when it's time to get paid again, just to see what it's like. You want to just have that kind of flexibility. It's just that simple. And so I agree with you, Chris. I think the 10-year deal is actually overly generous. And Dustin, I think it's a sign that Microsoft, I just think it's a sign that Microsoft thinks this is more desperate than it seems, that they have to offer major concessions to get this over with. And I just find the fixation on Call of Duty funny, just because it doesn't seem like Sony cares whatsoever about any of those other games at all, and never brings them up, which is just so interesting.
I think that was all well said. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else? So you're all good? All right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It definitely seems like a 10-year deal would be dumb. So I don't really have anything else to add other than that.
Also, I'm not even really sure that Sony would even accept a preposterous deal like that either, because their whole goal is to make this not happen. And they clearly have some reason to believe, at least in their camp, that they have a pretty decent chance of stopping this entirely. So like,
Definitely.
why?
I mean, the gamesmanship is. Let's get right into it. Neil Devlin wrote in and said, "Hey boys, there's been a lot of shit thrown at CryEngine for looking desperate during the whole Activision fiasco, but with the FTC now moving to block the deal, is it time we put some respect on my man Jim's name? Happy holidays. Can't deny the results, I guess. I mean, this is exactly what they wanted. This is going exactly the way they wanted it to go. Again, it's not only the FTC, which is the most important of the bodies because the United States just has a disproportionate amount of power, but the European Commission and the CMA in the UK as well. So they have a trio of very big regulatory bodies to get through. And I think Jim has done a good enough job if you're from a PlayStation perspective of throwing a wrench in this thing to the point where I don't think it's guaranteed it's going to happen at all. And that's about where they could hope to be. That's about as best you can do is to hope that you put a wrench in this thing because ultimately it's not really in your hands. So what do you think about that, Dustin?
Yeah, well, he's always going to be crying Jim. I don't care
definitely.
if he cures cancer. He's going to be crying Jim. That's who he is now. It's not about disrespect or respect. It's just...
It's almost like his gangster name, you know?
Yeah, exactly. But clearly,
His Indian name.
we're joking right now about crying Jim, but his quote unquote crying right now, as you guys have said, has led to results very clearly that I mean, I guess we don't know for sure, but it definitely seems like PlayStation's influence and him flying to Brussels, has made an effect.
Yeah, definitely. Quick question. Do we get the Phil Spencer sticker going too? Because if people wanted that, wonder about the Phil Spencer face at the video game awards.
Maybe next year.
Yeah.
Maybe, we'll see.
Some of the iconography we've pulled out over the recent years that we use on Discord are so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The picture of Jim Ryan with the glasses on is awesome too. I would sell more Jim Ryan stuff if I didn't think it was. I don't even think we would get in trouble. But I just think it's like if I were him, I'd be like, that's weird. So I think so like you don't want to push the boundaries too much. But
yeah.
But nonetheless,
I think we have like 4 or 5 Jim Ryan emotes in Discord.
Mm-hmm.
That's absurd
for different uses as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely.
He's a versatile figure.
Mm-hmm.
Bono Clay wrote in and said, and this is, I think, the other side of the coin, what we were saying, if this goes all wrong for Sony. He says, hey, double C's and the big old D. Imagine this. You're Phil Spencer. The Activision deal doesn't go through. How do you go about shitting in Sony's cereal without involving regulators? Buy Square Enix, Capcom, FromSoft? I hear CD Projekt Red is pretty cheap now. Nothing anywhere near the scale of Activision, but something that would just be a dick move and show the gloves are off. How do you get your revenge? Keep Jim robbing that chicken. I don't even know what that means. I think you might have said maybe say some sort of bad thing, some sort of slur.
Oh,
Dustin, let's go to you first. What do you think about this idea that's been, I'm sure you've seen this idea that Microsoft goes totally scorched earth that this falls through?
Yeah.
I think that that's possible. I also think that the deal falling through is not immaterial to them. It costs them $3 billion if it happens. So they're scorned already. And the goal is to get content. But my hope is that what they should do is maybe just make some games.
That's what I was going to say. $68 billion. Why don't you make some games?
Make some games.
Instead of just going buying games. I mean, it just seems like a lot of money.
They have 30 teams, right? Something like that. I think you're good. So I think my thing is you go on a revenge tour if you want. I don't think the Japanese teams are for sale, by the way. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's a lot of wish casting. If Capcom or especially Square Enix or these other Koei Tecmo go, they're going to Sony. I think that's probably pretty clear. I think unless you come in with a shit ton of money, and Japanese regulators apparently don't like foreign mergers either. So, and we've talked about that before. Square Enix is a merger. Koei Tecmo is a merger. Bandai Namco is a merger. So these things all have already happened. So I think that's a little bit of wish casting in that regard. But you can imagine them doing something. I don't know what it would be. What do you think?
I'm trying to think who they could. I don't know. CD Projekt Red.
CD Projekt's possible. They could do a hostile takeover of CD Projekt if they wanted to. I mean, I don't think you would want to do it that way. They're publicly traded in Poland. But I think they could. It's like, I think you go for a CD Projekt, you go for FromSoft's not for sale either. I don't think you go for some big Western teams. You might even go to. I mean, we were talking about Embracer clearly being cash strapped before. It's like you might even go to them and try to peel a whole vertical off of them.
Mm-hmm.
They have like their 7 or 8 different families. I don't know. I don't think you stay pat, even though what they really should have been doing this whole time is investing money into their teams so that they make games. I know it's very difficult to comprehend.
It seems to be a hard one right now, coming off 2022, not a strong time for them.
Dude, where would they be without Bethesda? I mean, if they didn't buy Bethesda, I don't even know where they would be right now.
Mm-hmm.
Bad news. The 2 most anticipated games are both from Bethesda. Very strange. I don't know how that I got to this point. I think there's an imbalance in Xbox wherein they did so many good things to turn the Xbox One around, to shed the really bad reputation that they developed in the late Xbox 360 and early Xbox One era. Some good games, certainly a really great attention on services, backwards compatibility, smart delivery, Game Pass. The shit's top of the line premier stuff. But they're missing a really important piece of it. And if they didn't have Bethesda, they would really be missing a bit important. I don't even know, dude. So I feel like that they need to do something.
It's funny. I guess it's a diss inherently, but I don't mean it that way. And it's particularly not a diss at a Duke, but it's funny that Maddie will tell me what he wants for the thumbnail for Duke. And a lot of times he keeps asking me for like Avowed, put that in there, or something Elder Scrolls, or Fable. And I'm like, there's no imagery for any of these games at all. Like there's the same images that I've been making
Todd
thumbnails
Howard
for.
told Lex Friedman that the Elder Scrolls 6 is like fucking way far away, like comically far.
Yeah.
Because they like to make one game at a time, So
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's I love the thing about the Dukes that I love, and I love the Xbox podcast space generally, is it is so much more competitive, and I'm so intrigued by that because there's so much less to talk about. And again, I don't mean that as an insult. It says something about the personalities over there, I guess, which shine when it's almost like you need. And again, it sounds insulting, but it's like you almost need something when you don't have. What would we do without God? If we didn't have God of War and Horizon and all these, what would we even talk about? And PSVR 2 and all this.
I mean, arguably, like the thing that we spent most of the time talking about in the last like several months is this Xbox merger.
Yeah, totally.
Like this, it's there's a lot to talk about. It's
That's
not
true.
the fun stuff. It's not like, and I guess you could argue that there are like smaller things like Pentiment, obviously we brought up earlier, which is like definitely like something that's interesting. And
there's a spoiler
cool.
cast coming for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm. It's already done.
But yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. I don't know why it's more competitive over in the Xbox space.
There are basically, I mean, there are, I'm sure, a lot of PlayStation shows ultimately, but it just seems like there's a lot more Xbox shows, and there really are 3 PlayStation shows that are the biggest. But I feel like with the Xbox shows, there is none that are the biggest. It seems like it's more of like there's a lot of them. There's just a lot that are of the biggest on that side. And that's why I wanted to insert Defining Duke into the process, because I'm like, I don't think anyone's really winning. So we're doing better and better over there, which is awesome. So maybe Maddie and Cog are winning. They're doing a great job on the show. Go listen to it each and every week. All right, we can get through these next 2 pretty quickly. Number 10, it feels that we're constantly talking about PlayStation Plus on this show, so let's wander back into the weeds. The PlayStation blog has revealed some notable new games coming to the service, particularly if you're a premium or extra subscriber. As you likely know, PS Plus split into a 3-tier system earlier this year. All subscribers are at their lowest tier, Essential. This isn't for you. Extra and Premium are the silver and gold tiers, and here's what they can look forward to beginning December 20th. For starters, Cold Symmetry developed Soulsborne game Mortal Shell will be available. Mortal Shell came to PS4 in 2020 and to PS5 in 2021, and both versions will be available. Publisher Sega is also getting into the mix with a slew of Yakuza games. For PS4 and PS5 alike, both 2019's Judgment and 2020's Yakuza Like a Dragon will be available, and for PS4 only, 2018's Yakuza 6 will also be available. Publisher Ubisoft is likewise showing heavy support with a trio of Far Cry games on PS4, 2016's Far Cry Primal, which is awesome, 2018's Far Cry 5, which is even better, and 2019's Far Cry New Dawn, which is pretty good too. And if you're willing to wait until January 3rd, PS4 gamers can also grab the newest WWE game in the form of WWE 2K22. See the PlayStation blog for a slew of other games. And finally, for PlayStation Premium, there are 4 new games on classic platforms to grab if you're interested. For PS1, 1998's Oddworld Abe's Exodus is your choice. For PSP, there are 2 new additions, Bandai Namco's 2006 release Ridge Racer 2 and the 2009 first-party game from San Diego studio Pinball Heroes. Finally, if you're willing to stream, you can partake in the cult hit 2007 second-party game for PlayStation 3, the Ninja Theory developed Heavenly Sword. Ninja Theory, of course, is with Xbox now. Dustin, what does this do for you? I know we complain a lot about these tiers, particularly the premium tier. I wonder if these selections do it for you. I think Heavenly Sword is a pretty cool addition, although it's unfortunate that you have to play it the way you do.
Yeah. So Oddworld, Abe's Exodus, cool choice. I'm glad we're getting a PlayStation 1 game this month. It doesn't appeal to me, but I won't discredit that because of it. The PSP games, Ridge Racer 2, cool. This pinball game, never played it, don't know much about it. Yeah, so
anyone's curious.
It is certainly an improvement, not one that's particularly appealing to me, but I still think they could do a lot better than that. Like a lot better.
Chris, what are your thoughts?
It's I like Oddworld. I like Abe's Exodus. I've played it. I've played Odyssey and Exodus like a lot. I think I've put a hilarious amount of hours into both of those games over the course of my entire life. I go back and replay them every so often. They're just really atmospheric. Really. I guess in some ways they're kind of cozy. They remind me of something about that pre-rendered background thing, like that Donkey Kong did. Specifically Donkey Kong on Super Nintendo. It's just like there's something really, really charming about that and really, really great. So I love Abe's Exodus. I'm not going to shit on that. But there should be, I don't know, man. There should be more. They should at least have, I would say 2 PS1, 2 PSP, 2 PS3. And by the way, it goes without saying, but the most exciting thing on this list for me is the one that I will not under any circumstances play because I fucking refuse to stream.
Yeah, Heavenly Sword is going to be a very weird game to play streaming because it's like God of War. That's basically what it was.
Yeah.
So it's like the missing link between God of War 2 and God of War 3. And it was awesome. I love Heavenly Sword, but
it's cool, but like it just I feel like I'm not going to be fully satisfied with this tier until they figure the PlayStation 3 shit out. And that's kind of like a bummer because and also just quite frankly, you can pick better PSP games than this. Like Ridge Racer 2 is cool, but like where the fuck is why is Wipeout Pure not here? Like it is baffling. There's nothing to negotiate. It's bizarre. I'm sure they're withholding things because they want to pace things out in a reasonable time, and that's fair enough. You do have Abe's Exodus. You have kind of like an atmospheric puzzle kind of platformer that's cool. Ridge Racer, you have a racing title. You have a kind of an arcade game with Pinball Heroes, and then you have an action game. That's a good array of titles to have for a month on PlayStation Plus. It's a good array. It's just that PlayStation 3 thing is going to be such a bitch for so long because that's just an entire platform that it's just going to be completely like I'm not going to engage with it at all until they figure this out because I've as good as streaming has gotten, it's still not the way I would prefer to play my games primarily. Like you can probably have a decent, somewhat okay time playing Heavenly Sword on a streamed version, but just knowing. Just understanding the fact that it's not as good as it could be at any given moment drives me crazy. It just drives me up a wall. It's like, oh my God, that the resolution's dipping randomly, and it's like, that's going to take me out of it. Oh, it's going to chug a little bit. That's going to take me out of it. Like, streaming's fine for stuff that you can, like, if you're playing on your console and then you just kind of want to like get some quick rounds in before bed and you like stream it to your phone. That's cool. It's a supplementary additive thing to something that you already own and a superior platform that you can already play it on. But as a primary way of playing, no way in hell. They've really got to fix that shit. And I know it's hard. I know it's like a very, very tricky machine to figure out. I understand the cell processor is a mess, but they got to work. They got to fix this. They got to figure it out soon. In my opinion,
I don't comprehend. You know, like how I've said before that I don't really. People explain cryptocurrency and you kind of get it, but it's like you don't really understand what the hell they're talking about, and it doesn't sound right. You know, something about this doesn't really sound right. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but something doesn't sound right. When I keep just hearing over and over again over the years, it's just so hard to deal with PlayStation 3. We can't figure this thing out. We can't. It's like I just doesn't sound right. I just how can this be? You know, still a problem. It's just unfathomable. I don't care how hard it is. What the fuck is going on with this? It's going to really come to bear in a game like Heavenly Sword. I'm telling you, I can't imagine playing a game like that without pinpoint accuracy. And it's going to be a shame. Heavenly Sword also doesn't have trophies, which is a shame. It's from the pre-trophy era. Never got a patch, but there was a Heavenly Sword animated movie, which just randomly came out that no one ever talked about too. And it came out in like 2013 or something like that. But yeah, that was again, Sony is pulling from its own games. Like I said, Pinball Heroes is a San Diego studio game. Yeah. They're not even licensing anything with these classic games. So something's amiss. What is going on with this? I don't really quite understand. Should be easy enough to go to your partners and start getting some stuff instead of mining your own stuff. And I'm concerned that they're already mining the obscure games from their platform, you know, or from their platforms like Pinball Heroes. Although Pinball Heroes was pretty cool. It had basically the tables in the game were all based on different PlayStation properties over time. So it was a cool idea, but all right. Number 11, it's the final one. As always, the so-called NPD Group has released their listings of the best-selling video games in the world's largest market, the US. This data tracks November 2022 and shows that PlayStation 5 was the best-selling hardware for the month and remains the best-selling console of 2022, both in units sold and gross revenue. And perhaps not surprisingly, God of War Ragnarok, exclusive to PS4 and PS5, sold strongly in November, coming in at second on the list, only behind annualized powerhouse Call of Duty, this time in the form of Modern Warfare 2. Other notable games include Sonic Frontiers at 4, Gotham Knights at 8, Miles Morales at 9, it says 8 there, but it's 9, Elden Ring at 11, Persona 5 at 15, Tactics Ogre Reborn at 17, and Horizon Forbidden West at 19. Modern Warfare 2 is the year's best-selling game to date, with Elden Ring slotting in second. God of War Ragnarok is already the 5th best-selling game of 2022 in the United States after only 3 weeks on the market. Other games on the year-to-date list include Horizon Forbidden West at 8, MLB The Show at 10, Gran Turismo 7 at 12, and Miles Morales, a 2020 release, at 19. When accounting only for PlayStation platforms, these were November 2022's top 10 best-selling games: God of War Ragnarok, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Madden NFL 23, FIFA 23, Sonic Frontiers, NBA 2K23, Gotham Knights holding strong, Miles Morales, Horizon Forbidden West, and Gran Turismo 7. All right, that's all for the news, my friends. We've been going long, so let's get into the listener inquiries. As always, God, man. The vacation can't come soon enough, huh? It's like a bumbling mess. It's like the King's Speech over here. Listener inquiries. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience, as always. On patreon.com/lastdaymedia, we put up a thread each and every week, although the next thread won't go live until January. But we put up a thread for each episode of the show. That's where you submit your inquiries. I go through that. I put them and pepper them all into the show. 6 that I feel like don't really fit anywhere, but that I want to talk about in further detail, I put at the end of the show. And we start with Matt P., who said, "Hello, CDC. Does anyone actually like speakers and controllers? I deleted the Forspoken demo as soon as I heard garbled noise coming from my hands." Dustin, what do you think about the speaker functionality on not only the DualSense, but also the DualShock 4? Something that was annoying to people going right back to the beginning. I remember people being annoyed in Shadowfall that I think they patched it, but when it came out, you couldn't modulate the volume on the controller. Like, it was either you play with the controller. So like if you had headphones on, your baby's sleeping on your lap, it's late at night or whatever, and you have the fucking Hellgas screaming at your baby and shooting shit when everyone's trying to sleep. What do you think?
Yeah, so I like it when it's subtle and you get maybe a few noises or maybe some emphasis here and there. I'm okay with that. I cannot abide by full talking from the controller. I don't care if it's a fucking audio log or if it's a cuff talking to you or something. I don't need that talking out of the controller. That annoys me for some reason. I don't know if it's just because it's like I have a really nice sound system. I would like the primary sound to go through that, not through a speaker the size of a dime on my controller. Like, so I think Demon's Souls, the remake, had some nice, like you could hear a little emphasis, little sword hits or something out of the controller. I was okay with that, and if you want to be cute with it and put some different like magic sounds or whatever, that's fine. Just don't make a character talk through it. It's annoying.
Chris, how do you feel about the speaker noise?
I don't know. I don't mind it really that much. Like Callisto Protocol has the thing where it defaults to you have a person in your radio kind of talking to you, and it kind of comes through the controller.
That was Shadowfall did that, and that was But that's the whole thing where I was like, that's cool, and then the next time I heard it in another game, I'm like, I can't do this. It's not as cool as I thought. It's annoying.
I don't know. It depends. I think it depends on the game for me. Like sometimes I shut it off immediately, and other times I'm totally fine with it. With Callisto, I kind of liked it because in some weird way, the worse speaker added to the, like it just added to the ambience of it, where it did kind of feel like I was like using this dinky radio to kind of communicate, and I liked that aspect of it. So for that game, I left it. But other games where it's just that's not really complimentary to the ambience at all, I'm taking that shit off immediately. Like there's no real reason why your cuff and Forspoken should be speaking to you through the speaker, because there's nothing that the speaker does to really amplify the ambience of the tone of the game. And so for me, it's I didn't play the Forspoken demo, not yet. But if that's what they use it for, I can imagine that's something that I would shut off, because
it's divisive. This demo, by the way.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people I saw a lot of interesting takes about it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't mind. What I hate is the mic in the controller. I really hate the mic in the PS5 controller so deeply, in fact, that when I have a multiplayer game to play, I pretty much exclusively don't play the PlayStation version, because I don't like the idea that my mic is just on by default and that I got to remember to shut it off. And then even when it is off, it's got this obnoxious glowing,
the orange light,
yellow, like orange light sticking out. I understand the idea of like wanting everybody with the controller to be able to participate in online conversation, but at the same time, just bundle a headset in, even if it's like a shitty little dinky headset. Like PS4 did that.
Yeah,
Xbox 360 did that. Like it's a smart thing to do, but I don't know. The mic I can't abide by. I really hate it. It has single-handedly walled off PlayStation 5 as a place for me to go to play multiplayer games. I refuse. I just don't do it. Because I never know. Like I'll forget sometimes, and then I'll be having like private conversations, or maybe my hand will slip and I won't realize that it happened. And it's like, God damn it, I've been talking into this game the whole time. It sucks.
Yeah, it is embarrassing. I was going to say, what I remember that happening to me on Vita with PlayStation All-Stars, which just defaulted to having your Vita's speaker on, which was unprecedented. No one even heard of anything like that. And after that, I was always very, very wary of that. That's why I said, if I were a more sophisticated in any way person with electronics, I would take my DualSense controllers apart and disable the mics. Like, I don't even like them being there at all. I think open mics are weird. Just having I get disturbed by the fact that we've said it before, Chris. I get disturbed by the fact that we just think, my phone just is showing me ads for what I just talked about. Isn't that cute? That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's very scary. The only reason I'm not so opposed to them, I don't like them in my controller, just because I might say something, and then also I don't like it because like when you record like a clip, sometimes it'll record your like through the mic, which is technically cool, but I don't want that to be the default setting. I want to enable that. Like it's just weird that they just reverse. I don't know. It's annoying. I don't mind. I don't mind open mics generally, like with like an Alexa or something, purely because I can envision a reality where it saves me from some wild, insane shit. Like, where were you? At this moment, it's like, oh, don't worry, I have a fucking computer recording me at all moments of every day, and I can prove that I was here. I was nowhere near the murder. You ever see that documentary about the guy who like gets like he was on death row and then he got saved because he was in the background of a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That was incredible. Yes.
I think about that shit when I have like my Alexa. It's like, you're creepy, but I can imagine some wild scenario where I
and didn't it go as deep as that he wasn't necessarily even in the show, but that there was production shots of him?
Yeah. He was
like
yeah, he was there was footage of him at the time of when the murder would happen. And they pinged cell phone towers together. Insane story. There's a documentary about it. I mean, I spoiled it, I guess, but it's just it's a fascinating story.
Yeah, as long as the option is given, I think that's fine to play with that kind of functionality, both speaker and excuse me, and microphone. But default to them being off and always give players that option. I just think if you're playing with headphones on, it's just inherently unimmersive to hear things out of the controller. It was just me. It was one of those things that I encountered in a video game where I thought for sure I was like, this is awesome. And during Shadowfall, in fact, that might even be in my review at IGN, and being like, yeah, this is pretty cool. And then going back and, 2 games later after hearing it again, I'm like, no, I can't do it. Although I probably complained that you couldn't shut it off at the time. Okay. Mark the Narwhal wrote in and said, hey, CC and that big spherical head atop that sweet, sweet D.
Whoa.
After Colin's beloved Horizon Forbidden West was hung out to dry like me on prom night at the Game Awards. Okay, I forgot about that. I saw remember the prom night? Is he referencing the prom night? Oh no, that was the nerds.
An anime kid on prom night.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's referencing the same thing. I saw an American Indigenous gamer and podcaster tweet that they had never enjoyed the Horizon games as they, quote, can't get over the blatant cultural appropriation, end quote, and that they, quote, feel uncomfortable every time they play these games, end quote. As someone from Canada, I definitely see similarities between the cultures in Horizon and in our Indigenous peoples, but I also think these similarities are common amongst many cultures all over the globe. Do you think there's any merit to this? Or is it once again people in games media looking for any excuse to get offended? Thanks, boys, and make sure you treat that chicken nice before she's tossed aside for some Christmas turkey and ham this holiday season. No more turkey. Please.
Christmas turkey?
Come on, man. I don't want to hear any more about that.
That's a UK thing.
God,
you're really struggling over
place.
There. What'd you say, Chris?
I said, just what a bastardized place. I don't understand. Turkey for Christmas?
We're going to be there, this in 2023, it looks like, and we'll investigate it for ourselves.
Yeah,
we'll report back. We'll be like Alexis de Tocqueville when he was a French writer and he came to the United States in the 1830s or 1840s, something like that, and he wrote these travelogues about his travels in the United States. Might have even been earlier than that. And so we'll be like that. We'll send our dispatches back to the homeland and tell them what it's like. All right. So as far as Mark writing in here, Dustin, I'm curious how you feel about this. This particular, I don't know what writer you're talking about, but this particular argument goes back to pre-Horizon launch, people complaining about this. I don't really understand where the replication of a culture or a fusion of cultures is unacceptable. Why isn't it okay to base something on American Indian themes and imagery? Of course it is. It's also based on imagery and themes that, to Mark's point, are really global. Furs and wearing all these different leathers and animal skins and feathers, and that's not unique to the United States or to Canada or to the American Indian. I just don't understand why we don't want to look around and be like, no, that's cool. We should actually take as much of that as possible. That style is great. Let's replicate it and totally use it. To me, that's a compliment. It's not like calling the Washington football team the Washington Redskins, like something that could be perceived as obviously racist. It's saying, no, man, this shit is cool. Like Aloy is cool, and it's inspired by you. I don't understand why cultural fusion has become this really badly received notion of this mixing, this melting pot that we used to have. I dig it, and I don't know why people want to seal these things away as being sacred.
Yeah, I think it's totally stupid. And I think I don't know if this is true. It feels true to me. It at least feels like it's kind of a uniquely privileged American complaint. And I'm not saying that there are definitely misuses of actual cultural appropriation or something that is offensive, but this is not one of them. And I think that there's ways that you can do things respectfully and in ways that, like, I don't know, it doesn't feel disrespectful at all. Like, what about Horizon makes you feel uncomfortable? That just doesn't make any sense to me at all. In fact, I find that, I don't know, I've seen videos, so I guess this is totally anecdotal, but like, if you were to go to Japan and they're celebrating and it's like Golden Week, they would, as an American visitor, they would want you to wear a kimono and like take part in their culture. And I think that that's more often the case. And I guess, I don't know, I guess you could make the argument there's a difference between taking part in a culture and then putting it in your own product or artwork, but I just don't really see that. I'm curious if this is the feeling of one writer or a few, San Francisco writers or something like that, or if natives at large, like North American natives at large, feel that Horizon is offensive for using this. It just doesn't make sense to me.
No, it doesn't make sense. Chris, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I don't quite understand it either. I understand the idea of like, I don't know, if I was playing a game and it was like, let's say it was like based on, I don't know, Puerto Rico or something, and there was like some imagery and some characters, and then the way that they handled it was like very careless. It's like it's like not the right Spanish, it's not the right imagery. It's like they're mixing things up. I could understand being like a little bit annoyed because it's like you use this as an inspiration, but then you don't even care enough to get like to do it justice. It's that I could see that being frustrating. But when you're working off of a place of like pure fiction where you're just kind of fusing elements from around the world, I would argue that like it Horizon's definitely like mostly Native American inspired. I think it's pretty clear. Like there are definitely aspects that are borrowed from elsewhere, but I think if you were to do a chart of like where the inspirations come from for Horizon, I think a large percentage of it would be Native American.
Definitely.
But at the same time, this is pure fiction. It's sci-fi. And I don't think they handle it particularly carelessly because it's not meant to be rooted. It's not really meant to be rooted in that culture in the same way that it would be in something like Assassin's Creed 3, for example. I just I don't know. I just think it's fine to be inspired by things, and it's fine to tell stories about different cultures, and it's fine to be inspired by different cultures, and so much so that you build your own and use elements of those things for your own creative endeavors. As long as you're not careless with it. I think of the thing that comes to mind is Ghost of Tsushima and how that was a entirely, it's a Japanese game in the sense that it's a game about Japan or at a very specific point in time. And it's very, very lovingly crafted, but that's a purely American studio. And Japan loves it, by the way.
Chris, can I interject here? Because I want to read a quote from the mayor of Tsushima.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
It says, "When it comes to the world, the name and location of Tsushima is literally unknown. So I cannot thank them enough for telling our story with such phenomenal graphics and profound stories."
Yeah.
Wow.
They sound offended.
Yeah, I don't know. There are definitely situations where I think it applies. I don't think this is one of them. I don't think most of the situations that are brought up are ones that apply, to be quite frank with you. I just, if you're building a world, I think it's totally reasonable to borrow elements from the world around you. And I really don't think there's anything wrong with that. Especially in a creative medium where you're making your own world and not trying to historically tell. If you're trying to do a historical thing, that's a completely different situation. You're going to want to really do your homework with that stuff, because otherwise it's just like, why are you even doing it in the first place? Like, totally. Yeah,
I totally agree.
But for this, nah, man.
I find this a little hollow. It is how I feel. It's like, I also find it hollow from a perspective of the American Indian, like as far as a culture is concerned, the aesthetic is what is most known about American Indian culture, like what people relate to it most. The reality is American Indians didn't leave behind any writing. They didn't create, they had it at some point in the past, as we saw in Ancient Apocalypse, some cities and stuff, but nothing really left behind. There's no other sign of them, like in Mexico or in Central and South America, of some other tribes, and obviously the Aztec, the Incas, the Mayas. And I just think of the American Indian, and I'm like, wouldn't you want to be known for, what else do you even want to be known for? There's not much else that we can pull from, really. And isn't this the best and most neutral way to pay homage to the memory of this life, this more primitive life? That's the way I kind of look at it too. It's like, in other words, does it just mean that we can't talk about it or do anything with it at all? Because there's no other way to really incorporate it in games, unless you make a game about it, which would be cool. But you know what I mean? So it's like, of course you're going to, just like if you have some like Latin inspiration or Greek inspiration or Roman inspiration, that can be architecture, that could be literature, that could be philosophy, that could be all these different things, And unfortunately, we don't have that same record. So the aesthetic is kind of the way to pay homage to it. And I don't see why you wouldn't want that, since there's not much else that could be integrated that would be more commonly associated with that brand, as it were, of American Indian.
Yeah, it would have to be a little bit more. So like, I actually think it's interesting because it just kind of just reminded me, but I thought the first Prey did a pretty decent.
Yeah.
Did a pretty decent, because that whole thing, like, you were a Native American. Yeah, and that game had a little bit to do with the philosophies, and I think that stuff is it's still around, and there's definitely like a pretty decent record of it. It's not preserved in the same way, because it's preserved through a culture that's still very much around. So it's more family history and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's like I don't know. This feels like a really, I mean, like Dustin said, it is a very privileged thing to complain about.
It totally is. And I don't know. And I also think that, frankly, we're saying a major portion of the inspiration for the aesthetic is American Indian. I think there's no doubt about that. I also think the other major portion is just caveman. And especially to do with a lot of the furs and a lot of the animals you're fighting and the combat and the weapons. And it's not just what you would call Native American. And again, I think that that's really a cool full circle send up to the territory itself that the game takes place on, that something's what's old is new again. And it kind of just went the same way as primitivism rose from the ashes of a civilization. And I don't know. To me, I agree. And I'll just throw out there the idea that I don't understand why you wouldn't want aesthetic replication of your culture, since that is a standard way to represent culture. And it doesn't mean blackface or something like that. You don't want to do that. You don't want people fucking going around, doing the thing over their mouth and with a fucking huge arrow or a feather over their head and all. You don't have to be that literal and fucking racist.
Yeah.
It's not that. And so I think you have to see the difference. And if you don't see the difference between those two things, then you're dense.
Exactly. Yeah. You got to be careful with what you claim as cultural appropriation. Like, you got to be really careful with that. Because like I said earlier, like there's some examples where I can imagine, like if I was playing a game that was like supposed to be Puerto Rican and then they're using Mexican Spanish, that'd be fucking annoying. Like, I would notice that and I'd be like, that's really dumb, because you cared enough to use this as like a springboard for your profit margin. As like, oh, hey, look, this is a story about this place, but you didn't even care to get like the minor details right. And this is not a situation where it's fake. It's sci-fi. Get over it.
Indeed. That reminds me so much. I've brought this up so many times, I'm sure, but how annoyed I am on the West Wing when they say Concord for the city in New Hampshire, since that is not how it is said. And no one from there would ever, 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 ever say that. And this man is supposed to be the ex-governor of New Hampshire. It fucking makes me want to, oh! But they got everything else right. Okay. Let's hear from Noah Edmonds. He says, hey guys, with last week's DS2 reveal, Death Stranding 2, how do I get in the mindset of playing Death Stranding? I'm sure many others have tried Death Stranding but couldn't stick with it. Do you play with or without headphones? Do you listen to a podcast or turn the game soundtrack up? Are there certain aspects of the game you focus on that draw you in, pushing you to the next objective? Well, we all like this game a great deal, so I think it's time to talk about it a little more deeply, and we'll do it in the next question as well. Chris, how do you suggest playing the game of Death Stranding? How do you suggest getting into it? Because I have an opinion that I think straddles the line, but I'm interested to hear what yours is.
Yeah, I mean, at first I would suggest, really, it's a game that really demands a lot from you. Both, it demands a lot of your attention, and it demands some pretty, in my opinion, sophisticated mechanical performance from you as well. Like it's not, I don't think it's a game that you could hand like a 5-year-old and they'd be able to push through. Like I think they'd be fucking lost. Or even like a kid, honestly, like even like an 8-year-old. I don't know. When I was younger, there's no way I would have been able to do this. And so, in my opinion, the best way is to really absorb yourself in it. And at least in the beginning. Later on, once you're like deep into it and you're kind of like, you got the mechanics down and you're like into it, at that point is when I think it's safe to kind of, okay, you're on a journey. I got to go from point A to point B. I'll put on a podcast or I'll put on an album, because that is almost, again, it's almost like the speakers in the controller in Callisto Protocol where it works. You are trekking across these lonely treks of land. Would you listen to something? Yes, you would. And so it makes sense in the universe in some way. Or that's how I played it initially. Like I was totally, I left it silent for the first, like, I think 3 hours. I was like involved. I let those music stings come up when necessary. And when the music hits in this game, shut off whatever it is you're doing and let that happen, because
low roar. R.I.P.
Low roar. Yeah. The music in Death Stranding is really like a huge, I think that was my first aha moment in the game, when I was like walking and the music was playing and it was like so complimentary and it worked so well. I was like, this is a really amazing formula. And so to miss out on that for, like, I don't know, if you're walking through a mountain to Nookie, I don't know if it has the same, I don't know if it has the same provenance.
I came in this world as a reject. Look into these eyes.
I mean, you could do that, but like when the game wants to show you something, pay attention. And when the game wants to give you a very specific auditory or audio visual feel, allow it to do that, because that is, I think, when it's most potent. But it's a hard game to get into, man. It was, I could easily see Death Stranding being one of those games where if I had played it a week earlier or a week later, I might have hated it.
Mm-hmm.
I could totally see that, where it's just like I was in the right place at the right time. I was in the right frame of mind. I was like calm.
I was in a really somber mood. That's what did it for me.
Yeah.
Well said. Dustin, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I think Chris nailed it. You don't want to play podcasts all the way through, but you will eventually get a flow. And that's when you can stack some orders, listen to a podcast. But as Chris said, pause it for story and music related reasons, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I do in all open world games anyway. I typically start, listen, do my thing when I feel comfortable in the world, when I'm running around getting gear or doing, whatever, fighting enemies. I put on music or podcasts, and then when a story beat starts, I just stop it and listen to the game and then go back to the podcast or the music. I mean, and I like the way, Chris, that you said it kind of fits in that world as the role of delivery, post-apocalyptic delivery man. It seems to make some level of sense. But to the point I made earlier too, I felt I was in such a sad and somber place in my life when that game came out, and for some reason it just really resonated with me. It was so dark and gray, just aesthetically. I just was really into it. It just felt like it was exactly what I needed at that time, almost reaffirming my sadness in some way. But we're excited about the sequel. We talked about it a little bit earlier. However, I wanted to include this question from Kyle Flory, and I can answer this quickly. He says, "Hello, Colin and Sons. While I was looking at the new character posters for Death Stranding 2 that Hideo Kojima posted on Twitter, I noticed some interesting changes in the copyright language when compared to the first game. A poster featuring the sequel's mysterious villain mentions that the copyright is held by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima, while the main menu and posters from the first game say that Sony Interactive holds the copyright. Here's the exact language I'm talking about. DS2 poster, copyright 2022, Kojima Productions Company Limited, Hideo Kojima, published by Sony Interactive Entertainment, LLC. DS Director's Cut, main menu, 2021, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Inc. Death Stranding is a trademark of Sony Interactive Entertainment, created and developed by Kojima Productions. Is it possible that SIE sold the IP to Kojima following the release of Death Stranding's Director's Cut? Even if this did happen, I'd imagine the series will remain a PlayStation console exclusive since it's built on Decima. I'm not terribly knowledgeable when it comes to copyright, however, so I'd appreciate your thoughts. Keep up the great work, and thanks for the amazing content." Kyle, good eyes. I think you're onto something. The other reason I think you're onto something is because we discussed the Death Stranding movie earlier briefly that Deadline is reporting on, with just some scant details that it's in production or in pre-production. They're getting everything together. And Sony Productions, PlayStation Productions, is not doing it. And there's no way that they wouldn't do it if given the option. Here's what I think happened. You want to hear my theory? This is my theory of the case. And I'm curious, Dustin, we'll go to you first to see if you agree with it or not. Sony owned the IP and paid for it. They definitely owned it. And when everything went down and the game came out, Kojima became kind of an available commodity and people are talking behind the scenes. I could imagine a situation where Kojima goes, we will do a second game with you only if you sell us or give us or whatever the deal is, the IP, and we'll work with you. If not, we have no interest in coming back and we'll go work with someone else. You can imagine a situation like that. You could also imagine, although I don't think this is what happened, that this was always in the cards and this was part of the deal, that if they did a second one, it would be signed over and that it would all be transferred. But no public acknowledgement, as far as I can tell. I searched to see if anyone was talking about this or if this has been acknowledged anywhere, Dustin. And so I wonder what you think of that, because it's fairly clear that something has changed. I mean, the exact copyright language is very important. Sony always gets that shit to an absolute T. So there would be no mistakes here.
I think that maybe one other aspect is that DS2 is the working title and it's not the official title of the game yet. Even the PlayStation blog said when it said Death Stranding 2 was the working title. I don't know if that plays into it somehow, that maybe when the actual title of the game comes out, you'll see that it's copyrighted by Sony. But there's definitely something going on. Particularly, you mentioned the movie, which I think is maybe an indicator of that as well. But it is interesting, yeah, that nothing about this has been reported on. Maybe someone can dig into the files and see if there's been some kind of transfer of that copyright.
All right, let's move on to Switch Mitch Skates, who says, greetings, sacred fellows. I've noticed a common sentiment from people that 2022 is one of the worst years in gaming, but I feel like there was a little bit of something for everyone. Nintendo had releases like Legends Arceus, is that how you say it? Bayonetta 3, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, which is Micah's game of the year, and Splatoon 3. Or I actually think she liked Triangle Strategy as well. We had a new Horizon and a new God of War. Even Xbox cucks like myself had fun with Elden Ring, Shredder's Revenge, High on Life, and yes, I even had fun with Sonic Frontiers. I know that we had a pretty large dry spell in the middle there, but it wasn't really that bad. Thanks. Chris, what do you think in hindsight? I'm actually kind of in agreement here with Mitch that maybe 2022 isn't all that bad after all. You kind of have to see it. There was a dry spell and a little bit of frustration, but we got some bangers throughout the year, and they're still coming out right to this very day. I mean, Crisis Core just came out, and that's an awesome game too. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, Pentiment we mentioned obviously is like a kind of like a big thing. I honestly feel like it's just I feel like this year was just paced really horribly. If I were to really put like a stamp on it, I still don't feel like it's the strongest year we could have had. I think a lot of things obviously got pushed away, and there were some disappointments. I think obviously Callisto Protocol didn't live up to the hype that it could have reached, but at the same time, Sonic apparently did pretty well, and Horizon and God of War were bangers. Elden Ring was like an early, really, really fantastic point in the year. I just think that middle there was really, really rough. Like the only game for me, I had a pretty good year, to be honest. Like there was a lot of stuff that came out that like piqued my interest. I got my Destroy All Humans 2. I got a bunch of weird stuff that I was into. I haven't played Bayonetta 3 yet, but I really want to. High on Life kind of capping off the year as like a really interesting new kind of thing that I was not expecting. Is a really cool thing too. Like I don't know. Is it a weaker year than something like, I don't know, 2007? Yeah. That's like it's like an unrealistically god tier year. But I think in the grand scheme of things, I feel like this year was pretty okay. It could have been a lot worse. I think we've had years recently that haven't been the best. So I think I think this one really kind of pulled out at the end there. It's just the pacing was so fucked.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's well said. Dustin, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'm with Chris in that the pacing was bad, but for me, that was no problem because I got to go back and play a bunch of old games and not feel guilty or some kind of pull towards new games. So for me, I was totally fine with that. And it's like Switch Mitch says here, that there's something for everybody. If you're a multi-platform gamer, you're eating well this year, all over the place. You can hop around and enjoy all kinds of stuff. So seems like 2023 is going to be horribly paced as well, but in the opposite way, where it's just going to be awesome stuff all the time, which is, I guess I'd rather have that than dry spell.
All right. And finally, and by the way, just to touch on that real quick, I guess in exiting, I think it's a peculiar year. Yes. That's kind of the way I would describe it. I don't necessarily think it's a bad year. I really need to go back and look at what I remember the bad years being. 2014 was the last one I remember being bad.
2014. You're the Dragon Age one.
That was Dragon Age Inquisition, right? That's 14. Yeah. And I think 2011 maybe.
2020.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Really.
I remember 2014 being pretty rough, and I remember. I feel like what was last year? I feel like last year wasn't.
Yeah, last year was actually not very good either.
I feel like last year was actually, based on my memory, which could be completely faulty. I feel like last year was kind of rough.
Let's see. I'm on my trophies. All right, so yeah, what did I play in 2021? Shovel Knight, Pocket Dungeon, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits, ActRaiser Renaissance. What else? That was Scarlet Nexus, Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, Biomutant, Resident Evil Village, Outriders. Yeah, there's some stuff here, I guess. It's not great. It's not great. I would actually think that this year seems better than that.
Yeah.
Be perfectly fair.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And finally, David D. Let's just acknowledge it. Are you upset? Because we're going to talk about Sonic?
Let's keep
it together. Let's keep it together.
This is the last recording of the year, and this is what you wrote the show.
Yeah, that's true.
You wrote the show, and you chose this question.
Yeah, I don't know why I did this. Hello, Sacred Sonic fans. I'll try to be magnanimous after your blatant disrespect for the Blue Blur. Sonic Frontiers has sold 2.5 million copies in the past month, all while releasing the same day before Ragnarok, the same month as Pokemon. Couple this with the new Sonic Prime Netflix show getting great reviews and Frontiers getting a free season pass of new content for 2023. And all I could say is Sonic haters against the Hedgehog, there can be no victory.
Damn.
There's no doubt. I mean, we talked about this earlier. I probably should have melded this in earlier. I don't know why I separated them, but I guess it is a weird way. It's almost a serendipitous way to end the year. There's something, Sonic fans are on to something here. It is true that it came out right under Ragnarok and right next to Pokemon, and it was totally fine. I mean, it didn't sell as many as either of those games, but Sonic Frontiers got some big balls on it, no doubt. And I'll be interested to see if it's continued to the future. Do you want to show your respect, Dustin?
I don't know. Their leader is still in jail, so they don't know how to act. But I'm looking. Does the Netflix show, does Sonic have blue arms? It looks like he does. Okay, that's good. That's important distinction. Oh no, he doesn't have blue arms.
Oh no.
Wait, and then Movie Sonic has blue arms, and the Netflix one doesn't.
Yeah, he has. It looks like he's wearing a tank top.
Yeah, this is very important information.
It's very important. Yeah.
Chris, you have anything you'd like to say about Sonic before we go?
Yeah. Look, man, the Pokemon sold a ton, and that shit's broken beyond belief. So you can take your 2.5 million. I'm sure it's wonderful. Your 77 critical acclaim.
Critical acclaim. Right to the bank. That's always going to be one of the great letters. I think one of the most memorable letters is the critical acclaim. That was not a joke.
Yeah. I'm never gonna forget that. that is etched into my fucking subconscious. Like I will never think 77. Every time I see a game that gets 77, I'm gonna think critical acclaim. Single time.
Love it. All right, let's get out of here. Closing comments, Chris.
Oh man, this is a long one. But I'm stoked for next year. Next year is going to be a crazy year for a myriad of reasons. A lot of stuff coming out. A lot of stuff that we will be doing, obviously, at Last Stand. Also, just stuff that I'm going to be doing that I think is probably going to surprise some people. I'm excited. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm excited for next year as well. Dustin, closing comments.
This is my 5th show in 4 days. I don't know if I have anything interesting left to say in me at all. But I guess, Sonic fans, I'm glad you got this one. And thanks for a great year, everybody. Of course, we got more content. You'll hear from us. But
yeah.
Chris, you okay?
No, because I was thinking like it's January now, right?
No, this is coming out tomorrow.
Oh, damn. Damn it. All right, well, never mind. I wanted to be clever.
Tired. He's a tired baby boy.
I'm tired.
Oh.
We did a lot of recording this week. I did 3 Snark Tanks yesterday after we did Sacred, so I'm fucking.
Oh, wow.
I'm fucking.
Yeah, we're going crazy with it. Everyone's doing a great job. I'm proud of everyone. I'm going to put up a letter that will be live around the time that this goes live on Patreon, just shouting out the year and giving my thanks and all that, so people can go check that out. But as Dustin said, episodes will roll out as normal episodes of Sacred Symbols, normal episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week. So you'll see no interruptions in the schedule. We've been preloading all of that for you, so we can take a little bit of time off. But we'll be back. Remember, January 2nd, our new show goes live. So excited about it. I think it went great, by the way. I don't know. I was reflecting on it, and I really liked it a lot. Mm-hmm. So you'll see what it's all about when the time comes. And in the meantime, thank you for everything, and we'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Did I just listen to that podcast with my freaking mind?
Ooh. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.